Good morning and a warm welcome from Headingley for this latest, the second round of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The Northern Diamonds taking on the Western Storm here, and well, got a really good strip down the centre of the pitch for what's an important game for both sides. The Storm, of course, were beaten by the Sunrisers over the weekend, and the Diamonds coming up with an emphatic 9-wicket win in their opening match against the Lancashire Thunder. The news from the toss is that the Storm won it and have decided that they want to have the first go with ball in hand, and so Sturkallis and Lauren Winfield Hill are out there in the middle for the Diamonds. And team-wise, it is for the Diamonds: Lauren Winfield Hill, Sturkallis, Holly Armitage skippering, Bess Heath, Erin Burns, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner, Sophia Turner, Abby Glenn, Lizzie Scott, who's in place of Jess Woolston from Saturday's team, and Katie Levick. And then for the Storm, who have one change, Lauren Filer coming in for Katie Jones, and she's joined by Sophia Smale, Alex Griffith, skipper Sophie Love, Fran Wilson, Danny Gibson, Nat Wraith with the keeping gloves on, Neve Holland, Amanda Jade Wellington, Molly Robbins and Chloe Skelton. Katie Jones from Saturday's defeated team missing out. Graham Collier, myself, Jonathan Deutsch, to bring you ball-by-ball coverage of this one. And the first over to be bowled here by Molly Robbins. First words from Graham Collier.
Yeah, Molly Robbins coming in and bowls right arm over. So conditions are, well, they're bright enough, JD, aren't they, today? There's cloud cover over Headingley with a break in the clouds. We've got blue sky in places, but more cloud than blue sky, and maybe just a tinge of green early on in the track, which might have persuaded the Storm team to decide to bowl first when they won the toss today. And coming in again from the Howard stand end, Winfield Hill right in behind that one, up on her toes, pushes that one out into the offside, and there is no run on this occasion. So in terms of the field, we've got a slip in early on, and a ring of 6, a ring of 7 actually, 4 on the offside, 3 on the on. High backlift for Winfield Hill, good delivery right on a length, but Lauren is forward there on the front foot, pushing that out into the offside, and no chances taken in the opening stages, first over of the game.
Of course, she had such a great day on Saturday, 69 from 92 deliveries, 9 boundaries included, as they put on a good opening partnership, the pair of them. 59 for the first wicket, this pair.
Yeah, emphatic win at the weekend, wasn't it? Great start to the campaign. Drive through mid-off. It's a good drive out of the middle of the bat. A great diving stop actually there at mid-off, right on the edge of the circle. Restricts Lauren to just a single there. It initially had a boundary written all over it, but a great diving stop with the outstretched right arm, and they just go through for a single. So Lauren Winfield Hill off the mark, and the Diamonds get their first run of the contest. Always good to get that first run on the board, JD, isn't it?
It is. It was a great piece of fielding.
It was. This time it's Callis who's right behind that, so it's a really tight, accurate first over from Robbins, you have to say.
Yep, few hardy souls in the crowd at the moment, and it's particularly cold for the time of year now. Getting a bit silly, to be honest, isn't it, really? Single figure temperatures, back end of April.
I thought there were signs that things were just starting to warm up, but how wrong could you be? As Robbins comes in again, and Callis is forward, slower ball I think. Callis is there on the front foot, pushes it out into the offside. Stifled appeal. No, don't think it was an appeal, but that is the end of the first over. One without loss for the Diamonds.
Yeah, I think she was just playing slightly across that, and as you say, maybe a slower delivery, maybe stuck in the pitch a little bit, but she was through the shot, wasn't she? Got leading edge, I think, into the offside, Sturkallis. And it's going to be Lauren Winfield Hill to take the strike for this second over then, which is going to be bowled here by Danny Gibson. Just trying to get this field in place. It's not the worst of mornings. I returned from the men's game down at Lord's on Monday, and came up here to set up the kit for today's game. And I've got to say it was pretty wet out there at that stage, but well, there's evidence of that. It does look a bit dark at the wicket ends on some of the other strips around. Bit of juice around. Here comes Danny Gibson, then right arm over, and Lauren Winfield Hill opens the face and just pushes that one slightly backward of point, and that's sufficient to get through for another run to her.
Great start to the season on Saturday for the Diamonds, wasn't it? 9-wicket win, get that first win under your belt, and that should do an awful lot for the confidence of the team, I would think, JD.
Yep, runs for Lauren, runs as well for Holly Armitage. 61 she made from 71 deliveries, and a wicket, at least one wicket for everybody who bowled, which is always good for a bit of confidence. Gibson's latest delivery is a little bit too wide for the liking of umpire Chris Watts. Chris Watts and Gabby Brown, the two umpires standing in this game. Chris with his back to us at this Kirkstall Lane end. Gabby down at square leg. Helen Pack, match referee today. So that was the first extra of the match. This one straighter and fuller. Oh, now then, chance of a run out here if she hits. Oh, Stair Callis would have been a mile out. Not Stair Callis, my apologies. Lauren Winfield Hill would have been a mile out. Stair on strike. And she was probably past halfway there, Graham, before she turned.
Absolutely. Direct hit, she was out, wasn't she? And
if anybody could have got to the wickets a little quicker,
yeah,
then they might have still been able to take it and run her out, because she looked like she was still fairly short of her ground as the throw had gone past the stumps. Gibson with another wide delivery, and that's signalled as such towards us by Chris Watts. So, well, the Diamonds avoiding a bit of potential early drama there. And back to that bowling performance. Well, she did it again, didn't she? Katie Levick, 9.1 overs, 4 for 38, leading the line in that respect. Just inside the markers on this occasion with a ball that is showing some evidence early doors of swinging away from the right-hander there.
Yeah, there's a bit of movement in the air, isn't there? I think Molly Robbins is just struggling to manage that movement in the air and just bowling a bit wide of off stump at the moment.
Here we go again then. Oh, good delivery, this time angled in, and that's going to catch the best of players out potentially. Callis just playing slightly inside it, she'll say, but it was angled in. There was some nip away from Gibson.
Yeah, much better line, that one, wasn't it? She straightened that one up a bit, and the movement away was good enough to beat just about anybody, as you say.
Bit of passing air traffic as Gibson's in again, this time straight on outside off stump. Callis getting across to cover it and thinking about playing the cut shot, but not on this occasion. Diamonds 6th in this competition last season, 8 points and a win behind top of the table Southern Vipers, having won it of course back in 2022. Great day down at Lord's. Here's Gibson again, and that's full and straight. And Callis, well, she played across one at the end of the last over. This time she's watched it all the way on, and she timed that nicely up to mid-on to complete the second over with her score on to 1. Lauren Winfield Hill on 2, and 5 without loss after 2.
Yeah, steady but not spectacular, watchful, and well, almost a calamity with the run out, wasn't it? But thankfully the throw, which I'm sure would have been out had it have hit the stumps directly, just missed on that occasion. So one small alarm for the two Diamonds openers then, and the Diamonds 5 without loss. So opening stages of this game, and the Diamonds looking to get off to a good start again, as Callis is right in behind that again. And Danny Gibson's been, well, she's been right on the spot so far, hasn't she, really? Really tight and tidy with a line and length.
As has Molly Robbins.
Molly Robbins has as well. She's doing a terrific job, quite right. Robbins in again. Ooh, that's outside the line of off stump. Well, it tempted Callis for a moment. It looked as though the left leg was going out to that, but decided to allow that to pass through to the keeper.
I reckon I'm in front of you today in terms of number of layers worn, and that's maybe just the experience of being in here more often than you. But 4 layers today I've gone for, even though we're indoors.
Well, it's a 2-layer day for me, but there is potential for a 3rd layer going on.
You're just a rock hard Wakefield lad, aren't you, really?
It's bitterly cold outside. There's some hardy souls out there at the moment. 5 degrees in the car, coming to the ground. That latest ball pushed out onto the offside. Again, well pitched up delivery, good line and length. And again from the Howard stand end. Over pitch this time, half volley length, and Callis just tries that up towards a wide mid-off position, and they go through for a single. Busy time at Leeds Bradford Airport, JD.
It is. Yeah. Might book myself a flight, take a few days.
Flight to some sunshine would be nice, wouldn't it?
Mm.
So Molly Robbins on her way in again then. Winfield Hill this time driving that one up towards mid-on.
Yeah, it's been so far a good start with the ball by both these Storm openers, and quite rightly both the Diamonds opening batters are having a good look here. Been evidence of a bit of swing and a little bit of nip.
Tight circle of fielders bearing down on the 2 Diamonds batsmen, but that is a delightful drive from Lauren Winfield Hill through that extra cover area, just slightly over pitched outside the off stump. She was so quickly onto that, and she's not the sort of player to miss out on an opportunity like that, and that was right out of the middle of the bat. First boundary of the afternoon, or of the morning I should say, and the Diamonds go on to double figures, 10 without loss.
Yeah, cracking shot, wasn't it? Got right over the top of it. Just fed a little by Robbins, because that was more like half volley length, and probably the first delivery we've had really. With that sort of length and a bit of width as well, and exploited fully by Lauren Winfield Hill. So 6 to her, 10 without loss is the score on the board after 3 overs. And here comes Gibson again then from this Kirkstall Lane end, wide of off stump, and that inevitably I think will be given. Oh no, well, very similar to the 2 previous ones given by Chris Watts, but not on this occasion. So slip, we've got a third man in place. We've got point, a squarish cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket on the 1, and a deep backward square leg. Gibson's latest delivery is flat batted along the deck into the offside, and fielded at square cover, and there is no run. Plenty of encouragement out there at the moment. Sounds as though, as you might expect, it's coming from the back of the stumps and from Nat Wraith. Short ball here, 4 runs. That's a lovely pull shot this time by Stur Callis. She got just about all of it, but certainly it had ample power to make it across the mid-wicket boundary, and that's her first boundary of the day. She'll feel a little better about that. 14 without loss.
Yeah, she was quickly onto it. It was slightly short of length. Much of what we've seen so far has been pretty much good line and length bowling, but that one was just slightly short, so quickly onto the back foot, pulled it all the way along the ground for 4. Great shot. What's
Gibson got as a response? Well, there we go. Much fuller delivery and treated with the respect it deserved by Sterkalis. Sunrise, as I mentioned, were winners against the Storm over the weekend, and Storm were put into bat first there. Only really Nat Wraith with 42 making a contribution that you'd say was of major significance. 18 for Fran Wilson. Sophia Smale 16, all out for 114 though in just over 31 overs, and the first wicket of the day here as well. Sterkalis has stumps scattered behind her, and Danny Gibson has managed to get one through. Not sure if it was an inside edge, but either way Callis has to go, and she has been bowled by Gibson for 6, and the Diamonds 14 for 1 in the 4th.
Well, that's not a great sight for any batsman, JD, is it? It was got the benefit of a replay here, and it's just gone straight through the gate, hasn't it, babe? Me just a little bit of nip back, and it's the off and the middle stump that are flattened behind her, and not a great sight for Sterkalis at all, that. But it was a good delivery. It was reasonably sharp, and it just nipped back off the pitch. So maybe that little bit of early movement in the pitch that the visitors, the Storm, were hoping for is shown up there, and Sterkalis has gone, bowled Gibson for 6, and well, bit of disappointment for Sterkalis as she walks back to the pavilion.
Yep, and Holly Armitage, skipper of course for the Diamonds, making her way out to the middle, right-handed as well. Number 57 on her back, and fresh from that 60 odd not out that I mentioned over the weekend. I was talking about the Storm and their defeat, 114 all out in 30.4 overs, and Sunrisers knocked them off in 33.4, 116 for 2. So the Storm on the comeback trail here, if you like, from that first defeat. Good delivery first up by Gibson, and that one just shaping away from Holly Armitage. End of the over then, 4 now complete. Gibson with 1 for 8 against her name from her 2 overs, and the Diamonds 14 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good over. There was one bad ball that Sterkalis got on the back foot and pulled away through mid-wicket, but other than that it was a really tidy over, and the wicket of Sterkalis sadly falling for the Diamonds, 14 for 1, and an opportunity for Winfield Hill and Armitage to build a partnership, as they did in that victory on Saturday, that 9-wicket win. A lot of it was to do with these two who are out there in the middle now. Winfield Hill pushing out onto the offside, quick loud call of wait as the ball's played out into the covers. No run there, as we talked about this tight infield. 4 in the ring on the offside, 3 on the on, but they are maintaining a slip in there as well, the Western Storm at the moment. Quite right so, really, with the Diamonds losing that early wicket. An opportunity for them just to put some early pressure on the Diamonds, maybe just a little bit of early dew on the ball. The Storm bowlers at the moment just taking the opportunity to dry that ball, and eventually Robbins will turn and come in from the Howard stand end again. Again, that's front foot out onto the offside, but offering very little in terms of scoring opportunities. Molly Robbins at the moment. Sterkalis will be disappointed. She was just due to play Saturday's game, just gone, and the game today, and then the Netherlands international was heading off to Abu Dhabi later this week. And that's overpitched, and that's hit up through mid-off. It's slightly in the air from Winfield Hill. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. There was a chase right up to the boundary rope at the Howard stand end, but it just had enough on it from Lauren Winfield Hill. It was upish, it was just over the top of the bowler's head, but she got it just up enough and clear, and it raced away for 18 for 1.
Yeah, it's an area that she likes to try and exploit. She can do that, hit it aerially from matches we've seen her play before. It's cost her a wicket on an occasion or two, but enough on it this time.
Yeah, strong in that area, straight down the ground. As she waits again now with a high back lift. Again, it's over pitched, it's outside the off stump. Great drive up towards mid-off again. Superb follow through as well as she plays that shot. But it's straight to the fielder on this occasion. Well, it deserved runs, the quality of the shot, but not on this occasion. Lauren Winfield Hill on to 10 now. Diamonds 18 for 1. As Robbins turns again in her third over now. Winfield Hill this time does well to get onto the back foot, clips it away backward a square on the leg side. There's a slight misfield there from Chloe Skelton for the Storm, but nonetheless she manages to prevent them from coming back for a second, and it's just a single which brings Holly Armitage down to the striker's end. Winfield Hill on to 11, 19 for 1. And Robbins will bowl to Armitage. His right arm over. Holly Armitage forward, playing the ball late, and successfully just defends that and pushes it out onto the offside. That is the end of the over from Molly Robbins then. 19 for 1, no further alarms for the Diamonds in that over.
It's going to be Gibson to continue here at the Kirkstall Lane end. Sun behind a cloud at the moment. There's plenty of the latter over LS6, although it doesn't look to be that threatening. And hopefully in that respect things will hold off for us to get the full match in here. And we'll look at the scores around the grounds in a moment, with the other RHF Trophy matches taking place today, of course. But here's Gibson. Oh, lovely drive through the covers on this occasion by Lauren Winfield Hill. That was 4 from the moment it left the bat. And again, leaning into it. Cracking technique, and found the gap really very nicely indeed. 15 to her now, 23 for 1.
Yeah, she's really strong in those areas outside the off stump, isn't she? Getting onto the front foot quickly, as you mentioned, JD. Just leaning into that, beautifully timed. And like all good players do, finding the gap and timing it sufficiently well to get it all the way to the boundary. Great shot.
Still that ring in, of course, inside the circle. Just the two players out there. Deep backward square leg and sort of deep backward point. Now then, a ball short of length at Lauren, who's tried to pull that one through what is a pretty big gap between straight mid wicket and deep backward square, but unfortunately for her, missed out on this occasion. She's just having a word with Holly, the skipper, coming down the wicket from the other end, having a chat about what might have happened there. Again, it felt like she was through the shot a little bit too quickly, so it will be understandable if there's a little bit of moisture in the top after the endless amounts of rain we've had. Gibson with the latest delivery, that's pushed out square on the offside. So down at Leicester, Blaze, who of course were carrying them all before them last year, but then petered out to some extent towards the end of the season. They're 17 for 3 against the South East Stars, having chosen to bat there. And so we'll look at who's been taking the wickets. As the wicket taker here, Gibson, comes in again. That's a lovely shot. It's overpitched on the legs of Lauren Winfield Hill, and she's not missed out for a second time in succession. Again, that natural timing that she's got, right over the top of it and through mid wicket for 4. 19 to her, 27 for 1. So the Blaze have lost Marie Kelly without scoring. She was out first ball of the match. Teresa Graves not out on 3. Sophie Munro's gone for 8. And Ella Claridge for 3. Nadine de Klerk has just joined Teresa Graves. And all 3 wickets going to Rihanna McDonald-Gay in that Blaze Southeast Stars clash as Gibson's latest delivery is played down to short third, and there is no run. 17 for 4 in fact now. So the Blaze been routed at the moment. Phoebe Franklin's got the latest wicket. That is de Klerk, who was out second ball. All happening down there at Leicester. Gibson is in, it's wide of off stump, and Winfield Hill chooses the leave on this occasion. That was a good over as far as the Diamonds are concerned, and 27 for 1 is the score after 6 of those. So 17 for 4 the Blaze. What else have we got today? Thunder are playing the Sunrisers over at Old Trafford, and the hosts 14 for 1 in that one.
Yeah, it looked like a good one to leave, that last ball, didn't it? Because the ball before that, she played that ball to short, sort of third man, and it was one bounce into the fielder's hand. It was a little bit streaky, it was a bit edgy, and this time on that last ball of the over, just allowing that one to go through to the keeper. So just learning a little from the ball before there, Lauren Winfield Hill. Start of a new over. It's going to be Molly Robbins again. This time the wicket keeper standing up right behind the stumps. It's driven by Armitage. Again into a shortish extra cover, and there's no run.
One other game I'm omitted to mention is down at Wormsley at Central Sparks, 23 for 1, having been put into bat by the champions of this competition, the Southern Vipers.
Both these two at the crease in great form, of course, on Saturday. Winfield Hill 69, as Doidge mentioned earlier. Robbins in again, on the front foot. Holly Armitage pushing that one up the pitch. Yeah, Winfield Hill 69 not out. Holly Armitage 61 not out in that terrific 9-wicket victory against the Thunder in a game played up in Durham. Holly Armitage yet to get off the mark, just finding a way. We're in the 7th over now, as Robin comes in again with her right arm over the wicket, medium pace. Again, just looking for line and length more than anything. Not been much in the air really, or off the pitch, but the accuracy has been really good so far. 3.3 overs. No wicket for 11 so far. So more of the runs coming from the other end, but Gibson with that all-important wicket of Stair Callis. As Armitage waits again. All just feels so much tighter with the keeper up behind the stumps, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, just that bit of pressure. Can't advance down the pitch with total confidence. I think Diamonds would have bowled first today. I wonder what the match plan was. And they won the toss. They certainly chased well, didn't they, on Saturday?
Yeah. That's down the leg side, and that's picked up really well by Holly Armitage. That is going to be her first runs of the game, and she just plays that around the corner, down towards fine leg. It's vacant, the fine leg area, and the ball just races over for another Northern Diamonds boundary, and it takes them into the 30s now, 31 for 1. And for the first time, really, Robbins there just straying in line, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And Holly wasn't going to miss out on that. Big area to score in down there.
So last ball of the over. Driven through the offside by Holly Armitage again. Great shot through the covers. 4 more. Well, she strayed outside the leg side the ball before, and Armitage punished it. And this time it's outside the off, over pitched, and she punishes it once again. And it's another terrific drive through the offside, just in front of square, and away towards that western terrace. 35 for 1. Accelerating nicely now, the Diamonds.
Yeah, I think the 2 shots of the morning, there's been some good ones already, but the first one that Lauren hit out towards the scoreboard through extra cover was a beauty. And then that one, she really did pick that up well. Holly, a bit of width to work with, clearly just opened the face, and it's almost like a square flat bat, really. Travelled quickly. So back with Danielle Gibson, 1 for 16 off 3 for her. Nice straight delivery to Lauren Winfield Hill to open up this over. You can get in touch on the usual forums if you like, by the way, on at Sporting Lives 1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Yours, Graham, is?
Twitter.
Yeah.
Good question.
Gives us an in, it's down the leg side, that's going to be giving us a wide. Lauren having a flick at it but missing.
It's capital G, Graham C, 41.
By the time I've asked you that 6 times today, when I announce it, you'll remember it just like that.
Should do, and yeah, potential for further variations as well, I guess.
If you're starting to get messages on X, anybody, and you call Graham and C, but not necessarily in that order, then don't come running to me. Don't make complaints to me. Make them to Collie as Lauren Winfield Hill just punches one up to mid-off, where it was fielded there by Chloe Skelton with the white bandage, strapping, whatever, on her right arm. In comes Gibson bounding in again. That's nipping in towards Lauren Winfield Hill. She didn't play it altogether comfortably. It's ballooned out into the offside. But she's still there. 36 for 1 halfway through the 8th over. They're getting through these overs reasonably quickly.
Bit of in-swing there, JD.
Yeah.
I noticed she's just retaken a guard. I don't know, she's moved across towards that off stump maybe.
A slightly crouched stance, bent at the knees, and she's just lofted one over straight mid wicket. That's probably just about going to have the legs to make it to the boundary. Yes, it has. That wouldn't be her most convincing shot of the morning, but nonetheless, it's going to bring in 4 more runs for the Diamonds. Winfield on to 23. It's 40 for 1. Maybe I've done her a bit of a disservice, but it was about leg stump, and I suppose it was just the feeling of it being aerial that it might have been a chance, but she did make sure she cleared the infield and timed it pretty well, to be fair. There's not a dissimilar delivery, just a little bit further up the pitch, and that thuds into the thigh pad, and there's no run. So 1 to come in the 8th, going along at around about just over 5 and over. So a healthy looking start for the home side, particularly given that the visitors had the choice of what to do at the toss. Nicely played by Lauren this time. A full length delivery to straight mid wicket. That is the end of over number 8 then, so bang on 5 and over at 40 for 1. If you're joining us in more recent times, then just a change each for these two teams from the matches that took place across the weekend. Lizzie Scott is in the Diamond side in place of Jess Woolston, and Lauren Filer has come in for Katie Jones for the Western Storm. So the Diamonds team: Lauren Winfield Hill, Steph Callis, Holly Armitage, Bess Heath, Erin Burns, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner, Sophia Turner, Abby Glenn, Lizzie Scott and Katie Levick. And for the Storm, Sophia Smale, Alex Griffiths, Sophie Luff skippering, Fran Wilson, Danielle Gibson, Nat Wraith keeping wicket, Neve Holland, Amanda Jade Wellington, Molly Robbins, Lauren Filer and Chloe Skelton.
So it looks as though the Storm are deliberating at the moment about a potential field change at the start of this 9th over, and for the first time we see the slip coming out and going into the ring, but at a short fine leg, saving one. So we've got 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off in the circle. That's just clipped out onto the leg side. and they'll go through for a single. 1, 2, 3 on the onside. Let's just get that right. And that was just clipped out into the into that vacant area at square leg. So a quick single, well taken, clipped off the thigh, out for 1. The Storm have got a fielder back on the fence, just backward a square on the leg side as well. As Robbins comes in again from the Howard stand end, that's just outside leg stump, just finely tickled down the leg side by Lauren, but it's fielded just in that short fine leg position. So having come out of the slip area, Alex Griffiths heavily involved there straight away, cutting off that potential boundary. Winfield Hill waits again. That one's a bit short, and she rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that one away through mid-wicket, and that is another boundary. Well, we've talked about the line and the length from Robbins generally being good, but on this occasion she was just slightly shorter, and Lauren got onto the back foot really quickly, picked the length and pulled it away through mid-wicket for another boundary, and she moves on to 27.
Yeah, that was wide of off stump. That's a class shot, because that is just picking the gaps in the field. Quality shot from a quality player.
Sounds like a famous commentary line from yesteryear, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? Here's Robbins again, and again she's quickly onto pushing that through mid-wicket. They've gone through for 1. They look for a second, it was never on, quite rightly. Just settled for a single.
I bet Lauren Winfield Hill never imagined when she picked up a cricket bat for the first time that there'd be a commentary line that that sort of drew comparison with Tony Curry, wasn't it, in the 1970s on Match of the Day? Yeah, he did John Motson, quality goal from a quality player. Yeah, it did.
46 for 1, the Diamonds, and Armitage has to wait for that because it's nicely flighted and it's almost Yorker in length, and Armitage sensibly just happy to get bat on ball there and just keep that one out and push it back up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. Winfield Hill on 28 and Armitage on 9. The Diamonds players in the middle at the moment. Again, that's just clipped down towards short fine leg. There is no run. That is the end of the over. Another over by Robbins complete then. 5 overs, no maiden, none for 25. So she's going at 5 and over at the moment, and the Diamonds 46 for 1.
Yeah, and they're doing things quite comfortably at this stage. No need to change anything really, just put the bad ball away. 5 and over, if they do manage to bat the full 50 here, would put up a fairly onerous task on the Western Storm. Meanwhile, the rout continues down at Leicester. The Blaze 26 for 5. Rihanna McDonald-Gay with 3 for 15, and Phoebe Franklin with 2 for 10 there for the South East Stars. So tremendous start to the match, and the Stars living up to their name down there. And the Diamonds, well, they've had a bit of sparkle to start with here as well. Robbins 5 overs for 25 for the Storm, and Danielle Gibson 4 overs 1 for 21. She's just moving third man a little bit closer, a little bit finer. Slippers come out. Still got a largely ring field because of the fact they're in the power play here, and that is punched out into the offside and fielded there by Sophie Luff, Storm skipper. Lauren Winfield Hill on strike, and they continue to have a little chat with each other between most deliveries, this pair. Lauren just doing a little bit of gardening. Now third has been moved wide around to point, and the deep backward point has been moved to the boundary edge down at third man. Lauren Winfield Hill just having a careful check about where she's positioned. The sun peeks through and Gibson comes in full, straight and stroked up to Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yeah, despite all despite all the horrendous rain and bad weather that we've had, the outfield's been reasonably quick, hasn't it? I've lost track of actually the number of boundaries so far. Probably look at the scoreboard and see, I think 8 so far, but generally when the infield has been beaten, the ball's gone all the way for 4, hasn't it?
Yeah, short ball, make that 10 boundaries. 9 it was, because Callis hit one as well, as that pulled round the corner by Lauren Winfield Hill. And again, when Lauren's playing well, the timing is superb, and I think we've seen that on a few occasions already this morning. That's not the best of deliveries from Gibson, you have to say, but she doesn't hit the ball, does she? She just, you know, times it, and there was an effortless feel about that as it pinged away down through fine leg for 4 more very quickly and without much in the way of effort, it seems. 32 to her name and 50 up for the Diamonds in 9.3.
Yeah, delightful shot, as you say, guided, just guided really, wasn't it? Down through that area, backward of square. The ball was just angled down that leg side and just turned and nudged it away for 4 more. Terrific shot. Don't always have to hit the mark, JD.
Gibson then, 3 more to come in the over, and once again stroked on its way towards mid-on, but it was cut off before then by Alex Griffiths, coming in from straight mid-wicket. A couple of snappers away down at fine leg at the moment. We saw John Heald, who is one of those, saying that he was likely to be a bit parky, stood out there down at ground level. I sympathise, John, as Gibson is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Winfield Hill and fielded by Luff.
There's just a suspicion of a little bit of sun creeping through, isn't there?
Yeah.
To take the edge off, as they say.
It's certainly playing like a good pitch. There's been a bit of something in it for the bowlers early doors, but there's certainly been runs in it as well, as we've seen. And you'd have to say there's very much no terrors in it. Playing pretty much on what would be the test match strip here. Slap bang in the centre of the pitch, so privileged position for any players who play here. Great delivery from Gibson, nipping back, and that's the end of Lauren Winfield Hill, who's lost her off stump. Not sure if it kept low. She certainly played it as if it did, didn't she? She stepped back, and then it's almost goes under a bat, and it's the stumps. 50 for 2. Winfield Hill with a good contribution again, 32 from 33, including 7 fours.
Well, what a shame. She was going really, really well, and she just got one there. We're looking at the replay here. It's difficult to see, but it looks as though it has cut back off the pitch, as you quite rightly described, Doige. And in fact, looking at that again, it looks as though it's cut back a long way. Maybe kept slightly low as well. But it's a fairly comprehensive dismissal, and Lauren Winfield Hill has gone. And just as the runs were starting to flow, that partnership was really building nicely. Another Diamonds wicket falls, and the prolific Lauren Winfield Hill has gone. And the Diamonds are reduced to 54-2, and that brings Bess Heath to the crease for the Diamonds. That is the end of that last over. So 10 overs have been bowled, and Gibson with 2 for 25 has been the most successful of the 2 Storm bowlers that we've seen on show to date. Just looking back actually to last season when these 2 played, it was a rain affected game to 36 overs, and the Diamonds racked up 290 for 8 in their 36 overs on that occasion. They just keep getting pegged back with the loss of a couple of wickets here, so they just need to refocus and start to rebuild again. And not surprisingly, we're about to see a change of bowling, and it's the Australian Amanda Jade Wellington who's going to bowl from the Howard stand end. An Aussie leggy coming in, right arm leg spin. It's driven really firmly up the ground by Holly Armitage. Terrific shot, but it's brilliantly fielded as well up there at mid-off. A diving stop, got absolutely everything behind it there, and saved a boundary for certain.
That's going to hurt in the morning, as they say.
It certainly is. So Wellington will come in again. That first one was really nicely flighted. That one's a bit flatter. Bit of turn as well, potentially, as it's just pushed backward of point, and they've gone through for 2. Did well to scamper back through for a second there. So just using the turn of the ball potentially there to push that one back behind point. Armitage goes on to 11. Diamond's on to 52 for 2. 11th over. Sunshine just peeking through. Leg spin, as we said. Again, bit of turn that time, but it's just a bit short, and off the back foot just pushed through for a single. There's a fielder out there on the boundary now.
Yeah, watched it well there, Holly, because she was in position very quickly and could have ended up playing a bit too early, but took it as late as she could.
So that brings Bess Heath to the striker's end for the first time.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too many dull moments with this pair at the crease.
Yep, looking forward to this partnership for sure. And much brighter sunshine now as the cloud breaks. Outside the stump, and as predicted, terrific shot, no messing, just slightly over pitch, little bit of air, waited and, well, smashed it through mid-off for a terrific boundary. What a way to get off the mark. Yeah,
cracking start. She gave that some oomph, as well as the direction and the timing. And of course, this pair now in and around the England women's squad. Plenty of excitement when they're together at the crease, and that was a great little start.
Yeah, start to an innings that you dream of, wasn't it? So Wellington, 1 ball remaining in this over. It's the 11th of the Storm innings. The 2 Diamond batters have been keen to show that they're happy to put the bad ball away. That one's outside the off stump. Maybe a bit of turn and possibly some bounce as well there through to the keeper. No run, and that is the end of another over. 57 for 2.
Yep, Bess Heath, BAM, the girls' caller, 22 years of age, and as well as keeping wicket, although not keeping wicket in this match, Lauren Winfield Hill is down as a keeper. She's played in 4 women's T20 internationals now, and a one-dayer as well as Bess. It's the Heath and the Bess, isn't it?
For the Kirkstall line, Lauren Filer.
And Lauren Filer coming into the attack, as you might have heard, at this Kirkstall lane end. Lauren missed out in the defeat at the weekend. Just trying to get her fields set for this one. 29 for 6, by the way, Blaze against the South East Stars. That is a real rout. And could be done before lunch, the way things are going on down there. Meanwhile, Lauren Filer seems happy enough with what her and Sophie Luff have conjured up as a field setting here. 23-year-old Bristolian, right arm over, and she's got a bit of pace. That first delivery was pushed into the onside there by Holly Armitage, and there's no run. A couple of women's test matches, 4 one-dayers and 2 T20 internationals for Lauren. She's taken 8 ODI wickets from those 4 matches, and 4 test wickets as well. And she comes again. That's straight, and if you miss, I'll hit, was the sort of premise of the delivery, and Holly Armitage playing that with respect. And into the offside, but Lauren has been in that England team in the early part of this year. Back to her most recent match. This was at Hamilton back on the 7th of April, none for 47 and 3 not out against the New Zealand women in that series that's just been played. Full length delivery this time, pushed out into the offside by Holly, and there is no run. So Holly Armitage on 12, Bess Heath on 4, 57 for 2, halfway through the 12th, and the brakes just applied slightly by Filer in this over. She turns, comes racing it again, just wide of off stump this time, and Holly gets over the top of that and cuts it into the deck. There is no run.
Really making Holly play, isn't she? No width, tight line and length.
Yeah, good first over this, good start. She'll want to maintain that consistency for these last 2 deliveries of the over. Comes in now then, and there you go, just drops it short and wide, and having had nothing to hit so far, Holly is not going to miss out there. Flat bats that really out through the covers, 2 runs. She's already on to 16, or is she on 14? She's on 14. The scoreboard operators are on it this morning. Well done, chaps. 59 for 2. And the final ball of the 12th over then. And another good delivery round about off stump. Would have bounced over the top, but Holly plays it into the offside. So end of the 12th over. 59 for 2. And Holly Armitage on 14. Bess Heath on 4. And the 2 wickets that have fallen. Stair Callis was bowled by Danielle Gibson for 6 when the score was on 14, and then Lauren Winfield Hill, who went really well for 32 off 33, bowled by a beauty from Gibson. The final ball of the 10th over, 50 for 2 at that stage. Bit of discussion between the girls in the middle, and we have an appearance from Madame President Jane Powell. So we'll get Jane on in a minute or two to have a chat with us. In fact, Graham's going to vacate now. And Amanda Jade Wellington then from the Howard stand end. Lovely shot by Bess Heath. It's going to be fielded out there in the deep, I think. Yep, got through the first line of defence, but a good diving stop out there has prevented him getting any more than 2. But Bess already looking ominous in terms of how she's striking the ball. Good morning, Jane Powell. How are we?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning to you too.
Great to see you, and thanks very much for coming up to see us.
It's easy when it's cold outside.
It's not that you like the sound of your own voice then?
No, not at all.
Bess Heath just pushing one into the offside, and there is no run. Have you been keeping then since we last saw you?
Yeah, okay, you know, just trying to keep everybody buoyant and everybody positive as we go around, you know. It's been...
Here's Wellington to Heath, who turns that one square on the leg side. Misfielded there at square leg by Chloe Skelton, and then the sweeper is round to field, Niamh Holland, and they get back for 2.
Yeah, good running there from Bess Heath. She ran that first one quick, which is what you always want your players to do, and turned and saw that there was the possibility of an easy 2. So great running there from Bess Heath.
Here comes Wellington again with her leg breaks and playing with the spin. Bess Heath just creates a bit of room outside off stump and has got that away through the covers for a single.
Might take Wellington a little while to get used to English wickets.
Yeah.
If she drops it short, then it's likely to go square of the wicket.
Might take her a little while to get used to single figure temperatures as well.
Yeah.
So Holly Armitage on strike, 2 left in the 13th. She steps back as well, also playing with the spin, but can't get it past that straight short extra cover. Still tight ring of fielders. Just that cover and mid-wicket sweeper on either side. Final ball of the over. And Amateur just hit that straight to mid-on, but she's been put down there. Lauren Filer has grasped the chance with Holly on, what was it, 14 at the time. So, they tell me that there's an exhibition.
There is.
Opening
so
in
there's
the long room.
Women's cricket exhibition being launched in the long room today, which is the members' room on general match days. And yeah, the team have done a great job trying to find as much women's cricket memorabilia from Yorkshire people as possible, and they're going to launch that at lunchtime. I'm going to go down to welcome them all and say well done to everybody at lunchtime. So fantastic. Yorkshire are really promoting women's cricket and really supporting them extremely well.
Great to hear. So we're going to see what some of your
Yes.
smelly old boots in there and things like that.
My England blazer, actually.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
With my
that's
extra pocket that
a bit
used
more
to be a
appropriate.
Yorkshire badge. So it used to double as my Yorkshire blazer and my England blazer. So
Here's Lauren Filer, short ball. Ooh, Bess Heath. Again, she's on that one pretty quickly and pulls it into her own foot,
yeah,
which could have
she's
been painful.
got quick hands, hasn't she, Bess Heath? She sort of punches at the ball quite a lot. And the other thing we're trying to do is get in contact with any ex-Yorkshire women's players, because we want to invite them to matches. So we're trying to get that as well. So
Okay, so if you are listening in, get in touch with the club. We've got a dot ball there.
Yeah, just send your information to the club. Just basically an email contact and a mobile phone if you've got one, and we'll get in touch and get in contact with you. I think there's something like 282 people have played for Yorkshire, of which 50 of them have played for 10 seasons or more, Yorkshire women, which is quite a record, really.
Yeah, Filer is in, edged this time. A firm cut shot played by Bess Heath, and she's got full value for that. She knows there's nobody in the slip cordon, so she can take that chance. Flashed hard, and it's flown away for 4. Certainly got a bit of pace, hasn't she, Lauren Filer?
She has. It's an interesting. I was thinking this to myself driving in. This is how sad I am. How much leeway we give young fast bowlers, but we would not give that same leeway to a young spinner. So a young fast bowler, as long as they're quick, can spray it around a bit, drop it short. But if a spinner comes in and does that, then we don't tend to.
No, they'll be off quicker, you mean? And yeah, and might not get back on.
And maybe we need to develop those spinners a little bit more in competition. Yeah.
Filer is in. Heath having a little flick at one wide of off stump. Good delivery. Interested the batter, and through then to Nat Wraith. No run. So, yeah, I mean, you captain the team.
Yes.
So you know how difficult that is if your spinner comes on and goes for a few. And the comments from the side will be, what's she doing keeping her on?
I was always keen to have at least 2 spinners in the teams I captain, because I think it's harder for the batter to have to put pace on the ball. When you've got a quick bowler like Filer here who's quick, if she sprays it a little bit, like Bess Heath flashed at one and it flew down, fine third man for 4 runs, it's harder to set a field for the quicker bowlers. Whereas with the spin bowlers, you'll need a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, a long on, so you can set the field better for your spinners, really, more orthodoxly.
Just had a dot ball, Heath falling over one almost, and then standing as tall as she can to push that one back down the pitch to complete the 14th over, with the Diamonds on 68 for 2. I nearly said Yorkshire 68 for 2 because I'm so used to saying it with the fellas games.
Yeah.
Which brings us to a difficult time
very
for all concerned.
Yeah, really difficult. I think we worked hard. We sent a 170 odd page document in as our application, so we certainly weren't complacent. We certainly didn't presume anything, and we worked hard to make sure that we presented the vision of where we're going. I think the hard thing for us is we've already put a lot of things in place.
Yep.
So we're probably one of the few counties that have already got women's pathway full-time coaches. We've had a partnership with Leeds Beckett for years.
Here's Wellington to Armitage, who struck that well, and been well fielded as well on the bounce to deny a run.
So we couldn't speak about we're going to put these things in place because we've already got them in place.
Yep.
So it's quite hard to, it's a hard decision to take, particularly with the history of Yorkshire women's cricket.
Wellington to bowl here to Holly Armitage, who's dragged that a little into the onside, but no harm done. You know, she's replayed the shot through extra cover. I know it's difficult for you in your position to say loads about it on a public forum, but I mean, you know, from my point of view as a BBC man, it looks like a nonsensical decision. You may want to agree or disagree with that. I'm sure we probably all know which way that would go. As good delivery from Wellington here, roundabout leg stump, and Holly Armitage is trying to just paddle sweep that and misses out.
I think my main concern is the duty of care to the players, really.
Yeah.
That's the main concern, and I think we owe it to them to be able to give them some answers and assure them.
Yeah, Armitage flicking this one to leg now. She's going to have to be quick getting down the other end, and she's managed to get home. Well run, you say, in the end, but there was an element of risk involved in that. Bess Heath was coming to the original danger end, leg by. So that run rate, well, it's still pretty healthy at 4.7. Just the brakes put on slightly, and here's a wicket. Bess Heath getting underneath that cut shot, and she's been caught at point. The simplest of catches, and she's gone for 13, 69 for 3, and that's a big disappointment.
Yeah, I think it's almost like the girls are playing too much T20 cricket these days, so they're almost feeling they've got to force it too early. There's still 35 overs left. You could just hang around and wait for it to really be in your hitting zone rather than trying to force it, and I think she's probably a victim of that. Poor girl didn't get much. Well, she didn't get any batting on Saturday because the Diamonds only lost 1 wicket, so she didn't get a chance to have a bat. And certainly with England, she didn't get as long a batting as she probably would want. So she just needs to get herself into the season, I think.
Yeah, so undercutting that to Molly Robbins, it was at point, who took the catch, and Amanda Jade Wellington with her first wicket. 13 from 14 deliveries and 2 fours included in that, and Erin Burns now makes her way out to the middle. So obviously the club put out a statement following last week's nonsensical decision, and I mean, what would be the plan from here? What can you tell us, if anything, about that?
Well, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes to see what does that mean to everybody. What does that mean to the club? What does it mean to the girls in particular? And the girls are paramount in this because they're our main concern. You know, we had some very distraught players that we've been supporting. I was amazed how well they played on Saturday because I had messages saying don't want to play.
Yep.
But, you know, fortunately they're professional enough to get on the pitch and play the game. And I think once they're playing cricket, then they're in their happy space, really. So we're looking at what are the ramifications of everything that's going on, and we'll see where we go from there, really.
Yeah, difficult time for all the girls concerned and others besides. And as you say, I mean, what a way to kind of answer that with a 9-wicket win last weekend.
I think one of the hard things was everybody finding out from the press.
Yeah.
You know, that was poor on all counts, really, because we were told that we would hear on Thursday, and Wednesday it was released in the press, and that's just not good practice.
No.
At any stage, let alone this day and age when it would be very easy to let people know.
So 15 overs in, 69 for 3. Holly Armitage on strike, facing Lauren Filer here. And she opens the face and pushes that one out to square on the offside. Through for a single. I don't know if you've been aware of the other scores around the ground. Have you seen?
Yeah.
Yes, I think there were 6 down.
6 down
Last time I saw.
Yeah.
8 down, 47 for 8, the Blaze.
That's not going to last very long, is it?
No.
And Sparks are 43 for 5.
I mean, the Blaze last year sort of carried all before them for long enough, didn't they?
Yeah,
During
they
the
did.
season, they were very difficult to beat.
Yeah.
Here comes Lauren Filer bowling to Erin Burns. That one down the leg side will inevitably be signalled as a wide by umpire Chris Watts. So the 3 to have gone so far: Stare Callis bowled Gibson for 6, Lauren Winfield Hill bowled Gibson for 32, and then Bess Heath just recently caught Robbins bowled Wellington for 13. Overcast here, and as we've all been saying, certainly a bit on the chilly side. Filer with again a pacey delivery, and it looks as though it was played bat onto thigh pad probably by Erin Burns.
She's a very useful addition, I would think, to this squad. Just her experience alone.
Yep.
Oh, you know, in the changing room as well as on the field.
Looking forward to seeing her bat. Give it a thump, apparently. Armitage on strike. Can also do that, but chooses the touch play here to turn that one down to long leg for another single. Yeah, a long way to go. I spoke to Paul Shaw, did a piece with Shawsey for the Cricketer a couple of months back, and he was all for playing red ball cricket, playing 2-day games. Really wanted to see that coming in, and of course he's held some very responsible positions in the women's game as Filer is in. That's cut nicely down to third man, and good diving stop. They're going to get back for 2 and leave it at that. And I think that'd be huge, wouldn't it? Really?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's lacking is in the girls coming through is their for some of them is their lack of cricket knowledge, and I think playing red ball cricket allows you a bit more time to think it through and a bit more time to think about your field placings and not just go standard, well, this is what I always have because this is what I've been told to have.
Yeah. Short ball here, nicely pulled by Burns. There is a sweeper out there in the deep, and they pick up 1.
I mean, apart from one miss-hit shot, I would argue, from Bess Heath, third man is usually not very well used in the women's game because we don't actually bowl that quick.
Yeah. So it's not racing away down there to cover that, but yeah.
So, you know, even field placings, have a think about it, you know, and think about where you would want your field, not just be told where to put your field.
Final ball of the 16th. Filer full toss, flicked away off her legs by Holly Armitage. In fact, literally flicked off the legs because he's going to signal a leg by here, is he? Oh no.
Thought he was going to.
Yeah, he did. He had the arm out. That's often the key, isn't it? And then they draw the leg up. So, end of the 16th over then. 77 for 3. It was a pretty good over. 8 runs coming from it. But I think other things that the red ball game would bring, much more focus on concentration and learning to play that longer game. That, you know, you've just been suggesting when Bess was out that they're so used to playing T20 cricket that they feel like they need, it's just automatic that they need to get themselves in and get on with it.
And also bowlers, you can give them 2 overs here, 1 over there. You know, in the red ball game, you can play around with your bowlers a little bit more because you're not restricted by 5 overs, 10 overs, whatever there is, you know, particularly spinners, because you want to give them a little bit more of a go. I mean, we've seen test matches where our spinners have bowled the bulk of the overs, haven't we?
Yeah. Holly Armitage then cutting a single, first ball of Wellington's latest over. Yeah, there could be plenty gained from playing it, and that could then, in a sense, be put back into white ball cricket as well, but it certainly would help maybe promote Test cricket more as
Yeah,
well.
and maybe, you know, as we're going into more professional setting, maybe that's something that, if it's not an organised competition, it might be a friendly fixtures that various franchises will set up.
Good delivery from Wellington there. Passes the outside edge of Erin Burns' bat. And Burns dropping this one into the leg side this time. There's no run. What would you do, I mean, in terms of a format for a red ball game, if you're going to make it look different to what's already out there with a 20 over and 50 over, say 75 over innings, something like that, as she steps back here and cuts for a single.
I obviously am so old I didn't play white ball cricket as such, although I did play 50 over, 60 overs.
What did you play in terms of?
So we played, Test matches was the thing that we were playing, but in club cricket we played declaration cricket.
Right.
So basically you start at 11 o'clock and you finish 20 overs at 5 o'clock.
Ooh, now then.
Bit of a mishap on there, but it was misfielded, so they got away with it.
Yeah, a bit of indecision between Holly and Erin, and Holly was halfway down. If that had been taken cleanly, she might have been struggling. So, and then Test matches. What was were you limited on overs in Test matches, or was it just?
No, just pure declaration, or get them out.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, in fact, I kept wicket for one whole day in a Test match, 100 overs. So no wonder my knees are shot now.
One day? Come on.
Yeah. 100 overs in one day. No, I did the whole Test match as wicketkeeper, but that one day I'll never forget, you know, going up and down for 100 overs.
That was the dot off the final ball of the over. 80 for 3 then, the score now after 17, so just 3 coming
but
from that
going
one.
back, you know, start at 11, 20 overs from 5 o'clock, and it was up to the team who batted first to declare when they thought they could still give you a competitive score to chase, but they still had time to get you out. So, and that in itself is real sort of, you have to think about it.
Yeah.
Because you have to, in your mind, work out, well, how many overs roughly, if we give them and they score at 4 and over or whatever.
Yeah, Filer in for the first ball of her latest over from this Kirkstall lane end. Holly Armitage playing into the offside, no run. Yeah, so it's just a case of sort of layering up knowledge, isn't it, really? And also just helping to develop other skills that, you know, maybe not fully allowed to come out playing with a white ball and in compressed.
Well, the other contributory factor when I was growing up was cricket was on BBC.
Yes.
That was the big thing.
Well, it is right now.
Yes.
Here's Filer, and it's an attempted Yorker, a good one as well, and well dug out by Holly Armitage. But no, I know what you're saying.
So whenever there was any cricket on, it was on in our house. Yep. So Dad would be talking cricket to brother and to the pair of us, Jill and I. So we learned cricket through watching it on the TV and by talking about cricket, whereas most young girls probably don't get to see cricket very often anymore.
Here's Filer again, but just slides one down the leg side, signalled wide by Chris Watts.
It obviously works because Jill's listening and watching in Australia. So.
Hiya, Jill.
She was very keen to know what time we started and was it fine? Was the weather fine? I said it is, but it's cold.
I think she's got the best of the deal down there as Filer is in, and that's played up to mid-on by Holly Armitage, no run. So what will it be there, time-wise?
Well, she started watching at 5:30 at night, so 6:30, 6:45 in the evening.
Late night, a glass of something, no doubt.
She says yes, it's 6:45.
6:45. I love the immediate response from across.
According to my watch.
Across the miles. Filer's latest delivery, another dot turned into the leg side by Holly Armitage. So for anybody who's just joined us in the last 10 minutes or so after this delivery, you can refresh our memories on the exhibition. It looks like there's a few people probably already going to be taking that in, because you can see people over there behind the glass in the long room. That's a nice shot by Holly Armitage again. Lauren Filer just straying a little bit leg stumpish, been picked off for a single. So
in the long room today, in the break between innings, there's a women's cricket memorabilia launch. So the museum have put together as much as they can find from women's cricket over the past 50, 60 years. So it should be great. You know, Yorkshire are very keen to make sure that everybody knows that they had a women's team as well as a men's team. And incidentally, Yorkshire women won the county championship in 1988, and then between 1992 and 2005 they've won it 16 times. You know, it was a formidable team back then.
The sort of team that you'd want in a Tier 1 competition, really, I would have thought, Jane.
Yes.
End of the over, by the way. That was a dot to complete it. 82 for the loss of 3 wickets after 18, so plenty of time left here to build a substantial score. Holly Armitage on strike is on 20. Amanda Jade Wellington going to continue with her leg spin from the Howard stand end. Floats this one up. Holly's eyes might have lit up, but she played that sensibly along the deck to long on for 1. That tendency in where the ball goes above the eye line.
Yeah, but there's still 31 overs left, so you know, Holly's doing the right thing by just playing it along the ground.
That brings Erin Burns onto strike. Oh, she's gone. I think she's probably just missed the cut, as it were, with that one. Either that or chopped it onto her stumps. Difficult to tell because it was obscured slightly by Nat Wraith, the Storm wicketkeeper. But either way, Erin Burns has gone for 5 and the Diamonds are 83 for 4. Nice bowler, hasn't it? Straight through.
I think it was just a straight one.
Yep.
Let's see better from this end. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too close to her body to cut, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's not managed to make enough room for it, so that's the end of Erin Burns. 5 off 10 deliveries. And 83 for 4, and that brings Leah Dobson out to the middle.
Batting number 6 for Northern Diamonds, Leah Dobson.
Jane's just going to leave us for the moment. Are you back at any point? Do pop back. Bring a cup of tea when you do as well. It's all right when you got the president running around after, isn't it? Thanks very much, Jane. 83 for 4. So, as I say, that was the end of Erin Burns. It didn't. Graham, I know you've been watching from the back of the box, didn't really get going, did she, there?
She didn't, did she? No, she didn't, JD. Absolutely right. There's always something going on, isn't there, when there's a leg spinner bowling? I don't know what about that dismissal there. It's just deceived in length. It didn't really seem short enough to cut, did it? But anyway. Ooh, another good one as well. Outside the off stump this time, and the turn was there for all to see, just turning and beating the outside edge. And the Diamonds are really now in the middle of perhaps their stickiest period of the game. That's short and wide outside the off stump this time, and that's going to be just pushed away through extra cover with a cross bat. It was short and wide, as I say, and Dobson picks up a couple. And the score moving on by 2. So not one of her better deliveries, that one, but such is the life and times of a leg spinner. That one's pitched around about leg stump, pushed out onto the leg side just behind square, and Leah Dobson plays that one just behind square leg out onto the offside, and no run. Wellington then just about to complete her 5th over, 2 for 18, so figures looking really tidy, aren't they? Well, that is not the best looking shot of the day from Leah, I've got to say. It was a wideish one, There was a bit of flight. Well, she threw everything at it, didn't she? And sadly didn't make a connection.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful. She's only just gone in. Plenty of time left to play herself in. And yeah, a bit of an impetuous looking flash at that one, but she's got away with it, and hopefully Holly Armitage will be out there saying just take your time, just chill, play yourself in. Got 31 overs remaining here, and you wouldn't want to continue to lose wickets at this stage. There's a good 200 plus on the board, 250 if we can bat through this entire 50 overs. So Lauren Filer is going to continue for her 5th over. At Wellington, by the way, 2 for 18 from 5 overs and 1 maiden. Filer yet to take a wicket. She's trying to do something about that now with this delivery to Holly Armitage, who pings it square on the leg side. There is a fielder out at deep backward square. Alex Griffiths returns that for the concession of 1. Like we have a touring party entering the arena. Down to our left, a bunch of school children with lots of fluorescent yellow jackets on.
It's really good to see.
Filer is in, it's wide of off stump, and Leah Dobson this time sensibly just watching that one go by. I was down at Lord's for the men's game over the weekend, and I think it was the first day, Friday. There was a couple of classes full of school kids away to the right, chanting, as you know, stuff that you don't normally hear at county championship games. Give it a bit of atmosphere, because there was a dearth of spectators. Filer is in, good delivery, which nips in on Leah Dobson, who can't play it. Wraps her on the thigh pad and runs down to 3rd man for a single.
It is brilliant to see the school children coming in, isn't it? It's something that you quite often see abroad, isn't it? Watching cricket abroad, you know, in the Caribbean, or you know, South Africa, Australia, and you'll see, you know, classes of school children sat there during the day watching the cricket. Warmer temperatures than these, of course, for them.
Filer in again, it's full. Nicely played by Holly Armitage, but she can't get it past straight mid wicket.
She gets it through at a pretty good pace, Filer, doesn't she?
She does. And she's bowled up fairly tidily here, I think you'd have to say, in the main. She hasn't got a wicket as a reward for her efforts so far. Comes in once again, wide of off stump. Nicely played by Holly Armitage out to the sweeper at cover. So she'll pick up 1 run. Bit nippy, asks Neil Allison, and correct answer to that is yes, very much so. Mighty Mariners says, morning all, hoping for a Diamonds win. Will there be a live stream from Scarborough a week today? Yes, I believe there will. Certainly be live BBC ball by ball commentary from both Graham and myself at Scarborough next week, as this latest Filer delivery is flicked off the legs by Leah Dobson, and it will be a leg by. Mighty Mariners also keeping us up to date with what's going on in that other match. One in particular we've been focusing on because it just looks like such a rout and an unusual score for a team such as the Blaze, who were a very good side last year, but they are 58 for 9, so that ain't going to last too long, shouldn't imagine, against the South East Stars. And just a quick look at the scorecard. Yeah, only one player, Teresa Graves, in double figures for the Blaze, and Rihanna McDonald-Gay 5 for 19, 2 wickets apiece for Phoebe Franklin and Alice Davidson-Richards. Sorry, Graham, I've stolen your thunder there because it was a dot ball first up.
Yeah, no, that's a shock in the making there by the sounds of things. A big one as well, as Wellington comes in. And that's in the air, and that is caught at mid-wicket. A really well-held catch low down, and it's Holland who's taken the catch. Neve Holland out on the edge, and Leah Dobson, well, fell into the trap really earlier in her innings there. She played and missed at one in the previous over, actually outside off stump, but this time she couldn't resist and hit the ball in the air out towards mid wicket, and that, you have to say, is a really, really good catch, because it was in the air as you would expect for a while, and Holland got there but took it low down in front, and then a bit of a tumble after taking the catch and holding on. But you have to say that that will be a bitter disappointment for the Diamonds to lose another wicket, and the leg spinner then for the Storm strikes again, and well, disappointing shot, great catch.
It was a disappointing shot, really, wasn't it? Because, well, as I was just saying, when she had a flash at one earlier on, lots of time out there. They're now 5 down and running out of batters here. Phoebe Turner has just gone in, but wasn't needed at that time from Leah. Picks out the one fielder out there in the deep, and you've got to say, good field setting, good bowling, and an absolutely brilliant catch.
Yeah, well done to Niamh Holland with the catch there. So Wellington comes in again, enjoying the conditions here, finding a bit of turn, and just with that flight deceiving some of the Diamonds batsmen, and is proving at times hard to resist as she comes in again with this right arm leg spin. The Australian clipped though behind square by Phoebe Turner, the new batsman, and they go through 4-2. So a nice way to get off the mark there. Fielding done by Chloe Skelton for the Storm as Wellington comes in again. Good delivery, well pitched up, and pushed back out into the offside by Phoebe Turner. This is the 6th over for Wellington, 3 for 20 so far. I wouldn't be surprised to see her bowling through here. She comes in again. That one just hits the pad. Ball pitching outside leg stump, picked up, underarm throw through to the keeper, and that is the end of what has been another really productive over for the Storm, I have to say. And Wellington, with 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 20, is proving to be the star of the show for the away team so far, with the Diamonds reduced now to 91 for 5. So a lot of importance, a lot of emphasis on Holly Armitage now. She's still there on 23 not out, seen some of the wickets fall at the other end, and her knowledge and her experience coming very much to the fore now, and very much needed to guide the Diamonds through to what will hopefully be a winnable target.
Yeah, Lauren Filer looks as though she's been given a breather, and Chloe Skelton is coming on from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. And again, just trying to get that field in place. Deep backward square is being moved further backward. There's a sweeper out at cover. We've got a point, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, straight mid wicket, and a square leg. As this first delivery, off spin, tossed up there, and has been struck well by Holly Armitage over the top of the infield. 4 from the moment it left the bat. She's on to 27, 95 for 5. Speaking of 5, Central Sparks 69 for 5 in their match against the Southern Vipers, who put them into bat down at Wormsley. Thunder 108 for 2. Nearly approaching the halfway stage in that match against Sunrisers, who stuck them in at Old Trafford. The Blaze are still clinging on to an innings, 62 for 9 in the 22nd over against the Stars. And Holly Armitage has pinged that one past the diving square leg, who is Lauren Filer, and picked up 4 more. This time Skelton just dropping that one far too short, and Holly Armitage giving it the treatment it deserved.
Maybe just as well that Filer didn't get hand to that dodgy. It was hit really well, really powerful, really strong, was a good effort to get something on it, but raced away for 4.
Here she comes again, and that's a better delivery. Floated up there, but landed the outside off stump, and with the turn, Holly Armitage getting inside it and playing it out there into the offside to Danny Gibson. Umpire Chris Watts calling the latest a dead ball. So 99 for 5 halfway through the 22nd. Short ball here again, and that's going to be, oh no, I thought it was going to be 4 more. That's a really good diving stop out there, coming round towards long on. It was Alex Griffiths who got down low to save what would have been a 3rd boundary of the over. Well struck by Holly Armitage, who's now 33 and 100 up for the Northern Diamonds.
Showing no mercy on these short balls, Holly, in this over, that is for sure.
Short again, and once more well struck by Holly Armitage. Lauren Filer can't reel it in cleanly at square leg, and Sweeper does that job. Single to Holly takes her to 34, 102 for 5. As we're bang on 12 noon here in LS6. Phoebe Turner just taking guard to face her first Skelton delivery, which is going to be the final ball of the over. Right arm over the wicket again, just a little bit on the short side, and she's managed to pull that one out into the deep on the onside for a single. So 103 for 5 after 22.
Well, they'd put the brakes on, hadn't they? The Storm with that with the wickets that fell, but they've relinquished some of the momentum, you feel, with a difficult first over for Skelton. Her first over going for 12, and the Diamonds now 103 for 5. I mentioned Holly Armitage showing absolutely no mercy to the short ball. It made it a really difficult over for Skelton. Armitage now on to 34, but now she has to face the spin, the leg spin of the Australian Wellington. We've got spin at both ends, and that is pushed out onto the offside, and they go through for a single this time. Phoebe Turner picking up her 4th run, and Wellington quickly back onto a mark, comes in past the umpire now, bit of turn again. Armitage is forward, and as I say, 3 for 21 from 6.2 so far, Wellington, so not a bowler to be messed with. And it's a matter of probably just trying to just pick up 1s and 2s, not necessarily the big shots off the Aussie leg spinner. Keep some wickets intact, as we saw from the last over from Skelton. Runs are available elsewhere, so the Diamonds can afford to take real care against the leg spinner. That one's well pitched up though. It's Holly Armitage who just squeezes that one out through mid-wicket, and they go through for a single, which brings Phoebe Turner back down to the striker's end again. Over number 23 this one. Run rate 4.63, so that's good, going well enough, and such a long time left in the innings. Not even halfway through yet, but 5 wickets are already down. Here comes Wellington again. Again, it's a flatter delivery. Not seen much evidence of variation in the spin, I have to say. Much of it has just gone straight on with the arm, or has been a genuine leg spinner. Here she comes again, a bit more flight this time. Turner pushes that out onto the leg side. They're through for a quick single just in front of square, and that is a good way to play the leggy, I think. Take those 1s, take those 2s if they're available, but keep those wickets in hand and try and pick up runs at the other end. And that is the end of over number 23, so 27 still remaining, and the Diamonds move on to 106 for 5. round 2 of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. This one, of course, the Diamonds having won round 1 at the weekend on Saturday, looking to back that up today and make it 2 from 2, which would represent a really terrific start to 2024 for the Diamonds. It's going to be Skelton who will come in from the Kirkstall Lane end. The off spinner, it's short again, it's hit in the air this time by Phoebe Turner. It's upish. She didn't get hold of that, and perhaps a good job that she didn't, actually, in all fairness, because the ball bounced in front of the fielder fielding on the fence at mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. A bit fortuitous, that. It was in the air, it was catchable height, but it wasn't timed, so it fell short. Here's Skelton again, bowling to Armitage this time, and Holly just pushes that one up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So a little bit of a let-off there for Phoebe Turner in a way, but she picks up another single. Skelton in her second over. Holly again, so quick onto the short ball, and another terrific pull shot through the leg side, so quickly onto the length. And also, it's all about placement as well, isn't it? Because she has found the gap wide of the Storm fielder there on the fence, who is Alex Griffiths. She managed to just manoeuvre that to the left of Griffiths on the edge, and again it races across the outfield for 4 more, right out of the middle of the bat. The ball sounding really good coming out of Holly's bat at the moment. Here comes Skelton again. Again, it's a little bit short. Or certainly Holly made it into a short ball, rocking back onto the back foot, and again firmly pushing that one up towards long on, and they go through for another single, taking the score to 112 for 5. Holly already then on to 40 at the moment, as Skelton with her off spin comes in again and beats the outside edge of Phoebe Turner's bat. She's just in that little corridor of uncertainty there, Skelton, and Phoebe couldn't resist just a bit of a push outside the off stump at that one. It goes through to the keeper. Next ball is shorter in length, and a bit of turn coming out of the pitch there for Skelton, and you have to say her second over was an improvement. It was better than the first. 2 overs, none for 18 for Chloe Skelton for the Storm, and that is the end of the over. 24 overs gone then, and the Diamonds 112 for 5. Armitage not out 40, Phoebe Turner not out 6. Armitage has faced 51 balls for her 40 runs, been out in the middle now for 81 minutes. 5 boundaries, and those 5 boundaries generally have been really well struck, you have to say. And this is an important partnership, as the Diamonds just look to rebuild a little here now at the moment then. And it's another over of leg spin from the Howard stand end. That's a little bit shorter, and it's pulled by Holly, but they've got a fielder, the Storm, in short at wide-ish mid-on, and it's picked up cleanly there. Back to the bowler already. Bit more flight this time, and that's hit in the air by Holly this time, and well, it was close to that fielder that I was talking about at that wide-ish mid-on position, but she's just got it wide and away for 2. Not quite timed as well as she has been doing so far in this innings, but nonetheless she goes for 2. As Wellington comes in again, 3 for 25, her figures. That's outside off stump. That's hit in the air over the top of where cover would have been. There's a fielder on the cover boundary, and they go through for 1. So again, just a couple there from Holly. That's not as cleanly struck as we've seen so far in this, what is proving to be an excellent innings so far, but they all count, and the total moves on to 115. Here's Wellington again. Phoebe Turner pushes that up towards mid-on, and that fielder who was on the boundary up at long on for Holly when Holly Armitage is facing is now in saving a single, so there's no run on this occasion. Really watchful Phoebe Turner, which is really good against Wellington. Just 1 ball remaining of Wellington's 8th over now. And we will be at the halfway point of this Diamonds in it, so still such a long way to go, and a chance probably or possibly or hopefully for Holly Armitage to build herself a really good score here as Wellington comes in to bowl to Turner. Turner allows that one to pitch and turn. It's wide outside the off stump and sensibly allowing that one to go through to the keeper. So that brings us up to the halfway point then, with the Diamonds on 115 for 5, Holly Armitage on 43. Who's the happier of the two teams at the halfway point then?
Difficult to say. I think because I think the Diamonds will be happy with the runs they've scored at this point, and we're hoping to more than double that in the second half. Had they had more wickets in the 10, Holly Armitage clearly playing really well here, and she just needs a couple of people to stay with her if she can stay in. And still 200 plus. I think it's going to take some knocking off, isn't it? If we're realistic about it. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it'll take a bit of doing. So that's the key. But I mean, so you could be looking from here at, sort of 140 all out or 200 plus. It just depends how well they play themselves and how well they're allowed to play. Because I think there's been some really good bowling at times. Definitely Amanda Jade Wellington, you can tell the quality that she's got with her 3 for 26. I thought Lauren Filer bowled well. The opening pair didn't do a bad job either. Obviously Chloe Skelton at the moment has proved the weakest link with 2 overs for 18, but that's not to say she can't get it right and come back as well. But the Blaze, by the way, have staged a late rally. They're 71 now for 9, so still going in that match against the South East Stars, and I don't think any of us probably thought they'd be going in the 70s. 50 odd for 9 at one stage. Elsewhere, the Sparks are struggling a bit as well. They're 84 for 6, and that's after 29 overs against the Vipers, the holders. Thunder, 122 for 2, are going quite nicely, thank you, against the Sunrisers. And those are the other 3 matches taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. They're just taking a drinks break, and as I brought Graham a cup of tea in, I brought one for myself. I think we'll just take one for a minute or two as well, have a couple of sips of that. We'll be right back with you folks when they resume playing. Welcome back then. Players about to resume, and Alex Griffiths is going to be a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end, replacing Chloe Skelton, for whom things just didn't work out in those first couple of overs. And Holly Armitage, well, she's got the scent of another half century here, 7 runs shy of it, ably supported so far by Phoebe Turner. Still to come for the Diamonds. Sophia Turner, we think, will be next in. Abby Glenn, Lizzie Scott, and Katie Levick, our very own Lev, who doubles up as Northern Diamonds superstar with the ball, and also a BBC commentator on occasions. We'll have her on again in the non too distant future, I think, juggling playing commitments with microphone commitments. So Griffiths from this Kirkstall Lane end, right arm over the wicket, first ball with a bit of drift as much as anything in towards Holly Armitage, and she's struck that nicely enough up to long on for 1. So I wonder what both teams have been discussing during that 5-minute or so break at the midpoint.
Yeah, well, it feels as for the Diamonds, it just feels as if it's a case of, you know, when Wellington's bowling, just pick up 1s and 2s, be really careful and cautious.
Yeah, Griffiths in again, that's pushed up to mid-off this time.
She's bowled 8, so she's only got 2 to go, so you could even afford to play out 2 maidens, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, without question. I think just make sure you don't lose any more wickets, and I think the key, I don't know what they've said obviously because we've both been up here, but you would like to think they've been saying let's just make sure we bat the full 50 first and foremost, and we'll get what we get. Griffiths in again, and just getting underneath this one slightly this time is Phoebe Turner. No harm done, but she's just checking the bottom of her bat, and it did sound a little bit woody.
And I guess that part of the thinking as well, JD, will be surely let's just bat around Holly, you know, and support Holly. Let's just, you know, push 1s and 2s at the other end and stick with her.
Yeah. Nicely played this time by Turner, but unfortunately for her, straight to the square cover out there. And fired back in. 2 to come in this 26th over. Griffiths getting through it pretty quickly and has gone for just the 1 from it so far. So a promising start to the second half for the Storm. Can she complete the over in good style? Again, a little bit of in-swing towards Turner, who's got it away backward of square leg. She wants a second run here and is going to win the race to beat the throw-in. So 2 to Phoebe, 8 to her now. Partnership worth 29 for this 6 wickets so far. She'll return the strike then. And in she comes. Final ball of the over is just pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Looks as though Matt Milnes of the Yorkshire men's team is doing some running with their S&C Harry Booker around the boundary edge down the east side of the ground. Matt missed that defeat at Lord's over the weekend. So 118 for 5 after 26, and it looks as though Wellington, and why wouldn't she, is going to continue.
Yeah, well, it's been a great exhibition of leg spin bowling from Wellington, and she will start over number 9, bowling at Holly Armitage. So this is going to be a really interesting battle now between these two, as Holly just gets on the back foot really and just pushes that up towards extra cover. There's no run. I'm sure the Storm are thinking if we can get Holly's wicket here, that game is really on as far as the Storm are concerned. It'd be a really prized wicket, this one now, as far as they're concerned. Holly, great drive, straight back up the pitch, all along the ground, but brilliantly fielded by Wellington, one-handed, low down to her right. That was as good an on-drive as you'll see, close to the stumps at the Howard stand end. Great battle going on here now. Wellington's in again. Holly really watchful, pushes that out into the offside, and that it feels is the way to play Wellington now. Just push, try and find the gaps, get those singles, and a great running between the wickets. Phoebe Turner was so quickly off the mark there, down to the danger end, and Holly picks up another single, edging closer to that half century. Wellington's in again. That will hit the pad of Phoebe Turner, pitching just outside or maybe on the leg stump. Outside, I think, and there's no run. 2 balls remaining. Just be happy, Phoebe, just to keep pushing her back, will she? I She plays a beautiful looking off drive. There's no run. A bit more flight in that one, slightly more over pitched. And there is no run. 119 for 5, the Diamonds. Wellington to bowl the last ball of her penultimate over. A gasp from the bowler out in the middle as that one beat the bat outside the off stump. As Turner was looking to get that away on the offside, it just beats the edge and goes through to the keeper. And there is no run. It's probably wide enough just to have left it alone, in all fairness, but nonetheless, there is no consequences of any severity there, and that is the end of the over. So what a spell Wellington's bowled. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27. She's been the real danger bowler, that's for sure, so far. And 27 overs gone then. 119 for 5, the Diamonds.
Yeah, and we've got a stoppage here. Looks as though Holly Armitage is an issue. Two of the girls have come out to try and help out with. Phoebe Turner, incidentally, says that Lauren Winfield Hill has had the biggest impact on her game. This from the Cricketers Who's Who. It's been amazing to have a teammate who's played at the highest level, and she's helped me a lot with the mental side of batting, she says.
Such a big part to it, isn't it? You know, the mental side. You know, all the great players have all had terrific coaching, lots of it, from great coaches, and, you know, become great players. But often what differentiates the great players is their mental approach to the game, isn't it? Doing the right things at the right time.
Yeah. Says the silliest outfit she's ever worn is a turtle costume in Leeds.
Okay.
I've seen sillier outfits than a turtle costume in Leeds.
I have.
Probably one or two that we can't mention, Graham, but yeah, it does sound fairly silly, that, Phoebe.
Sounds like the Otley Run, doesn't it?
It does sound like the Otley Run, yeah. 2 sore heads after those.
Yeah.
Not sure what has happened here with Holly. We've got the camera trained on the Storm players. So I'll try and give you a description of what I can see.
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it? I tend to think that, you know, with stoppages like this, that it's probably painkillers or something like that, but it looks to be a little bit more than that. Umpire now coming along to just have a look to see how things are developing. Well, this is not a great time for a break or a distraction for Holly. She's overcome the drinks break, and now she's just having to deal with a little bit of adversity here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything serious enough that she's going to leave the field.
No, she's looks like she's going to carry on to whatever it was. Received a bit of treatment, a bit of assistance. The helmet and the gloves are going back on.
The umpire Chris Watts goes along and just picks up Holly's bat. Amazing how everybody picks up bats and looks at them, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah,
just
we've
test the
all
weight
done that.
and the back lift. And
yeah, imagine you're going to score some runs with it and then realise that when you actually pick one up for real, you're probably not.
It's an easy game batting without a ball coming at you, isn't it?
Yeah, looks good in the mirror.
It certainly does.
So it's we're going to continue this match with the 28th over then to be bowled here by Griffiths, whose first delivery to Holly Armitage is just dragged back into the leg side. She was trying to push it through the off.
Great to see Holly break through into the England setup during the winter as well. That will have given her so much confidence and belief.
Yeah, and she waits then as Griffiths comes in again, floats another one up there, and that's struck firmly down to long on. And there is single.
I heard an interview, I think it was last week, with Holly talking about her England appearance, and her debut came about as a result of her coming onto the field as a concussion substitute in the third T20 game.
Well, then, yeah, here's Phoebe Turner getting underneath one, but fortunately for her, she's split the gap between two fielders square on the offside, and they're not quick enough to be able to pull that one in. So 4 to Phoebe Turner takes her to 12, 124 for 5.
A bit uppish, wasn't it, JD?
It was. Just going to have to be a little bit careful and that doesn't go to hand. That would have been a fairly comfortable catch. It wasn't hit with any great pace or power. Halfway through the 28th then, Griffiths in. That's a much better shot by Phoebe Turner, and his 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Just dropping a little bit short of the Griffiths on this occasion. And Phoebe right over the top of that and crunched it away through the covers for 4. 16 to her, 128 for 5, and the partnership now worth 39.
Developing really nicely, this partnership between these two, and the Storm's 5th bowler option has been an issue for them so far.
Yeah, here's Griffiths again, nicely played, just pushed out into the offside. No run.
Griffiths has gone for 12 from 1.5, and Chloe Skelton was expensive from her 2 overs as well. So
yeah, 18 off 2 for her.
Off 2.
So 30 off almost 4 overs from the 5th bowler option. Cobbling those 2 together. Final ball is better, it's full, pushed into the onside and is a dot. So 128 for 5 after 28 overs, and having picked up just the 1 the over before. 9 from that one, and you've got your 5 and over, haven't you, across the 2 overs. So 22 overs remaining. Phoebe Turner on 16. Holly Armitage approaching a half century. She's got a few of those in her time. 131 not out against the Western Storm at Taunton 2 years ago. On the way to winning this trophy is her all-time best. Holly describes herself as enthusiastic, driven and funny. Well, I might be speaking to her after this game tonight with the runs on the board, so we'll see if she can tell us a joke.
And that one's in the air again, up towards mid-off from Holly Armitage, and it bounces, I think, just in front or just to the side of the Storm fielder there at the edge of the circle, and she picks up a couple. They threw quickly for the second run. And this is Wellington's final over, the leg spinner. So taking a bit of a chance there, because there's a relatively shortish, straightish mid-off as well that she could have easily found there. So just 5 balls to finish off this spell from Wellington. Holly, much more in behind that, head down, pushing it out onto the onside. Holly on 48. 130 for 5, so the total just starting to develop really nicely now. 29th over. Wellington comes in again. Flatter delivery, slightly over pitched, driven, only 1. And well, Armitage won't mind too much about that. 2 more or 3 more? 3 more deliveries is it to finish off this spell. Driven again, she drives the ball down the ground so well, and there's a big right boot being stuck out there by the Storm, and they go through for a single. But yeah, so strong down the ground. Holly drives it brilliantly. Quickly through the overs here, the Storm. Phoebe just balloons out onto the onside slightly as she plays a forcing shot with maybe just a touch of bottom hand there. 1 bounce to the fielder, no run. 1 ball of this Wellington spell to survive then. Here's Phoebe again in behind it. That will do very nicely. And that is the end. Well, it's been a brilliant spell, I've got to say. from Wellington. Really enjoyed watching that spell of leg spin. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. And she's been a big reason why the Diamonds have been pegged back in this innings so far. And that will be a big relief to Holly and Phoebe that Wellington's now completed that spell. 131 for 5, 29 gone.
Yeah. Super stuff from Amanda Jade Wellington. There you go. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30, an economy rate of bang on 3. And when they've been going up 5 in this match, showing all that experience and quality that she possesses. So we're going to have, we're not going to have Griffiths bowling from this end just for the moment. Alex Griffiths, she was running in, but then not quite sure that Holly Armitage was ready. So here comes Alex Griffiths. So she rolls a wrist over that one with an off cutter, and the single struck by Holly Armitage takes her to a half century, and a very well deserved one too. It's been an assured performance out there in the middle from the skipper, 26 years of age now. And although she's got a way to go to be eclipsing that highest score of 131, she has really set the platform for what may well be a good score from the Diamonds. And Phoebe Turner joining in on the act as well. She's been, well, she's had a little element of luck on her side at times in this early part of her innings, with that little chip through between 2 fields in the previous Griffiths over. That was a short ball and she dealt with it really well, smashed it away through straight mid wicket for 4. So she's 20 now, 136 for 5. Griffiths in again, and Phoebe Turner just dropping this into the offside quite sensibly. 47 this partnership is now worth, and that shouldn't be underestimated. Holly, by the way, 50 from 65 balls. She's been out there for an hour and 3/4 and has hit 5 fours. Captain's knock. But she's watching on here as Phoebe Turner is on strike. It's a lovely shot, a very good piece of fielding on the Hessian matting, diving to her right there. That was Katie Jones, who looks like she's out there as a substitute fielder for the Storm, and she certainly saved 3 on that occasion because it was well struck by Phoebe Turner, who's on to 21. 137 for 5, still 2 to come in the 30th. Another handsome looking drive. That's a beautiful shot by Holly Armitage, just waited, it was floated up by Alex Griffiths and just stroked away by Holly Armitage. That is the shot of a player in super form. She's on 54 now, 141 for 5, 10 off the over so far, and still a ball to come.
Seeing it well, seeing it really well, and that was all about timing. Beautiful, beautiful drive there through extra cover.
And then patted back the final ball of the over, and a dot ball. So 30 now complete. Seems they got through those 5 since the break. Lickety split, 10 off the over, 141 for 5. And just in those 5 overs, Graham, 115 for 5 to 141. 20 odd runs scored, no further wickets have fallen. It starts to feel like it's, at the moment at least, turning the Diamonds' way. Still got to set a fair few more than this though, but they'll be encouraged by the way they've managed to take things on since the halfway point.
Yep, the balance of the game is swinging the Diamonds' way at the moment, and it looks a lot more rosy, a lot more encouraging than it did at Drinks, and we said then the game could swing either way at that point. And they've had, as you say, they've had a great run since that Drinks break halfway through the innings. So it looks as though we're going to see a change at the Howard Stand end. We had to see a change, of course, because Amanda Jade Wellington had completed her 10 overs from that end, and we're seeing Sophia Smale, I think now, who will bowl. So is this bowler number 6? Let's
7, I think.
7, is it? Yeah.
Because the 5th bowler has kind of been 2 already, hasn't it? With with both Alex Griffiths and Chloe Skelton having a go at this end.
So a bit of left arm spin for the Storm with Sophia Smale then, and comes in to bowl to Phoebe Turner, and she's just happy to clip that one away through mid-wicket for 1. So the field starting to retreat, you feel, at the moment then. For the left arm spinner, we've got 2 out on the leg side, we've got 3 out including long on the boundary, and just 1 in the infield on the leg side, saving 1. So some wide open spaces on the leg side. We've got 4 on the off, saving 1 in the circle. Oh, and that's edged away by Holly down towards third man. Well, a touch of good fortune there, but nonetheless the gap was there and she found it. 4 more to Holly, on to 58, and the runs are starting to flow.
Yeah, I think she's a smart player, and she knows that if there is any width, she can have a bit of a flash at it there, and there is no slip to take the catch, and so she benefited from that.
Left arm round the wicket, a bit flatter that one. Oh, middled up towards extra cover. There's a misfield. Well, that would be unkind actually on the Storm fielder there, because that was a really good stop, as Holly just middled that one up towards extra cover, saving probably a boundary, and they go through for just 1 more. 147 for 5. Again, it's left arm round from Smale, and Phoebe Turner is happy to push that one back up the pitch. Decent start for Smale so far, with the left arm stuff really bowling to this packed offside field at the moment. Slightly over pitch, but it's straight into that ring of 5 on the offside. Any piercing of that infield will be a boundary, and just as I speak, there's a Storm fielder going back onto the cover boundary now. Smale comes in again, really coolly and calmly and confidently on the back foot. Phoebe Turner there, pushing that out onto the offside. Sign of a batter whose confidence is growing as the innings progresses, for sure. Picking the length, getting on the back foot against the spinner, and that is the end of another over. 147 for 5. Great partnership developing here.
Yep, 6 off the over. Unfortunate, you'd have to say, Smale with the boundary, but they're all there to be scored. So 59, Holly Armitage is going to be on strike here. It looks as though Alex Griffiths is going to continue. She has been getting the ball to shape in towards the right-hander. So far, she's going up more than 7 and over. 3 overs for 22. And a couple of colleagues round for a chat, and she's just had Danielle Gibson racing over to maybe impart a bit more advice. And she comes then, wide of off stump again. There's that cutter in towards the right-hander. Holly Armitage playing it out into the offside, no run. Well, we talked about the Blaze being blown away. They've recovered to 95 for 9, so they've got a little bit of something on the board, and Central Sparks haven't got that much more. 105 for 7 they are against the Vipers. Thunder 168 for 2 against the Sunrisers in those 3 games taking place elsewhere. As Griffith's latest delivery is better, and Holly Armitage turning it into the leg side, no run. And Stair Callis, you mentioned, Graham, she's off after this match to take part in the Women's T20 World Cup qualifiers out in Abu Dhabi. Well, the Netherlands women's team that she's going to be representing, they have won a warm-up game against the Thailand women by 3 wickets, knocking off 115. In fact, no, I apologise, they haven't. They've tied, I should say, as Armitage drives that into the offside. It's a lovely shot once again. 2 fielders converging on it, can't get there. Struck it well, timed it well. Yeah, so Netherlands women and Thailand women have tied 115 apiece in their 20 over contest there. Let's get it right, JD. And Netherlands won it after a 1 over eliminator, apparently. So a bit of optimism. Stair on her way out to Abu Dhabi. Holly Armitage just walking away there as Griffiths was coming into bowl. Not happy with something. I think there was maybe some fielding change going on during the bowler's run-up. And she's in again. And with the field set back now with a sweeper at cover, she's just dropped that into the offside. Good, sensible cricket. And picks up another single. 150 came up with the boundary. 152 for 5 now.
Yeah, I think Stair was in a difficult position, wasn't she? Because she didn't want to miss any Diamonds games, but in the end came up with what seemed like a suitable compromise to miss the Netherlands warm-up games but get there for the competition in full. Yeah.
Griffiths is in, and Phoebe Turner gets beaten past the outside edge there. A delivery that couldn't be taken cleanly by Nat Wraith behind the stumps, but it'll go down in the history of cricket as a dot.
The Diamonds have got Catherine Fraser and Rachel Slater who are away at the moment, haven't they? In the same warm-up phase of that tournament.
Yeah,
with Scotland.
Scotland side, yeah. Short ball here pulled by Phoebe Turner, and that's going to have too much power for the fielders to cut off. And so 4 more. Another productive over for the Diamonds. Turner moving on to 26. The partnership now worth 67 for this 6th wicket. This is a very, very good riposte after the Diamonds were 89 for 5 at the point Leah Dobson was dismissed just before 12 o'clock. 46 minutes later. And 12 overs, 11 overs and 4 balls later, they've got up to 156 for 5. So that run rate just creeping back up towards 5. And all set fair now for the final sort of third or so of the innings. Not quite a third, just over it.
And Phoebe Turner proving to be more than a good support act for Holly. She's started to take the game to the storm herself at the moment then, as Smale starts with a left arm spin round the wicket and firmly struck up towards mid-off by Holly Armitage as well. She's on 64 now, and she had that short break earlier receiving some attention, and that doesn't seem to have affected her in any way. She's forward again, great running between the wickets. That is so nicely done, just pushed out onto the offside, and they were so quick off the mark. Great understanding between the two of them in the middle, and they scamper through for a quick single. Well done, Holly. So Phoebe waits, cuts that one through the offside, and that will race away across the practice strips, and that will be 4 more across towards the Western Terrace. And we were talking in the previous over from Smale about she's got this tight ring of fielders saving one, 5 of them in fact on the offside, and if it were to beat one of them it'd race away for 4, and exactly what we've seen there. And now there's a change in the field, and the fielder stays back on the fence. Terrific shot from Phoebe Turner, who suddenly from nowhere is on 30. Fine shot again it was, back on the back foot. This time she plays out onto the leg side up towards mid-wicket for 1. Getting through the over pretty quickly here with her left arm round the wicket. Turner confidently now just starting to pick her slot, pick her position, pick her moment. Phoebe Turner pushes that one out towards extra cover, knowing that the fielder there is right back pinned on the edge of the circle, and they go through for a comfortable 1. 162 for 5. Armitage 65 now faces, and doesn't she strike the ball absolutely beautifully through the offside, Holly Armitage. That is some shot. We've seen it numerous times today, and a sign of a really class player, because it wasn't about force and power necessarily again. It was all about timing and, yeah, finding the gap brilliantly. She's done it so often, and she moves on to 69. And the partnership absolutely rattling on now to 77.
I mentioned that's top score a couple of times, 1-3-1. Ample time to be getting up close to that, the way she's playing. Long way to go yet, of course. Another 60 odd runs, but you wouldn't be putting that beyond her capabilities here. 69 then to Holly Armitage, as Graham mentioned. Phoebe Turner on 31, and her confidence will be soaring as well. I mean, just going back through her scores, opportunities to bat have been limited. So going right back to the 1st of May last year, almost a calendar year, her scores have been 13, 8, 4, 2, 0, 2 not out, 9 and 0 not out. She didn't get a chance to bat at the weekend, of course, up at Chester Street. So this score will do her confidence no harm whatsoever. And although I did mention she rode her luck just a little earlier in the piece, she's played some much more assured shots now. Change of bowling, and we have the return of Danny Gibson at the Kirkstall Lane end. 5 overs, 2 for 25 earlier on in the piece, and bowled out both Stair Callis and Lauren Winfield Hill. Her first delivery there to Phoebe Turner was short of length, and was a bit of a short arm jab from Phoebe through the leg side. 1 run.
Yeah, Phoebe's one of the younger players who came into the Diamond side, isn't she, during 2023, which felt like a bit of a transition season in a way, but it blooded some of the younger players, and hopefully the likes of Phoebe are going to be better for that experience last season.
Yeah, just 20 years of age. Holly Armitage on strike here, and she struck that clean again. There's a sweeper out there on the boundary, and it races out there towards her, and so much so, she timed it so well that she's only able to get 1 run. So 70 now to the Diamond skipper. 168 for 5. And Phoebe Turner back on strike. She's gone underneath this one. There is a fielder out there at deep backward square, and it's been taken. And that is the end of Phoebe Turner for 32. As I say, that sort of innings will do her confidence no harm whatsoever. She's disappointed that she's given it away at that stage, and clearly you would be. She just didn't quite time it as well as she liked. We've got the benefit of a replay for those who are watching the pictures, and it was the right sort of shot to play. She just didn't quite get it fine enough, nor have quite the power to take it over the boundary. And a very comfortable catch out there by Sophia Smale at deep backward square leg.
Yeah, she just helped it on its way, but sadly for her, straight to the fielder out there, about 5, 6, 7 yards in from the edge. But a good knock, and it's helped to swing the game the way of the Diamonds, that partnership and that innings from Phoebe Turner. And as long as Holly Armitage remains out there in the middle, then there is a real strong possibility of the Diamonds posting at least a 200 plus total on the board here in this first innings. But it was a well-timed shot, but not well-timed enough, and get enough on it to take it all the way for 6. And again, another well-taken catch low down on the edge. We've seen, I think that's the second like that we've seen so far during this game today. So yeah, disappointed Phoebe not to take it on to a bigger score than she eventually made, but I think you're right, Dodgy. I think she'll take great confidence from a contribution with the bat today for sure. So
halfway through the 34th over, and the return of Danny Gibson brought her a 3rd wicket, so good change of bowling by Sophie Luff, Storm skipper. That's first delivery for Sophia Turner, pushed out into the offside, and there's no run now. Sophia, again, limited in terms of experience. Previous scores 1 and 4 not out. And, hasn't seen stacks of action as she stands tall and plays this out into the leg side. And again, there's no run, so want to come in the 34th. Diamonds, well, they're posting something reasonable, I think you'd say, at this stage. Anything north of 200, you'd say it's been a pretty good day at the office. And once more, They're just needing somebody to really stay with Holly Armitage here as Turner punches that one back. Final ball of the over, and there is no run. 168 for 6. So just the 2 runs from the over and a wicket taken. That's a real good return for Gibson. 3 for 27 from 6 overs for her, and both she and Amanda Jade Wellington in particular having a pretty big influence on things as far as the Storm are concerned.
Yep, as you alluded to there, Doigi, it was a good bowling change, picking up a wicket in her first over back, second spell, and now Holly will probably just be having a word with herself here to say, still what, 16 overs remaining, and Holly is 70 not out. She just seems to be holding her back a little bit there. She's just gone down the track to do some gardening. Just seemed to be holding her back a little bit as she walked down the pitch there, but she's back in her stance now and will wait again for the left arm spin around the wicket from Smale, and that's pushed out into the offside. Didn't really get an obvious view of what the attention from the physio that Holly needed a few overs ago. Hopefully might be able to clarify that later on, we'll see, but she pushes that out onto the offside. No obvious signs of any difficulties injury wise at the moment, as Smale again comes round the umpire, round the wicket. Holly tries to just pull that one through mid-wicket. She's down on one knee there, trying to pull that one through the leg side. I don't know if that one might have just kept a little bit low. Goes through, hits her on the pad, and there's no run. This time she's forward and pushes that out onto the leg side. Oh, it's really well timed. They've gone through for one. They're coming scampering back for a second. Great cricket from the Diamonds there. Holly not forcing that one through the leg side, just a gentle nudge into that gap between the infield and the boundary riders out there in that vacant area, and able to come back for 2. She goes on to 72 and the score up to 170. That one is short. Holly will pull that one, but there's a fielder out there on the edge now at mid-wicket, and it's just a single, but right out of the meat of the bat, that one. 171 for 6. Over number 35 this. 1 ball remaining of this Smale over. And well, she's done well to put the brakes on at a time where the Storm were starting to just lose control, a touch of the game. That one's outside the line of the off stump. I think Turner just had a little nibble at that with the bat, and it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, she just tried to lay her bat on it and run it down to third man, but missed out. It's not an easy shot to play. I know I found quite a lot of shots difficult to play when I was playing the game, Graham, but that was one of them where you get a bit too close to your body and it's hard to follow the ball quite. So when I watch players who are able to do that really well, I've got a lot of admiration for them. So although it doesn't seem like that difficult a shot to execute, it's not that easy.
You watch the likes of Joe Root playing it at the very highest level, and
Harry Brook.
Played
that's their outshot, isn't it? It's just that sort of. When I say that, I mean it's the shot to keep the scoreboard ticking. It's just let's run it down there and move things on. So Gibson continuing bowling here to Holly Armitage, who's once again exploited a gap in the offside, and she wants a 2 here. Ooh, now then, there was just a bit of indecision from Sophia Turner, and in the end they've decided, I think quite sensibly, to settle on 1. Sophia Turner, by the way, 21 yesterday, so belated happy birthday to you, Sophia. She'll be hoping, if she comes up with a contribution of something like 21 here, then she'll have done a good job, as the Diamonds are 172 for 6. 1 ball into the 36th over. Turner pushing out into the offside. Now, nobody seemed to know what number she was before the off, but I think we can see quite clearly she's number 48. Well, I say quite clearly, actually. They're massive numbers, but I think part of the blue on blue on the back makes them not stand out that much on some of the backs of the players, as Gibson is in again, and that's flicked into the leg side by Turner, and there's no run. Oh, we've got Ruth, another Turner, bringing us a cup of tea as requested. That's very kind of you, Ruth. Thank you very much. That'll keep us going for a bit longer. As Gibson's in again. Oh, good delivery. That's a very good delivery, and also very well played by Sophia Turner as well. She had to watch that all the way on. She's got a run for it just by jabbing the bat down, and it ran away into sort of a leg gully region. So she's got a single. 173 for 6, and a couple to come in this over. All cups of tea warmly appreciated here in the commentary box, I would say. Gibson is in. That's turned into the leg side by Holly Armitage, and again she's sniffing out the singles if she can't get the boundaries, and she's quickly onto that. Intelligent cricket. 75 now to her, 174 for 6. What a massive contribution the captain has made to the Diamonds cause here. Final ball of the 36th. Gibson in, tosses this one up, full toss in fact, and Sophia Turner might look back on that and think, I could have popped that somewhere for a single. Yeah, she's probably got that body language about her as she hit it straight to mid-off, but we've all done it. End of the over, 36 gone, 174 for 6.
Yeah, she'll probably feel as though she missed out there, but part of the job for her, with still so many overs remaining, 14 remaining, 174 on the board, part of her job is just to really just stick around with Holly for as long as she can now. And still batting to come, of course, though. Abby Glenn, Lizzie Scott, Katie Levick still to come. But it's so important that for as long as they can, at the other end from Holly, the Diamonds players stick around and hang around and occupy the crease while Holly continues to build this score. Another over begins then from the Howard stand end. Another over of left arm spin round the wicket. Oh, they think about coming back for a second, but one is enough on this occasion. And Holly showing what a class player she is, isn't she? Just manoeuvring the ball around the ground into the gaps now. It's not all about boundaries, is it? Ones and as well, don't they? Doing a great job with that. One more to Holly, 76, not out. Looks and sounds really good.
Well, ones are easier for you to add on to the score as well, aren't they, as well?
Yeah, indeed. Another aeroplane makes its way towards Leeds Bradford Airport. Thankfully, dry day at Headingley today.
Somebody will know where that's come from. Hopefully the pilot.
Oh, and that's down the pitch there. Turner just coming down, using her feet over the top of extra cover. There will be two. Well, you've got to admire her for having the confidence to come down and using her feet. It was lofted, it was in the air, and she just got enough on it to get it over the infield and pick up 2.
Yeah, unconvincing, wasn't it? She didn't time it as well as she might.
Smale comes in again. That one is just dropped a little bit shorter in length. She saw Turner coming. Turner's coming down the pitch again there. It is a 4 and an 8 on her back, isn't it? 48.
Yeah.
For Sophia Turner. So left arm spinner coming from round the back of the umpire, round the wicket. And it's a reverse. Well, it's a reverse sweep from Sophia Turner to what looked like a pretty straight ball, I think I have to say. And it looked like the sort of delivery that just needed to go straight back up towards the bowler. And she decided to play that reverse sweep, struck on the pad, and the umpire at the far end had not much hesitation in raising the finger, and sadly Sophia Turner has gone. LBW to Smale for 3.
Yeah. Not sure it was an absolute clear-cut, nailed-on certainty of an LBW. It might have been hitting leg stump, but yeah, injudicious shot, wasn't it? She tried it, having only faced 11, maybe just needed a little bit more time before trying to play that. And again, they've got to try and bat the 50 overs. There's still loads of time left, but they've only got the 3 wickets. So, while you'd encourage a bit of enterprise, you've also, this is back to what we were talking about with Jane a little bit earlier in terms of that cricket knowledge, cricket nous, isn't it? 13 overs is a lot of time. How many deliveries is that? Your maths is better than mine. You can have the ones onto the twos. I reckon that's 100 and no, sorry, that's 60. 80 deliveries. 80 deliveries. Yeah.
You've got an O-level in maths, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago. So 80 deliveries is a long time, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, it really is. So we've got Abby Glenn at the crease now, and yeah, listening to some of the girls on an interview, as I mentioned last week, and one of the things they were talking about was some of the work that they'd done during the winter, some of the development work, and it was about, they were talking about how important it is to do some of the things that they've worked on, but do them at the right time. So there's been evidence maybe a couple of times today when a couple of shots that have been played have not been quite at the right time. But Abby Glenn gets away with that. It's squeezed away out onto the leg side. They go through for a single. And the key thing, the important thing, and the big thing for the Diamonds in terms of the outcome of this game is that Holly Armitage is standing tall out there at the moment on 76 not out. And we've still got 13 overs to go, as Doidge was pointing out, 178 for 7. But they've put the brake on again, the Storm, here slightly.
Yeah. Superb knock so far by Holly. Well, so far, whether or not it stops now, it's still a superb knock in the context of the game, because it's given her team a pretty good chance, but she would love to see this through to the end if somebody can stay with her. Abby Glenn, we're down to number 9 here. She is on strike on 1. And in comes Lauren Filer, who's back into the attack. That's a lovely shot by Abby Glenn first up. Just a bit too full from Lauren Filer, who's rubbing the hands together to keep them warm as she makes her way back to her mark. And Glenn, straight among the boundaries with that one, pinged it through straight mid-wicket. 182 for 7 now.
Don't recall the number 9 batters coming out and clipping balls through the leg side so early in their innings back in our day, George, do you?
No, definitely not. Filer is in. Oh, now then, that's a good response. Just outside off stump, and she's got Abby playing inside the line on that.
Yeah, good ball, wasn't it? Great comeback.
So Filer turns, and that's full, and Glenn does well to jab the bat down. She's got it away down to third man for 1. That'll do. Don't forget, if you are around the ground and happen to be listening or watching the stream, then today sees the launch of a special women's cricket exhibition across in the long room, the east stand side of the ground. That's during the interval 1:45 till 2:30 that you're able to visit. Possible, or made possible, due to the partnership between the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation, the official charity and community arm of the club, and the University of Huddersfield. Lauren Filer bowling to Holly Armitage here, who drops that into the offside but can't get through for a single. We heard President Jane Powell, of course, formerly of England and the Yorkies, proudly announcing that earlier on. We're going to be able to see her blazer over there, which is a far preferable alternative to my suggestion that she might have thrown in a couple of pairs of old smelly cricket boots or something like that, as Armitage drags this one back straight to Lauren Filer, just on her on the shot a little bit too soon. She's got plenty of time, hasn't she? Lauren Filer, very much the quickest bowler on display so far. And Holly still has got the time, like good players have, to get into position early. Full toss this time. And taking no chances. Holly just eases that one up to mid-off and is content with a dot. So still 72 deliveries remain. That's a bit easier, the maths. 6 12s, 12 overs. It's a lot of time in a game of cricket still. 183 for 7, and if they can stay together out there, there's still a big scoring prospect here. But that is the key, sticking together out there in the middle.
Yeah, it was just interesting to hear about Jane's blazer, wasn't it? Because she talked about it, if I heard her right, she talked about it doubling up as a Yorkshire and an England blazer. So I'd be interested to know how that worked with the badge on the blazer pocket.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that smacks of the way the women's game was in those days, and that no funding, so you've got to do something like that.
Smale comes in round the wicket again with that left arm spin. Glenn's forward.
You can't imagine the fellas, can you, turning up playing here and then taking the Yorkshire badge off and going off to play for England, you know. David Bairstow, Geoffrey Boycott, players like that.
Absolutely not. Ooh, Glenn's round the wicket again, and Abby there looks to try and just pull that away through the leg side. Wasn't quite there for it. Hits her on the pad, but safe enough. It was pitching outside leg stump. That one's a bit shorter. Tries to do the same. Can't quite get on that. Just playing with that cross bat, trying to pull it through mid-wicket. And hits her on the pad again. It stays at 183 for 7 as Smale comes in. On the back foot this time. Straight back up the pitch, up towards that extra cover area where it's fielded. There's Danny Gibson prowling around in there for the Storm. A quick word between the two batters maybe. A bit of gardening being done out there in the middle as well. And Abby Glenn is now down and waiting. That one is short, and that one's pulled away, and my goodness me, that's nearly hit the umpire at square leg. I think he has done Chris Watts really well there to take evasive action. He needed to get that left foot out of the way, and almost in Strictly Come Dancing style, really, he managed to take avoidance at the last second. Well done, yeah. Chris. It was hit really well. This one's outside the off stump. They went through for 1, by the way, so Holly Armitage back on strike.
Don't know what your Saturday nights are like
in
the winter.
Yeah, watching rather than performing.
So 184 for 7 at the end of 39. So 184 for 7. Glenn is going to be on strike here. Abby Glenn on 6. And Holly Armitage on 76. As I say, there's a prospect of a 100 in sight, but she's just got to concentrate on playing each ball on merit. She doesn't need me or anybody else, I'm sure, to tell her that. And she's very likely to get there if she doesn't run out of partners, or well, it takes one good delivery, doesn't it? So that prospect ahead, but 184 for 7, and the immediate prospect is at Lauren Filer, who's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, none for 22. He's going to come in here and bowl to Abby Glenn. Oof, she's tried to bowl an adaptation of some sort there, and she's running back in probably a bit of embarrassment there, but it didn't come out of the hand right, well wide, and still only get 1 run, doesn't matter how wide it goes. In fact, no ball, Chris Watts is now calling. And so that will be free hit territory. So it could be more costly now. Two on the scoreboard. So Abby Glenn waits, and she's got a full delivery from Lauren Filer. Picks up the 1, well fielded out there square on the leg side to keep them to 1. It was struck pretty firmly by Abby, so 6 to her, 7 to her it should be, I think, once the score clicks on. 187.47. Filer turns and makes her way in again then, and that is flicked on the leg side in a similar position by Holly Armitage, who picks up 1. All the 7s out there at the moment then. 77 for Armitage, 7 for Glenn, 187 for 7. And the last wicket falling at 177 for 7. Magnificent. Lauren Filer making her way in. Bowling here to Abby Glenn, who gets a good ball shaping in towards her and pushes it out to mid-on. There's no run. Did have an email in as well earlier, yeah, I did, from Martin Bloomfield. Morning to you, Martin, or afternoon now. It appears to have disappeared. That is very strange. As Filer fires one down the leg side, and there is no run. Not quite sure where it went. I definitely didn't consciously delete it, so I'm not sure if there's something dicky going on with my emails, but definitely one popped up from Martin earlier on with regard to the Diamonds. And now then, playing across the line here, Abby Glenn. She's got a leading edge on it, and it's looped up on its way down to third man. Fielded there, and 1 run is the result. So 2 left in the 40th. They've added 5 in this over so far, including both the no ball and the free hit, which went for just the 1. Full toss this time, pinged away backward of square leg by Holly Armitage, but just the single again, with the sweepers out in a few directions, and 1 to come. And then we're 40 overs into this 50 over innings, and the Diamonds having a healthy score on the board here, 190 for 7. Abby Glenn waits, another full toss from Lauren Filer, and she's got it away through backward point. There should be 2, but they've had to stick on 1. So end of the over, Abby Glenn on 9, the Diamonds 191 for 7. 7 runs coming from the 40th over.
So 10 overs remaining, and well, if they go at steady 4 and over for the last 10, they're up to 230. So that would be quite a score of some significance, I would have said, and the Storm would find it difficult chasing that down. So they don't really need to change a great deal at the moment, and whilst Holly Armitage remains at the crease, there's every chance that that could happen. 78 from 91 balls, 9 fours for Holly at the moment, and she's been really well supported by Abby Glenn, who's on 9 from 14. It's Abby who's on strike now then. That one's short, it's gone in the air. Will it be safe? Oh, will it be caught? It's put down at mid-wicket. Oh, and the Storm will be disappointed there. Difficult to see who put that one down, and well, it's certainly a chance gone, that is for sure. And it was just ballooned up in the air off the top of the bat, off the edge, and well, chance gone begging there, that is for sure. It was Sophie Luff, I think, who put the catch down in the end, and the Diamonds on the next delivery pull that one away towards mid-wicket for a single. So a let-off for Abby Glenn for sure there, and that one is given plenty of flight outside the off stump from Sophia Smale, the left arm spinner for the Storm, who gets that one right up towards the popping crease, and there's no run. This one's a bit shorter outside the off stump. It's just guided into the covers by Glenn this time, and it's fielded out there by Alex Griffiths, and there's no run. But Abby Glenn certainly having a big let-off in this over. Can she make the Storm pay? This time it's outside the off stump, and it's edged down towards third man. They're through for one, they're through for two. Here comes the throw. They'll settle for two on this occasion. Two more runs to the score is good. Two more to Abby Glenn's total. She goes on to 12. 195 for 7. One ball remaining of the 41st over. Round the wicket, Smale comes again, pushed out into the offside, and happy just to steer that one out towards point where there's no run this time. But that is the end, as I say, of the 41st over then, and the Diamonds continue to strengthen their position on the game at 195 for 7 with 9 overs remaining. Armitage continues steadily but surely on 79 from 92 deliveries, and as I say, she's held this innings together really expertly so far. It's been a real joy to watch, and it looks like we're going to see a change in the bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end, and as you probably heard there, it's going to be Molly Robbins coming back into the attack for the Storm. Right arm medium pace, open the bowling, 5 overs, no mains, none for 25 in that first spell. So what the Storm will desperately be looking for is to try and pick up the wicket of Holly Armitage now. She's on strike, Holly. That's driven up towards mid-off again, something that she has done expertly and brilliantly for the most part in this inning so far. As we've mentioned numerous times today, play down the ground has been a joy to watch, and but that one went straight to the fielder, no run. Wellington the fielder on this occasion. Robbins is in, it's hit down the ground again, not quite as well timed as we've seen so far, but it's up towards long on, and they go through for another single. So Holly up into the 80s, 80 not out then. What an innings this has been so far. It really, as I mentioned earlier, has held the Diamonds innings together so well, and at the moment she's been really well supported in the middle there by Abby Glenn. This partnership up to 19. Abby's actually got 12 of them so far, and it's Robbins again coming into bowl to Abby Glenn. That's down the leg side though. It's a wide signalled by umpire Chris Watts as well, and they're through for 1 and 2 and 3 byes. I think they've gone through for there in the end, or 3 wide. Oh, it's gone for 4 in fact. It's gone for 4. So
yeah, very honest I think by the fielder, who decided that I think she touched the rope when she had either touched it back or it ran onto the rope.
Brilliant sportsmanship, because she's out there in the open spaces, to say the least, isn't she? With the Diamonds capitalising there with another 4, and that brought up the 200, of course, for the Diamonds. 201 for 7, and they pick up another single. So the ones are coming, and the odd boundaries are coming as well. 202 for 7 now in the 42nd over, and this is already starting to look and feel like a score that the Storm will have a severe job to overcome. It's down the leg side again, the keeper's standing up. Holly had given herself some room outside the off stump, and again it goes through for 4 wides down the leg side. Well, she's of reasonable pace, isn't she, Molly Robbins? And the keeper's standing up. it was down the leg side, didn't give the keeper much of a chance at all, particularly with Holly moving across the stumps and trying to sweep that away down the leg side, obscuring the view of the wicket keeper there. But another 4 wides. My goodness me, the extras are mounting up now. Firmly driven back up towards long on by Holly this time, and she's found that middle of that bat so often, so regularly during this innings, and it's been an innings of tremendous patience and great stroke play, and she managed the situation, the state of the game, really, really well so far. Hopefully more to come. This time Glenn waits. This time that's over pitched outside off stump. Well, the bowler Robbins has corrected the line this time and got it outside the off stump, but as you could hear there, bat on ball for Abby Glenn through that vacant area, through the covers. Fielder on the not quite on the fence, about 5 yards in, and they go through for another comfortable single. But great cricket this from the Diamonds, you have to say. As Abby Glenn waits again for Robbins. Right arm over past the umpire. Little bit shorter in length. Abby Glenn picks up on that length as well quickly. Pulls it through the leg side for a single. Well, Molly Robbins will be disappointed with that over. 2 lots of 4 wides in it. And with 8 overs remaining, this total continues to build. And the Diamonds have moved on to 210 for 7.
Yeah, most productive over of the innings so far. 15 from it. Holly now on to 82. And bang on 5 and over. It's going to take some eclipsing this by the Storm. But they have 11 players with which to attempt it. And who knows? Cricket's a funny game. 114 all out of the weekend, but we'll see how they go here. 126 all out the Blaze, so that was a pretty good recovery from the state that they were in at one stage. 58, I think it was, for 9, didn't I say?
Yeah.
So more than doubled their score with the final wicket partnership. Central Sparks 172 for 9 at the innings break against the Vipers, so they've set something pretty reasonable as well, having lost a load of wickets early on. And Holly Armitage advancing towards 100 here. 86 she has now with that 4 that she's just pulled down through long leg, with Sophia Smale just straying a little bit too straight at the Northern Diamonds captain. Here she comes again, left arm round the wicket once more, about leg stump, just a little bit too leg stumpish, and flicked that way by Holly, who's now on to 87. 215 for 7. And this is a tremendous second half of the innings. 89 for 5 at one stage, the Diamonds. Holly, of course, coming in at number 3. So she's been out there since a quarter to 11. The last ball of the 4th over when she walked out to bat, as Abby Glenn pushes a single into the offside this time. And while she's been out there, she's lost Lauren Winfield Hill for 32, Bess Heath for 13, Erin Burns for 5, Leah Dobson for 2, and both the Turners, Phoebe for 32 and Sophia for 3. And here she is, ploughing on. Not quite a lone furrow, but taking on the bulk of it on her own. She's smashed that one along the deck, but unfortunately for her, they've got a packed offside field. And she's feeling that is Danielle Gibson, who is in at kind of second extra cover, really, wide mid-off. Armitage getting this one away a little bit squarer through the covers for 1, I should say, this time. Getting carried away with the boundaries. So 88 to her, 217 for 7, and 1 left in the 43rd here. And Abby Glenn steps back and pulls that through mid-wicket for another single. So 218 for 7, 8 runs from that over. And the run rate now on the healthy side of 5. And still time remaining for them to open those shoulders even more, Graham. Holly Armitage 88, and Abby Glenn, well, she's done a great job here for the 8th wicket partnership, which is now standing at 41. She's got 16.
Yeah, and when you look at the scorecard, it was that period of the innings when Amanda Jade Wellington was bowling, wasn't it, the leg spinner who bowled a brilliant 10 over spell, 3 for 30, where the brakes were put on this Northern Diamonds lineup, and some wickets fell as well. But since she completed her spell, although the Diamonds have lost 1 or 2 wickets, they have continued to charge on and continued to build and develop this total even further.
By the way, if Holly does manage to make it to 3 figures, she won't be the first person today, because Katie Mack has got exactly 100 before being stumped for the Thunder in their game against the Sunrisers. Thunder 247 for 4 in the 46th over there.
So Danny Gibson comes in from the Kirksall Lane end. Danny or Danielle, did we decide? Either or.
I think so.
Either or. And that is a wide ball outside the off stump. So additional runs to the total. Abby Glenn. Well, this is a really useful innings from Abby, isn't it? 16 from 23 balls. Strikes the ball well, it's misfielded. An extra cover, but there's no run.
Yeah, and it's not really about how many she scores, is it? I don't think. Yeah, clearly you want a contribution from her, but she doesn't have to be seen to be smashing the ball to all parts here, as long as she's out there and picking up what she can and letting Holly take the predominance of the strike if possible.
Gibson again. Oh, and Abby does really well to steer that one down towards the third man area. It's brilliantly fielded as the 2 fielders giving chase. The first one there just flips it back and the throw comes in, but they're able to go through for more runs, and 3 runs in fact they went through for there. So Abby Glenn's total, it continues to grow, and her impact on the game and the Diamonds total is growing all the time. It's Holly Armitage on strike now though, and she plays that up towards mid-off. She almost looks disappointed with that, doesn't she? She didn't get a run straight to the fielder, but it's how she plays them, it's the timing of the ball, and probably a dismay and disappointment that she didn't find the gap there, I think. She's done that so often today. Gibson comes in again then. Again it's in that half volley area outside off stump. She finds the fielder again. This time it was the fielder who's more extra cover than at mid-off. So she's altered the position of the drive a little bit more towards the cover area, but finds the fielder again. They've actually got the extra cover fielders fairly straight. So they've got 2 fielders right on the edge of the circle. And that one's pitched up and it's gone straight through Holly this time. So a little bit of good fortune there maybe. It's gone through fine for a bye this time. Fielded at short fine leg. Holly couldn't get anything on that ball, so maybe just some movement off the pitch. She's hardly put her foot wrong, Holly, I don't think. I can remember one drive over the top of the bowler that was fairly close, but not much more than that. As Glenn again times it, and she's timing the ball better and better the longer she stays in at the crease. She's what you see so often, of course. But she's starting to capitalise now. Abby Glenn already on to 20. Partnership already on to 47 between these two. And the Diamonds up to 224 for 7.
Yep, 6 off that over. In that other match, I was speculating as to how many had been scored by the Blaze last pair. 77, so from 49 for 9. Grace Ballinger, who was the last person out for 25, and Kirsty Gordon, who went in at number 9, made 41 not out. 77 for the last wicket. I mean, 49 for 9. Who knows? That might get him across the line. No, so cracking shot by Abby Glenn, who's lofted that over mid-on, who'd been brought up inside the circle. Good use of feet there. And Sophia Smale going for another boundary. And that is the 50 partnership from 51 partnership, in fact, now from 50 balls. 12 of them contributed by Holly Armitage and 24 by Abby Glenn. So she is the leading partner in this facet of the game. And Holly, that's just taken a bit of pressure off her, I guess. She's able to continue out there. So 35 deliveries left in this Diamonds innings, and Abby Glenn punches that one pretty firmly, and Smale is having to rub the left kneecap or maybe shin as it deflected off her, and they've got a single.
Yeah, I think the sight was obscured there by Holly Armitage, wasn't it, as the ball was driven up towards to the right hand side of the bowler.
So 229 for 7. Holly Armitage on strike to face Smale, and she's got right over the top of this in exemplary fashion with the sweep. Fielded out there in the deep by Chloe Skelton. 1 run. 230 for 7. So much more healthy than 89 for 5 was. And of course, the thing that picked things up for the Diamonds was that stand between Holly Armitage and Phoebe Turner, as Abby Glenn cuts one there to point and make that a 79 run partnership for the 6th wicket, which really was needed at the time. And Abby Glenn stepping back cuts this one out into the covers and will pick up another single. 26 to her. 231 for 7. 1 to come in the 45th. Cut-off time 1:45, and they should get those 5 overs in fairly comfortably as Holly Armitage smashes one straight down the ground. 1 bounce and 4 runs. A full toss from Smale, who finishes that over with 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47 against her name. And Holly Armitage moves into the 90s. 93 to her. 235 for 7, and 5 overs remaining.
Well, I think in fairness it was asking for it. JD, full toss, nicely flighted, but Holly still had to put that away, and she put it away brilliantly well. We've talked such a lot today about how her play down the ground is exemplary, really, and despite the fact she's probably seen it like a football out there now, she's been at the crease for such a long time, she still had the wherewithal to keep her head down and hit it straight down the ground for 1 bounce. Terrific shot, it really was. 235 for 7. Well, what a total this is turning out to be, with Holly on 93, Abby Glenn on 26. Abby, one of these younger players that came into the team in 2023, making a presence felt here today as she faces the start of the next over. Played through the leg side. They've gone through for 1. Did they think about 2? They did think, but decided quite rightly that there was only 1 in it, and they settle for a single, which brings Holly back on strike on 93. Gibson, the bowler, 3 for 36, so she's had a good day with the ball. Danny Gibson so far, right arm, medium pace, just slightly straying in line there onto that leg stump, and Holly's not going to miss out there, and as she has done so often in this innings, finds the middle of the bat again. The field is widespread on the leg side, as you would imagine now, 3 on the fence, and she picks up just a single, but they're almost picking up the ones at will now, the 2 Diamonds players. Another great shot through the leg side by Glenn. She's starting to see the ball really, really well. Pulls that one off, not far off middle stump, and goes through for another single. 28 to Glenn. Holly Armitage on 94, and she now waits as Gibson comes in. Full toss, hit back and well fielded with the one-handed stop by the bowler on this occasion. That was probably hit just a little bit lower down than middle on the bat. Not quite timed, hit it into the ground. And the, as I say, the one-handed stop from Danny Gibson. Holly waits again. Built this innings to perfection. Streaky inside edge though there this time. And just down, it could have easily gone for 4. Just a yard or so either side of that fielder in the circle at fine leg, and it would have been. But Holly, all importantly, with 1 ball remaining of this 46th over, is still there, and very much the thorn in the side of the Storm, that is for sure. Today she clips one through onto the leg side again across the practice wickets. They go through for 1 more. 46 overs have been completed. Holly Armitage now approaching the century, just 5 away, and the Diamonds continue to make hay, really. 239 for 7 now.
Yep, 4 coming from the over and 4 overs remaining then. Another drink being taken out into the middle. Not sure there's going to be much in the way of instruction needed at this point in time. 239. Big score. And well, they'll be pretty confident of taking it above the 250 mark now with 24 deliveries remaining. Could be a crushing score on the board, and we said, didn't we, ages ago when Leah Dobson was out with 20 overs gone, 5 down, they just need to make sure they bat the 50 or as long as they can. Well, they're not quite all the way yet, but they're a good way of the way. Smale into Holly Armitage, good delivery. There's a stifled appeal. And there is no run. Smale 1 for 47 as Holly lofts that one over the top, and that's going to be 4 of them. Another lovely, well thought out shot, just had enough power. She didn't try and guard it too hard where she might have risked getting underneath it and lofting a catch to somebody. Good use of feet, good use of cricket brain, and 4 more. Holly Armitage with a dozen boundaries to her name. She's been out there for going on for 3 hours now. And here comes Smale. Holly Armitage steps back, and that's going to be it. Holly Armitage with a superb shot through mid-wicket for 4. A 3rd List A century for Holly. She brought up 2,000 List A runs with her 61 not out at Chesterley Street at the weekend, and deserved applause. It's taken 171 minutes, 112 deliveries, and that was her 13th boundary from 103 not out. And I know in cricket we talk about that cliche of the captain's knock, but goodness me, from 89 for 5 at one stage, it needed somebody to be solid as a rock, and she has been absolutely that. 247 for 7.
Yeah, solid as a rock, absolutely class, genius of an innings really, because she's managed the game and some of the difficulties that have come with it, with some wickets falling at the other end, kept ahead and played absolutely beautifully.
Smiling again, she steps back and hammers this one along the deck to short extra cover, and there is no run. What a great partnership it's been for the 8th wicket. 70 is not to be sniffed at now that she's got underneath this one, and she's been caught. The 100 up, and 2 balls later, that's a very good catch as well at long on, high above the fielder's head. Well, I'll ID her for you in a moment, but Holly Armitage, well, she's making her way off, and she's going to be richly applauded for this one, because that was a tremendous effort from her. As we say, from at one stage her team being 89 for 5, she was out there. She came in when the score was 14 for 1, and she's taken it right through to 247 for 8. Absolutely magnificent knock from her, and that is why international teams come calling. 247 for 8, 114 balls in total and 13 fours, and a superb job.
Yeah, and she gets tremendous applause as she leaves the field, quite rightly so. Raises the bat in the air, and well, as you said, Doige, real captain's knock, because she punished the bad ball. She was quickly onto the back foot when she needed to, but it was the way that she manoeuvred the ball around the field as well. Found the gaps, beating the infield, keeping the ball along the ground, giving very few chances, if any. And in a way, she's unlucky to be out, because again, it was another one that she really middled out the meat of the bat. A brilliant catch taken above the head, right on the edge at long on. Great knock.
Yeah, Gibson the catcher. Ooh, Lizzie Scott's gone first ball, and Smale with a bit of a comeback here. She's got the big wicket of Holly Armitage late on in the piece, and she's bowled Lizzie Scott first ball. So the Diamonds in danger of being wrapped up before the end of the 50 overs, because that was bang on the last ball of the 47th, and they are now 247 for 9, and Scott out for a golden. Yeah,
that's a big disappointment for Lizzie, because when you look at that wonderful 100 from Holly, you have to at the same time acknowledge what great support she's had down the order as well to help her to get there. Phoebe Turner with 32, and Abby Glenn with she's 28 at the moment, I think, Abby. So the lower order have really done Holly proud really today, and Lizzie unfortunate there that she went first ball, but generally speaking the support for Holly down the order has been really top draw. 247 for 9 at, what was it, Doige, 89 for 5.
89 for 5,
I
yeah.
think you would have absolutely settled for that, wouldn't you?
Yep. So well done to Smale, taking 2 in the over, 3 for 55 for her now.
Gibson comes in with a medium pace. It's driven by Abby again. There's a diving, tumbling stop on the edge from Holland. Neve Holland out there.
I should mention, shouldn't I, that our very own Katie Levick has gone out there at number 11 as per.
Absolutely.
She does like to talk about her batting skills when she's on commentary, so let's see what you got, Lev.
Abby Glenn waits again, and well, an opportunity here for Abby to get a few more in the closing stages. We're in over number 48 now, and that brings up the 250 for the Diamonds. So and that fifth 50, if that makes any sense, came from just 36 balls. So it's the fastest 50 of the 5 so far in this game. So Katie Levick now faces the first ball, and she does well to push that back up towards the bowler. With Abby Glenn going so well, if Katie could just keep things tight at one end, there's still some additional runs for maybe Abby to accumulate here. But the Diamonds have now got a score that they will be absolutely thrilled with, I'm sure. As Gibson comes in again, Katie Levick pushes it onto the onside. They've gone through for a quick single there. Well, that is great running. Abby saw the opportunity, saw that it might be on. The Storm fielders were just stuck on the edge of the circle there. The bowler had to do the fielding, Gibson, and a quickly scampered single gets Katie Levick off the mark, and brings Abby Glenn back onto strike as Danny Gibson for the Storm comes in again, running away from us. Full toss just outside leg stump, driven up the ground towards the Kirkstall Lane end. It's fielded by Skelton for the Storm, and they go through for another single.
Yeah, that partnership, by the way, between Holly Armitage and Abby Glenn, worth 70 in quick time as well. 10 overs and 1 ball.
Brilliant. Great time to get it, wasn't it? Katie Levitt back on strike, and an exquisite drive back up towards mid-off. But there's no run, but that is the end of the 48th over, so 2 overs remaining then. And Abby Glenn, who's been out there for 45 minutes now, has got 32 of 35 balls. So she'll be really pleased with her contribution. That's the end of Gibson's over. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 44 for her. So that's the end of her bowling contribution for today. So the Storm need to find another bowler at this end to bowl the last ball that's over from the Kirkstall Lane end. 2 overs remaining, 252 for 9, the Diamonds.
Yeah, here's Smale end bowling to Abby Glenn, who's got it away in front of square on the leg side. Great placement from her, and she's on to 36, and she's got an outside squeak here of making it to a half century, and again that would be a great fillip for her. Just looking back on her scores in the last 12 months or so and the opportunities she's had, there have been few with the bat. 1, 7 and 13 not out in T20s last year, and did play against the Thunder the other day, taking 2 for 31, but didn't get into bat, of course, as was the case with 8 of the Diamonds. She just patted one back. 36 not out then. Advances down the pitch and pulls across the line again here. She's not quite got all of that, and it is going to be fielded just inside the boundary by the sweeper out there, Chloe Skelton, but they've got back for 2. Important really for her at this stage, given how well she's seeing it, that she keeps the strike. Big score on the board, 258 for 9. 9 balls left in the Diamonds innings. Uses her feet this time and has flicked it away out towards Cow Corner. There was a likely 2 on, but they've settled on the 1.
Yes, she struck it so well, didn't she, that it was only 1 in the end.
So Katie Levick on strike. In comes Smale, and Lev with the back foot across. Exemplary cut shot from Katie Levick for a single out to the sweeper in the covers. So she's on to 2. 260 for 9. And Smale in again. And Abby Glenn using her feet quite nicely, but almost yokes herself, in fact. Couldn't get the meat of the bat on this one. That's the end of the over. And, well, Sophia Smale, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag from her. There have been some loose deliveries. She's been a bit unlucky on occasions. You think of the 4 that was snicked through the slip area. But she has stuck at it, and she's taken 3 for 63, which is still a good return. And that's her done for the day. So 260 for 9, the Northern Diamonds, with just 6 deliveries remaining in this one.
Yep, it was. They needed somebody at that end during that part of the innings, didn't they, when Smale came on, and she did a reasonable job, but in the end, the final analysis looks quite expensive, but she chipped away, 3 wickets, as you say. So, last over. Abby Glenn on 39. Is there a chance that she could go on to get that half century? So 11 needed in this final over. So it's going to be Lauren Filer to bowl, and in this last over as the Diamonds on 260 for 9. Then Filer comes in 7 overs before this. Right arm running away from us. Abby Glenn gets that one away back with a square. Now they've come through for 1, but that is all they will take. Yeah, sensible play. Still some runs needed for the team, so Abby Glenn not risking a run out at this stage. 5 balls remaining in the innings. Lauren Filer just having a consultation, and eventually she will run in and bowl the second ball of the over, but there's some discussions taking place. And eventually, after some consultation, she comes in now with that, as I say, that right arm over. Katie Levick just opens up a little bit, just clears that front pad, but it's outside the off stump and goes straight through to the keeper.
Now, I thought the cut-off was 145, it's 148. We only had 2 balls of this over. Not sure where we're placed in that respect, but I'm sure we'll find out if there are any adjustments to be made. Doesn't feel like it's taken that long to get through them.
So that one is pitched up, but it's hit back over the bowler's head by Abby Glenn for a terrific boundary. And the mid-off fielder's in the circle, so she's picked out the space behind the mid-off fielder, and the ball bounces once, twice over the rope for another 4 for Abby Glenn. Well, what a knock this is turning out to be. She's on 43, 3 balls remaining of the innings, and she pulls that one away across mid-wicket, and that will be another boundary. Well, terrific timing from her. Shots all round the ground now from Abby Glenn. And you called it, Doidgy. Could she yet make 50 here? 2 balls remaining.
2 balls, yeah. That was an attempted slow one from Lauren Filer, and well, you know how deceptive that can be with both being in that position before. But she watched it really well.
All eyes on Abby Glenn then. 2 balls remaining of the innings. It's a full toss, cut away, backward of point. Fielder gets a hand on that. There could be 2 here. There she will get back on strike for the last ball. Well, it was a great stop by the fielder behind point, and it could have been a 4. That could have been it, but they go through for 2. So Abby Glenn moves on to 49, 271 for 9 for the Diamonds. What a total this is turning out to be. 1 ball remaining in the innings, and this partnership is already worth 24. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible. Here we are then. 1 needed for 50. Oh, it's going to be more than that. She doesn't need 1. She has taken a boundary. Full toss, clipped away through mid-wicket. And hats off to Abby Glenn, because what started out as a supporting role, coming in to occupy some time to ensure that Holly Armitage could make her way through to a century, has turned into a magnificent effort, you've got to say. Coming in at 9 for the Diamonds. She, off the last ball of the innings, makes 50, 53 not out of 45 balls, including 6 fours. What a terrific effort. And Abby Glenn, well, she will get a terrific round of applause. What an end to the innings.
Great end to the innings. She just shook her fist, I think, and it's hard to get up-to-date records for the women, but given what I read out in terms of her scores, that's got to be a maiden 50 for the Diamonds in list day cricket for Abby Glenn. Tremendous effort, 52 minutes, as you say, 45 balls and 6 fours to her. And not only what she scored, and I was saying earlier on that really she just needed to stay with Holly Armitage. She did precisely that as well, and came up with that partnership of 70 for the 8th wicket between them. Unfortunately, Lizzie Scott out first ball, but then they've kicked on again at the end, and Katie Levick with 5 balls faced, but did manage to keep things intact out there for her 3 not out, and that enabled Abby Glenn to boss it in the closing stages. Lauren Filer finishes with 8 overs, no maidens, none for 44 against her name. Let's just have a run through of the Storm bowling, which is as follows. Molly Robbins, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 40. Danielle Gibson, 10 overs, 3 for 44. Amanda Jade Wellington, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30, bowled really well. Lauren Filer, 8 overs for 44. Chloe Skelton, 2 overs for 18, didn't happen for her today. Alex Griffiths, 4 overs for 31, no for her. And Sophia Smale stuck at it, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 63. And with 23 extras on the board that were comprised of 1 bye, 4 leg byes, 1 no ball and 17 wides. The Diamonds headed up by a brilliant performance by Holly Armitage, 103 from 114 deliveries, including 13 fours, until she was caught near the end. Lauren Winfield Hill helped set things up, of course, with her with that 32 early doors. 32 also from Phoebe Turner amidships, and then 53 not out from Abby Glenn at the end. That is a towering 275 for 9 for the Northern Diamonds from their 50 overs. That is going to take some scoring or some knocking off by the Western Storm. We're going to take a break and we'll be back to see how they do in response after this mid-innings break. So from Graham and myself, stick with us for the second half, but we'll take a breather for now. Welcome back from Headingley. Jonathan Doidge with you. Graham Colley joining me as well for part 2 of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match, in which the Western Storm need 276 to win, and it's going to be Abby Glenn to open the bowling then from this Kirkstall Lane end. First delivery to Alex Griffiths, who's dropped into the offside and no run. Griffiths out there with Sophia Smale, who is at the non-striking end. A slip in place. Third man, point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and deep backward square leg is going to come into play with the first run of this Storm response, which is turned backward of square leg for a single. We've just seen the BBC's godfather of county and regional cricket broadcasts, Kevin Howells, out the back. Graham recounting days of yore when they used to commentate together on BBC Radio Leeds.
Yeah, it seems a long time ago, but we were reminiscing about the old John Player League days, the 40 over Sunday afternoon days.
Here's Glenn again, wide of off stump, and a little bit of a way swing as well, cut but fielded nicely there at point. Sophia Turner getting her mitts on the ball early on, and it'll be pretty cold out there for the fielder's hands. So 1 minute out loss after 3. In comes Glenn again, once more swinging away, started wide of off stump. Smale watching it go by, and umpire, well, he might have had a thought, well, just have a check on that, but decided it was straight enough to be deemed a legitimate delivery. 2 to come in the over. And that wide of off stump again, and swinging away, nicely played though, and well fielded once again by Turner, diving to her left. Backward of point, so 2 without loss, 1 apiece for these two batters. Will feel a bit better for getting off the mark. Already run rate is 5.57 needed, so going on for 1 a ball, and over a sustained period, well, whatever form of cricket you're playing, we know that that is not an easy chase. Final ball of the over again. Abby Glenn starting it maybe a little bit too wide, but it's a pretty good over to get herself loose. Smale hitting that one into the offside. So end of the first over, 2 without loss. We'll keep a track on how they match up over on over, or for the most part. There was a couple of overs I missed actually early on in the Diamonds innings, but 2 without loss compared to 1 without loss. Very early days just yet, but there will be marker points during the innings, and it is going to be Lizzie Scott to open from the Howard stand end. Champion knocked by Armitage, says Jack Dudman on X. Great to see the Diamonds in good stead, and thanks for the commentary, that's our pleasure. And Martin Bloomfield, to go back to his email that is resent, he says, now that Holly and Bam may very well feature in future England matches, sadly I fear that John Lewis doesn't have Lev's mobile number. Who would skipper the Diamonds in Holly's absence? Would it be Lauren Winfield Hill? When you would think she'd be a pretty firm favourite.
Lizzie Scott starts in the over from the Howard stand end, and that one is a wide. The umpire at the far end confirming that that is too wide of the off stump. Did you mention the umpire's name was Gabby Brown at the far end?
I did.
Yep, Gabby Brown confirming wide ball.
Go to the top of the class for attentiveness there, sir.
That one will be clipped through mid wicket for a single. So Lizzie Scott just finding a line and length. I was just thinking about Abby Glenn actually opening the bowling in that first over. Confidence must have been well up after that fabulous half century she scored at the back end of that Diamonds innings. Hopefully that confidence transfers into a good bowling performance for Abby as well. So 4 without loss, and Lizzie Scott will just wait at the end of a mark. Fairly lengthy run up for Lizzie, and she'll be bowling this time to Alex Griffiths, right-handed. Storm batter played out into the offside, up towards extra cover. There's no run. It remains at 4 without loss.
This pair on first game of the season, Alex Griffiths, LBW for 2. Sophia Smale was run out for 16.
So a slip in for Lizzie Scott.
And just the ball just maybe doing a bit off the pitch there in front of Erin Burns. She went one way, then she went the other. Horrible, isn't it, as a fielder when it takes a little diversion in front of you and you just think you're about to get it in the hands.
Lizzie Scott comes in towards us then from the Howard stand end, and that's Griffiths just squeezing that out onto the leg side to that mid-wicket area, and they go through for a single this time. A bit of a slip on the square as well there, I think. As well.
Yeah, well, there's the Hessian down, isn't it? Not sure whether she's got studs in or not, but not easy when you're running over that.
Scott in again. Smale drives that up towards mid-on.
We saw it just a couple of times. I don't think we really referred to it, but when the ball was driven over it, sometimes it does flick up, doesn't it, when it catches the edge of that. You've got to be careful with your teeth.
Very much so. Very much so. Hessian mats on both sides of the wicket today. Scott comes in again, just slightly straining in line just outside that leg stump, and it's clipped out on towards the leg side, just backward a square, and they go through for another single. And 2 overs of this Western Storm innings then now completed, and there's 6 without loss, with Griffiths on 2 and Smale on 3. So fairly steady start to the innings, let's say. No alarms for the 2 Storm batters so far. Diamond's looking for the early breakthrough.
So Arbiglen to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. And already, every time you look at the board, and I know there's a long way to go yet, but that run rate just edging up. Something wrong behind the bowler's arm that Sophia Smale wasn't happy with there. Just asked somebody to sit down, I think. So Arbiglen will turn and come in once again. And she'll be full of beans at the moment, won't she, after that great knock. First delivery was again swinging slightly away from Smale. Pushed up to mid-off on this occasion. No run.
Would you say it's a really imposing total, isn't it, for the Storm now? It's an 8-team league, isn't it? The Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and they finished bottom of the pile last season, the Storm.
Here's Glenn. Driven into the offside, this one. Well fielded by Holly Armitage coming across.
Doesn't mean to say they will be again this season, but their season didn't start particularly well last week either, did it?
No, so I think it's fair to say that the Diamonds are very firm favourites to win this, given what they've put on the board. They'd probably be favourites to win it against anybody with 270 odd on the board, as Abby Glenn's latest delivery is driven back past her there by Sophia Smale, and 1 run. Abby, well, her most recent opportunities with the ball, 1 for 35 at the Oval in T20 cricket last year, none for 12. 2 for 23 against the Blaze in a T20 match at Chesterley Street. None for 37 against the Vipers as well here last June. And then she took 2 for 31 in this RHF trophy in the win against the Thunder on Saturday. Just brought another close-in fielder into the offside there, because she is swinging it that way. They've pulled a fielder out from the leg side. bit of enterprising either captaincy or thought from the bowler, and that was defended. Again, you look at the board, and already in this over 4 deliveries have gone. Score still 7 without loss. She's just strayed down the leg side. She's disappointed with herself, and you might be, given that you've got the offside packed, but it happens. That's the game sometimes. I said 17 wides during the Diamonds innings.
Yeah, there were 2 lots of 4 wides in 1 over, I think, wasn't there? Maybe even a case for a first slip here, Doige, do you think, with a bit of swing away?
Yeah. That's a full toss this time. Again, a little bit of swing away. It's driven up to Lizzie Scott at mid-off. There's no run, so 1 to come in the over. Just the 8 on the board so far, but no panic from the Storm. We saw what the Diamonds themselves did. And at the 3 over marker, they were 10 without loss. In comes Glenn again, wide of off stump, and there you go, Graham's call for a first slip. Looks pretty well justified on the evidence of that delivery. It's fairly slow swing away from the bat, and it was a dot ball to complete over number 3 at 8 without loss.
She seemed to miss it by quite a long way as well.
Yeah,
Danny Gibson there, going through to the keeper. So we'll now see Lizzie Scott starting a new over. Sophia Smale will wait. Right-handed batsman slip in for Lizzie outside the off stump. It's an edgy shot outside the off stump, but it's productive because it's 4 down to that vacant third man area, and 4 added to the total, 12 without loss. But you can see why the Diamonds are thinking it's worth just having a slip in there. It was edgy, but it was a thick edge. It was always wide of the first slip. Yeah,
just a bit too wide, the delivery, wasn't it? And as Jane validly pointed out when she came up and joined us earlier on, really, sometimes we do give a bit more leeway to the quicker bowlers.
Just a little bit shorter in length this time, and that's pushed out into the offside. No run. A ring of 4 in a circle, saving 1 on the offside. As Lizzie comes back in again. Good line, good length as well. And all that Smale can really do there is just get in behind that defensively and push it back up the pitch. And she did it well, right in behind the ball. But you just sense that Lizzie Scott here is just starting to settling her line and length in this second over. Comes running in towards us, and this one's clipped away through mid-wicket, but the fielding positions are absolutely spot on for the Diamonds at the moment. And that's Erin Burns out there, isn't it, who's right behind that one in a fairly wideish mid-wicket position. And again, a dot ball as far as Lizzie Scott is concerned. In she comes to Smale again. This time Smale I should say, just steers that one down towards fine leg, where Katie Levick does the fielding. Right arm throw into Lauren Winfield Hill, the keeper today. And that adds just 1 to the score, 13 without loss. Quite heavy cloud cover again at Headingley now. Did see some sunshine this morning, not much, not enough. And that final ball of the over is pushed back. It's fielded by Lizzie Scott. There's no run, and I'm just looking up at the Howard stand end, and it looks as though we've got a stewards meeting taking place, Doherty.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot of yellow jackets up there. So they must be in for the day for some training for future events, I would think.
Yeah, looks like it. Wonder what's being said up there now. Make sure you check every single bag thoroughly.
No flags.
Welcome all comers with a firm good morning, good afternoon, good evening greeting.
Absolutely.
Abby Glenn bowling here to Sophia Smale, who looks as if she wanted to play that into the leg side after playing the shot back past the bowler, but there was no run.
Nice shape on the ball from Abby though.
Yeah. Chris Watts just standing in the way of Abby Glenn, been able to come in and bowl. Not sure if that was to do with the passing air traffic, but that's gone. As in comes Glenn, and that's punched into the offside. Griffiths is keener at the non-striking end than Smale is at the striking end, and good piece of fielding denies them a run. I think it could be Bess Heath who's in there patrolling around in the covers, hands in pockets between deliveries.
I don't think it was on the single, was it?
No. Good decision. Here's Glenn again. And this dragged really, if anything, into the onside with a one-handed shot. Chased down there for the concession of 2, launched back into the gloves of Lauren Winfield Hill. So 15 without loss. Yeah, you can imagine, can't you? Check all the bags thoroughly, give him a nice smile, but then after that always look suspicious. Make sure you purse the lips and go a few times when you've got a list in front of you, just to make them feel a little bit nervous that they might not get in. As Glenn is in again, that's nicely played down to third man for 1 run.
I always think about the stewards on days like today, actually, at cricket matches, when there's not many people in the ground and it's cold, very cold, or it was at 10 o'clock this morning when we were all arriving, if not before that. And there's stewards on the gate looking particularly frozen this morning.
Yeah. Oh, leg side-ish, and it's been clipped away for 4 runs. That's not going to be stopped. Griffiths with her first boundary onto 6, 20 without loss after 4 overs and 5 balls. And Abby Glenn, who's been pretty tidy so far, just not quite controlling that one the way she wanted to. You can imagine the stewards' code of conduct, can't you? You know, like when you've got your own, whatever it is, motto. If in doubt, you can't park there. If in doubt, you can't go in there. You need to go around to the furthest gate away from where we're standing to be allowed access to the premises. It's all part of the code, we know. Here's Glenn, and that is driven out squarish into the offside. Well fielded in there, and there is no run to complete that 5th over then. 20 without loss. So well, if there was rain around, Duckworth Lewis at this moment in time says they should be 14, and they're in front of the clock in that respect. But in matches like this, it is the time that you've got to score the runs over a sustained period that is always the problem, and at some point you end up taking risks unless you play extremely well. Then it's a very tough chase.
Yeah, absolutely. Really tough chase, and it's not been overly convincing, some of the stroke play so far. 5 overs gone, 20 without loss, but both openers are still there as Lizzie Scott comes in again, pushed up towards mid-on this time from Sophia Smale.
Don't forget, of course, as well, any area marked in yellow, the customer is only allowed to stand on there, I think it's for 0.5 seconds before they have to be moved on.
Lizzie's in again, down the leg side. Oh, there's an appeal there. They fancy that one, the Diamonds, I think. Lauren Winfield Hill taking it really well down the leg side. Umpire at the far end not interested.
Not given as a wide, so presumably it must have clipped thigh pad or something, because it should have been a leg side wide, if not touching any part of the equipment.
Goes Lizzie again then. That one's straighter in terms of line, and it's well clipped through the leg side actually. They go through for one and they'll come back for a second. We're still talking about the convening of the stewards and the very large stewards meeting that's taking place. I guess one of the other things on the list for them is, if all else fails, chuck them out. Yeah,
I'm guessing there's no alcohol passing any lips over there, because of course they'll be in an area of the stand where you're not allowed to do that probably at this point in time. Be observing that code.
Here's Lizzie again. Just straight down the leg side, a touch. A touch disappointed with that, you would think, as the throw comes in. And they go through for two more. So they're picking up whatever opportunities are out there, the Storm batters at the moment. Couple more added to the score.
Yeah, ticking along quite nicely.
2 balls remaining of the 6th over. Chasing this mammoth 275 from the Northern Diamonds, as Scott is made to wait at the end of a run on this occasion as she comes into Smale now, past the umpire. Back foot punch really into the offside. Strong right arm throw coming in from Bess Heath, and there's no run. Lizzie Scott makes her way back, and in she comes again. Sharp run into the crease, clipped away off the thigh by Smale, and they go through for a single. Throw comes in, and that is the end of the 6th over then, and they are 25 without loss. No real alarm so far.
No, the Diamonds at the same stage with 27 for 1, so there or thereabouts. One other thing that comes to mind with regard to the stewards is I went to watch after the men had played here on recent Friday. I was in on the rugby ground side of things, going to watch the Rhinos play, just on the terraces, and I walked in, and by the time I got there from here, there was only about 10 or 15 minutes before kick-off, so you can imagine it was pretty busy at the south stand side of the ground there. More in a moment, because Abby Glenn is coming in here to bowl to Sophia Smale, and that's pushed into the offside. Fielded at short extra cover, there's no run. So I stood at the end of a row, just on my tiptoes, having a look to see where there might be a gap that I could go and stand in, and I got moved on within I wasn't even there a second, and this guy's asking me to move on. I said, well, I can't see where there's a space. Well, you can't stand on here and do that, but I can't actually get in anywhere else until I can see there's a space. Can't stand there, sorry. As that is wide of off stump and cut out to point, where it's pinged back in.
It's all part of the training, isn't it? I wonder if on days like that, where there's cricket on one side followed by rugby immediately after the cricket, I wonder if the stewards double up and do cricket all day, then rugby. That'd be a long day, wouldn't it?
It would be a long day. But if you're a particularly antagonistic person, it'd be a dream, wouldn't it? Really, if you're pedantic of the highest order. As Glenn is in, that's flicked off the legs down through. Fine leg, and it's going to be 4 more here to Sophia Smale, who is tanking along already. 21 on the board for her, and 29 without loss. The Western Storm halfway through the 7th.
Well, we haven't seen the quality and the timing of the shots that we saw from the likes of Holly in the Diamonds in so far from the Storm, but they are keeping the scoreboard ticking, aren't they?
Here's Glenn. It's straight. It's flicked to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You can imagine, can't you, the sort of the interview, the steward interview. I mean, what must that be like? I've never been a steward, so what can you tell us about what sort of skills have you got that enable you to do this job well? Well, regularly used to block lads from getting into changing rooms at school, me and a couple of mates. As Glenn is in, and that's wide off stump. It must be close to being adjudged as a wide, but not given.
Must be a test involved, I would think.
Yeah.
Items you cannot bring in that you've run through a few.
Yeah.
Must be part of the test.
Absolutely. Here comes Glenn again. Final ball of the over is a good one. It's straight and treated with respect by Smale. End of the 7th over. 29 without loss compares to 35 for 1 at the same stage for the Diamonds. So just gradually, slightly slipping behind the clock. Nothing to panic about at this stage. Run rate is 4.14, but it has crept up to 5.74 required.
Well, on the face of it, they're making a good fist of it early on. Still, we're waiting for the first wicket to fall. And if you didn't know about the Diamonds posting 275 already, you'd think they were potentially well in the game at 29 without loss, but they have still got this this mountain to climb. But the Diamonds are still striving for this first wicket, and they haven't really had all that many chances so far. As Lizzie Scott continues then. Again, it's an awkward looking drag from outside the off stump towards mid wicket. Not very well timed and a bit ugly, but it's effective in terms of it adds 1 to the score, and I guess that's all that matters. And Smale moves on to 21. She faces now, that's short and pulled away off the hip. Going through for a single. Well, that was a nicely timed shot, just helping the ball round the corner.
And as is usually the case, Leah Dobson's been dispatched into the deep. She's got a really good arm. As we saw there, she winged it back in.
Lengthy boundary out there on the leg side.
It is.
Lizzie's in again. Similar ball and similar shot. And it's just over the top of the Diamonds fielder there. Is that Stair Callis out there?
Yeah, I think she might have got, looking at the way it travelled, I reckon she might have got her fingertips on that, because it looked like it took pace off the ball. It was a brilliant effort. Not quite tall enough, Stair, to pull that one in.
It was almost like a goalkeeper tip over the bar, wasn't it? She hung in the air as long as she could. But it's a boundary, 35 without loss. Griffiths on 11. Well, that's a better length from Lizzie Scott, but she's not quite mastered line and length so far.
No, one of the benefits of having Leah Dobson out there is that I think the Storm will know she's got a great arm, and so they were reluctant to push her for a second, because if she picks up and she's an accurate thrower over the top, as we saw, that just cut out any thoughts of a second run there. And who knows, 8, 9, 10 of those during the innings makes a bit of difference.
They add up, don't they? And that's shorter still, and that's pulled away, and that's really well fielded. Tumbling stop, and another good throw coming in there from Leah Dobson. She's being kept busy out there on that mid-wicket boundary at the moment, but Lizzie just struggling to get the ball in the right place just now. 37 for none. Turning into a decent start for the Storm, this. Ooh, that's pushed up towards me on a little bit uppishly, but always safe. And well, that's a decent over for the Storm, that is for sure. And they've moved on to 37 without loss after 8, and their run rate is 4.63, so they are behind, as you've been saying, JD, but they've got 10 wickets in the tent still.
Yep, they have, needing 5.69 from this point on. They are still slightly behind where the Diamonds were. They were 40 for 1 at the same stage, and we're going to have a change of bowling by the looks of things here. Phoebe Turner is going to come on from the Kirkstall Lane end to replace Abby Glenn. Callie's just been moved a little bit finer at short fine leg. So Phoebe Turner then, first up, right on it straight away there, around about 4th stump and pushed into the offside by Smale. So she's gone with the 3rd man point. Cover on the edge of the circle, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket again. And then a sweeper out in front of square on the leg side, as well as Sterkalis at short fine leg. This one a little wider than the first delivery, and has been helped on its way down to 3rd by Smale. 24 to her now, 38 without loss into this 9th over. A pair of them have hit a couple of boundaries each. Smale, having had the predominance of the strike, faced more than twice as many as Alex Griffiths, who's taking strike now, retaking a guard. Just a change in the field as well. Short fine leg has been dispatched out to wideish long leg right on the boundary edge, and therefore the sweeper, who was in front of square on the leg side, has been brought up inside the circle. Phoebe Turner hanging that one out wide of off stump, and a little bit of a waft there from Alex Griffiths. Misses out on making a connection. Martin Bloomfield chimes in with the stewards meeting. Item 3 is likely to be a discussion on a beach ball embargo.
Very much so.
Yeah, fancy dress. What's your take on fancy dress as well, ladies and gents, as Turner is in, and that's pulled to the onside of straight by Griffiths, no run. I mean, we should probably invite some of them into the com box here, but I fear we'd probably get kicked out for not having the right pass or something if we did an interview with them.
Absolutely. I mean, they will be getting onto the beer snake shortly, won't
shortly
they?
The beer snake will be part of the list. And in comes Turner again. That's turned backward of square on the leg side by Griffiths, and they pick up 1. She's on to unlucky for some 13, 39 without loss, 1 to come in the 9th. I was actually walking in one night last year for a men's T20 game, and I can remember I could hear the stewards meeting as I came in, so I was really early. And more in a sec, because in comes Turner again. It's been a good first over. She's unlucky that 2 fielders have not been able to reel that in. It's going to go for 4 through point. Split the gap, and well placed Sophia Smale, and a bit unlucky Phoebe Turner, I think, to go for 6, because that was a pretty accurate opening over. 43 without loss. So I walked past, and there's the steward having a chat with the rest of them and saying, right, okay, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. And don't forget to check every bag thoroughly. If you find something that they shouldn't have on them when they come in, that's a little win for you. And that's just the sort of language that you think as a, well, as anybody coming in, I'm just going to say as a paying customer, obviously I wasn't paying, but that you don't kind of want to hear, isn't it, really?
There must be an exchange of notes at the end of the day. You know, how many have you kicked out today? How many beach balls have you confiscated?
Imagine a sort of like a flip chart or whatever, a whiteboard, can't you?
Yeah.
With the scores on the doors for the season.
Yeah. Jeff, 5 beach balls as the Diamonds start a new over. Oh, and that's driven straight back up the ground, up towards the Howard stand end, and that is a terrific shot, actually, and that is probably the shot of the storm innings so far. Just slightly over pitched and driven from actually outside the off stump, wasn't it, up towards mid-on, so just slightly across the line of the ball, but it was hit well enough.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner with a despairing dive.
47 without loss. We're in the 10th over now. Oh, and they've played across the line there. Have the storm, and there is a big appeal from Lizzie Scott, well supported out there with the appeal as well, but the umpire has nothing to do with that one. Yeah,
we didn't quite get the full replay there, did we, unfortunately, but it felt like it was going down leg.
Yeah. Alex Griffiths will be disappointed, I think, with the shot, but she won't be disappointed with that one. She's pulled that one away. There's a slight misfield, and are they going to take on the arm this time? They are, and they come back for a second.
Yeah, it was on a wicked end, wasn't it, for Leah Dobson?
Yeah.
Bobbled up. She didn't quite know where it had gone at first, but she did get a body behind it. That was the main thing. So, although they got 2, she saved 2, really.
And this is now turning into a very useful opening partnership, I think it has to be said. Here's Lizzie Scott again, as the Diamonds still look for the breakthrough. It's another shortish ball, or just on the short side. Leah Dobson's working hard again. It's another tumbling stop. This time they take the ham on again, and they come back for a second. They're quickly through for that second run. It's a decent throw. It's slightly away from the wickets, so they were probably right to go for it, because she tumbled as well as she picked up the ball, and they threw for another couple. 50 up, 51 without loss from 9.4 overs then for the Storm here, as Lizzie Scott comes bounding in again, and that's pitched on leg stump, hits the pad and just squirts out onto the leg side. No run.
You can even imagine the stewards breaking it down into, you know, like batting, bowling, all rounders or whatever, you know, and having the target set and making an appeal really to the head steward, saying, "Can you put me on the Western Terrace tonight? I feel primed. I feel I'm ready for it. I've been working towards this. I've been on the east side."
Here's Lizzie Scott again, down the leg side, and well, the umpire has said that is a wide. Lauren Winfield Hill got gloves to that. Didn't take it cleanly, but did well to get something on it, and they go through for a single. So this opening stand just continues to roll forward. Don't think the Diamonds will be overly worried or concerned at the moment, but they might do if it continues for another 5 or 6 overs or so. That one's clipped through mid-wicket. Well stopped. Good stop on the square there. And that will be the end of Lizzie Scott's over. So she's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 32. So a little expensive, Lizzie, today. And the Storm are 53 without loss. 10 overs gone. As I say, no real dramas for the Storm. And the Diamonds, although, as I say, probably not overly worried or concerned about the lack of a breakthrough. But if it did continue for another 4 or 5 or even longer, I just start to become a little bit more concerned with proceedings.
Yeah, any other business? Well, boss, I'd like to propose Fred Bloggs to go on the Western Terrace side. He's cut his teeth on the other side of the ground. He's kicked out 74 people this season. He's found 18 dangerous implements in bags. And even somebody trying to smuggle in their own food and drink. Here is Phoebe Turner. That is pushed to Holly Armitage at short extra cover, and there is no run.
There'll presumably be monthly one-to-ones with the boss man, and annual reviews, I would think, on performance based. You would think.
Yeah, quite clearly, I would have thought.
Yeah. Turner
is in. That's a good attempted Yorker and well dug out also by Alex Griffiths, and there is no run.
Just in case anybody thinks we're going mad, there must be a meeting of around how many? 50?
Yeah.
50 stewards taking place?
Gotta be at least 50. I mean, it's a formidable sight. Sleepless nights, really. For sports spectators with that sort of a sight. Now then, this has been lobbed into the offside by Griffiths, and just beyond the reach of Bess Heath. She wouldn't be the tallest player in the side, and maybe she wishes she was a couple of inches taller than she is, because she might have got a hand on that. As it turns out, she chased it down well, and they get back for 2. So 55 without loss. Halfway through the 11th. At the end of the 11th, the Diamonds had lost their second wicket. They were 57 for 2. Short ball pulled here. It's going to drop short of Leah Dobson, who's in it mid-on, and she can't take it cleanly anyway. 1 run.
Well, that looked as though it was primed to be cut through the offside, in fairness, didn't it? Rather than the pull shot through to onto the leg side. Nonetheless, they go through for 1. Committee meeting takes place out in the middle.
Armitage is just asking Bess Heath to disappear out to the cover boundary, sweeping here. Outside the power play now, of course, so 4 fielders can be dispatched outside the circle. In comes Phoebe Turner again, short, and flat batted to point. There's a throw down of the stumps. Leah Dobson backs up well, and there's no run. Yeah, Fred, we've got to say, a bit disappointed with, you know, when you sit at the test match, you're supposed to be facing half the crowd and half the game, but you were watching a bit too much of the game, I'm afraid. I'm going to demote you. You're on the corridor run next time. Oh, good delivery by Phoebe Turner here, and Lauren Winfield Hill diving to her right has put one down. Edge there by Griffiths. So she's been dropped on 24. And it's 56 without loss after 11 overs, and that's just about parity. 57 for 2, as I mentioned, for the Diamonds at the same stage.
Well, with the benefit of the replay, which we can see here, you could see that Lauren Winfield Hill there just took a small step with her left foot towards the leg side as the ball was hitting the bat, which maybe just gave her a little bit less spring to dive across to that right hand side to get that right glove on that. Couldn't quite hold on. Anyone who's watching the stream will be able to see one of the stewards at the gate now. That's not the meeting, by the way, that's just one of the stewards looking after things here for this Rachael Heyhoe Trophy game, Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. And it looks as though the Diamonds are going to make a change, and it's going to be Katie Levick coming into the attack. A wicket is probably needed just to slow things down a touch, and Katie comes in, and she's got the field well placed on the leg side with 2 back on the edge, but they go through for a single. 57 without loss. Here comes Katie again with this tremendous record of hers. Just got this knack of taking wickets, Katie, hasn't she? Got a terrific record. She comes in past the umpire now. That one's a little bit short. It's pulled away through the leg side by Smale this time when they go through for another single. So the ones are coming fairly steadily. Katie bowling with a slip, and that's cross battered, hit into the leg side up towards cow corner, and well, they pick up another single. And when you're chasing a total like this, 275, I suppose there are times where 1 or 2 chances has to be taken. That was one of them, but it was safely played out there. This time Smale waits on the back foot, pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Stair Callis there for the Diamonds. Got these 3 fielders in the ring on the offside. This time that one is about leg side in terms of line from Katie, pushed up towards mid-on. And that is the end of Katie Levick's first over. So a really tidy first over, 3 runs from it, and the Storm have moved on now to 59 without loss from 12. Lots of time remaining in the game. 10 wickets in the tent, as we said. Griffiths on 26, Smale on 29.
Required rate though still going on for 6 and over, and once wickets do start to fall, that just brings some added pressure on those still to come. Phoebe Turner then, 2 overs for 9 so far, and a little unlucky to concede 4 of those. She's been picked up here towards mid-wicket, and that's a very good catch out there square on the leg side. Super stuff. The first wicket has fallen, and it was Abby Glenn who was solid as a rock underneath it, got herself into a good position and made it look very comfortable, and Griffiths has gone. And after 12 overs and 1 ball, the Storm have lost their first wicket, 59 for 1. She picked it up nicely enough off a bout leg stump, but it was very well taken, and no more, I think you'd say, than Phoebe Turner deserves.
No. Yep, well done. Great wicket, great timing, just what the Diamonds needed. and it had to be a safe pair of hands from Abby Glenn, and that's exactly what it was, because it was travelling, that's for sure, and it was coming at her about throat height, I would say, in the end when she took it, about 5 yards in from the rope there. One of those is a batter where you time your shot so well and just can't believe that you found a fielder out near the fence. But that is the end of Griffiths, and well, the Diamonds weren't desperate for that breakthrough, but they'll be pleased to get shut of one of the two openers. And yeah, well done to Phoebe Turner picking up the first wicket, and the Storm 59 for 1 now.
So 26 off 31 deliveries, including 3 fours there for Alex Griffith, and she's got her team off to a good start with that 59-run partnership with Sophia Smale. Fran Wilson is the new batter out there at number 3, and they're going to bring in a slip here to start with. Holly Armitage, by the looks of things, has put herself in there. Just moves third man a little bit wider. So Phoebe Turner 1 for 9 so far. That was the first ball of her third over. She's come in again, and that's been sent back. I've seen that a few times today. Don't normally see that so often in cricket matches. And umpire Chris Watts just stepping across into the run-up area, denying Turner the opportunity to run up and bowl. Not sure what that was all about, but she is coming in now. Right arm over. Ball swinging in fairly late towards Fran Wilson, who plays it out square on the offside. There is no run. So immediately you get a change. That DLS was down at something like 38 at that time. I know we're not expecting any rain, but it just shows you what the loss of a wicket can do in terms of Duckworth-Lewis scores, and that's now at 54, so they're still in front of it. But it'd change again if another wicket fell quickly. And Wilson playing a lovely cut shot here, just too loose, that delivery from Phoebe Turner, short and wide, and hammered away backward of point. Nicely played. 63 for 1, and Fran Wilson off the mark.
Yep, good shot. Don't want to labour the point about the stewards meeting, Doidge, but it looks as though it's just breaking up. It looks as though it's about to finish, or has finished.
They'll probably have a half an hour networking now, won't they? Something
so.
like that at the end.
Yeah. I think the great thing about the stewards meeting is that they've all turned up in high-vis jackets for the meeting, haven't they?
I wonder if you get promoted ready from doing county matches to test matches, you know? I mean, it's probably only fair that you should go through the pyramid, you know, sort of system on the stewarding from.
Starting local league cricket.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Here's Turner again, and Wilson pulling that one. She's got a bottom edge on it really, but it's not going to cost her anything because she's got through and picked up a single. So Wilson on 5 now. Sophia Smale back on strike. She's on 29. About a quarter of a way through this Western Storm innings. Nicely played again, a ball short of length from Turner. Was punched out square on the offside for a single. So 13 overs complete. 6 runs coming from that, including a wicket as well. 65 for 1 after 13. Should we just have a quick look at those other 3 scores while we can? At Thunder, well, they did even better than the Diamonds today. 292 for 5 they made in their 50 overs at Old Trafford, and they're strong favourites to win it because Sunrisers are 36 for 3 in response. Central Sparks completed their innings on 172 for 9, and the Vipers making good inroads, 85 for just the 1 wicket after 19 overs, so 88 needed from 31 there. Strong favourites, the Holders, to beat the Sparks. And then the Blaze 126 all out. South East Stars have already knocked them off, 2 down, and are the first winners of the day.
Katie Levitt coming in with a right arm leg spin. Pushed out into the offside by Smale. and there's no run. 3 in the circle on the offside, 2 in the circle on the leg for Katie. That's down the leg side. Oh, and that is going to be 4 wides, I suspect. We'll just wait for the umpire to signal. And maybe there was something on that. I think there was some bat on that. So, well, I thought Lauren Winfield Hill for a minute hadn't quite got there, but there was something on it from Smale. There was bat on it, in fact, and it's gone through for 4 runs. So she moves on to 34 now. So Katie Levick just looking to tidy up a line, which she does there. Perfect delivery. A little bit of turn on the front foot. Smale pushes it out into the offside where there's 2 close catches there, waiting to pounce. Bit of air there, but it's a full toss. Just slips out the back of the hand there. That one from Katie, I think, and that's going to be fielded just backward a square on the leg side, and they go through for another single. The scoreboard just ticks on again to 70. 70 for 1. This is the 14th over. And Fran Wilson just gets herself organised, has a look round at the field, checks her guard, and Katie Levick will come in again to bowl. Oh, and that's a really well timed, really fine sweep down the leg side, down to fine leg, or where fine leg would have been. And you've got to say that that is really, really well played. It was just slightly outside leg, but she swept well, kept it down, and Wilson adds 4 to her score.
Yeah, nicely played. Lev just dropping it a little bit too leg stumpish.
Slip in again. That's a better ball. Outside the offside. Now then, there's a quick single being taken. They need to be quick here, and they are. Holly Armitage doing the work out in the field, and they go through for a single. They've pinched one there, I think. Holly was quickly onto it, but they were quick between the wickets, in all fairness, and they scamper through for a really well taken single. They all add up the singles, as we've said before, and that's Katie's over complete. 2 overs, none for 13 for her. 14 gone in this Storm innings. 75 for 1. They're making a pretty good fist of it so far.
Yeah, they certainly are. But it's still an imposing total. 201 more to win. Is a long way off just yet. As in comes Phoebe Turner. Full face of the blade there. Nicely played by Fran Wilson out into the offside, but it's not going to get her a run. Just feels, Graham, I'm not sure if I'm dreaming this. Probably am, but it feels like it's just got just a touch warmer. Maybe a degree.
Well, you've taken a layer off.
I took a layer off ages ago, actually, because I didn't think I'd feel benefit when I got outside. Short ball pulled, oh, just over the top of the leaping Abby Glenn there at straight mid-wicket. Had she been on the edge of the circle, that might have dropped in her hand, but she's about 5 yards in, which is clearly where she's been asked to stand on the wicket ends by skipper Holly Armitage, and so not able to reel it in. Powerful punch of a shot by Fran Wilson, who's already on to 14. 79 for 1. Here's Turner again. That's turned into the leg side this time. Abby Glenn solidly behind it, no run.
I think it's probably worth saying how well this pitch is playing. You know, it's a great one-day strip, isn't it? There was, for the Diamonds early on, there was a little bit of wobble in the air and a small amount of movement off the pitch, but it's playing really, really well now.
Phoebe Turner again, straight, round about leg stump, and helped on its way around the corner by Fran Wilson for a single. Still a few lingering stewards over there.
I was just a bit concerned about some congestion near the exit.
Well,
there.
they should be moved along, shouldn't they? Back to the seats. They're standing in the way of somebody, I'm sure. 80 for 1. 2 balls left in the 15th here. And Good delivery by Phoebe Turner. Has Smale on the back foot, punching into the offside. They've gone in front on the comparison here in this last couple of overs. Give you a direct comparison after this delivery. To Sophia Smale on strike. Oh, good delivery and bowled. Leg stump, I think, has been flattened there by Phoebe Turner, and another deserved wicket for her. And 80 for 2 with Smale, who played really well there for the Western Storm, gone, bowled by Phoebe Turner for 35, the final ball of the 15th over. And 69 for 3 the Diamonds were at the same stage, so Storm are in front of the clock, but they've still got scoreboard pressure to deal with, and it's like an extra bowler almost for the Diamonds. 55 minutes, 49 balls and 4 fours involved in that for Sophia Smale.
Yep, leg stump absolutely flattened, as you say, JD, there, and I think there was it was angled in slightly into the right-hander and then just moved ever so slightly off the pitch, going through the gate, and the leg stump flattened to the ground there, and so really good timing in terms of the Diamonds picking up another wicket there. The best way to stop the flow is to take wickets, isn't it? And they've done that there with really good timing. Looks as though we're seeing captain Sophie Luff coming into the middle now. Sophie it looked on the card as if she might be coming in at 3, but she's coming to the middle now at 4 with the Storm on 80 for 2, and great reward there for Phoebe Turner, who's returned some terrific looking figures. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20 for her.
So it looks as though we're going to have a change of bowling as well at the Howard stand end. It's the Turners, who are the Turner twins, who are well, they're not twins before you get carried away, but you know what I'm saying. We call them spin twins if you got 2 spin bowlers on. So Phoebe Turner at the Kirkstall lane and Sophia Turner coming on at the Howard stand end. I don't think we can get who's taken the wickets wrong now for the next few overs. Unless you say the first name wrong.
So this is just down the leg side. Umpire singling wide off that first ball from Sophia Turner, and they go through for a single. I think it was gloved, that one, down to attempted sweep shot down to fine leg, and they go through for one more. 16th over of this Western Storm innings. And Sophia Turner will wait at the end of her mark and will bowl to Sophie Luff, the captain, the Storm captain. First ball she will face, and the Diamonds just throw their arms in the air there as that one just squirted out down to fine leg. It was a defensive shot on the offside, or aimed out onto the offside. Good line and length there, really good, and a false stroke played by Luff, but the Storm captain's off the mark with a single. So it's Wilson now who waits again. Really tidy line and length. Yeah, Katie Levick not quite settling into her sort of normal perfect line and length that we so often see from her today. So a couple of overs and she's taken out of the attack. And there is what appears to be the obligatory wait until the aircraft goes overhead.
Well, although the last time one went over, they didn't stop, they carried on, which is strange.
They've not done it every time, have they?
Stewards will be on to that.
Turner's in again, well pitched up, driven back up towards mid-on, and a good delivery. So this is a tidy start. 3 balls into a first over from Sophia Turner. We're using her first name as well because we've got two Turners, as JD mentioned, bowling in tandem now. Right arm over the wicket, and that is hit straight back down the ground by Fran Wilson in the air. But it's a good shot, it's hit really straight, and they go through for a couple. Never enough power really to go for 4. It never looked like a boundary shot, but it was elevated, and it was well timed, but without the strength behind the shot to go all the way for 4. But nonetheless, it was safe, and they go through for 2. 85 for 2. Wilson on to 17. That's a wideish ball outside the off stump, and maybe Sophia Turner's just a touch fortunate there that wasn't signalled as a wide. Cover goes back onto the boundary in front of the western terrace. 1 ball remaining of this over then. Sophia Turner comes in again. Straight ball, pitched on Midland leg, driven up to mid-on, and no run. Good throw coming back into Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps, and that is the end of the over. So 5 coming from it. As I say, tidy first over. They had to go aerial really to force the pace in that over, back over Sophia Turner's head for 2. But no great allowance for the Storm batsman nonetheless. And 85 for 2 after 16.
So Phoebe Turner 2 for 20 from her 4 overs so far, and that'll be good enough, 5 and over, to win this match if everybody can bowl at that sort of economy rate and win it comfortably. Duckworth Lewis reckons they should be at 83 now. They're in front of that at 85 for 2, and at the same stage the Diamonds were 77 for 3, so still slightly ahead of the game here, the Storm, as Turner's first delivery is short of length and worked down backward of point there by Luff, who's going to scurry back for a second. But there is still, as I say, scoreboard pressure all the time when you're chasing a big total, and you'd want to be in front in the sense that if you do start losing wickets, then you have a little bit of breathing space. Here's Phoebe Turner again. That's pushed into the offside. Good delivery. Just had Luff on the back foot slightly and pushed into the offside. It does feel just a very slight amount warmer, but I'm not saying it's warm by any stretch of the imagination. Turner in again. Ball shaping in slightly towards Luff, who has to treat that with a bit of respect and pushes square on the offside, and it's a dot. Sort of forecast it's going to remain cold for the rest of this week and across the weekend, I think, and then gradually next week. I did see a 16 on the temperature gauge about Thursday or something like that next week. So
not before time.
That's only 16, but you feel like that's something to look forward to, don't you, when it's 9? As that is cut out to backward point, fielded by Sophia Turner.
So you're here for the men's game starting Friday, so is 4 layers going to be enough, or do you think, having tested things out today, you might put another thick coat in the car?
It might. I think I might get away with it if I just stick on another pair of socks, because it's the feet that are cold. As this is cut to Sophia Turner, nicely bowled again by Phoebe Turner, and there is no run. So good over this so far. Gone for just 2 from the first 5 deliveries. Can she complete it?
Having a great game, Phoebe Turner, isn't she?
Yep.
Bat and ball.
And she comes then past umpire Chris Watts. Another good delivery, turning in towards her, and it's worked into the leg side where Abby Glenn stops it, but they get through for 1. So yeah, really good over. Just the 3 runs from it, which means that with Wilson on 17 and Luff on 4, the Storm are 88 for 2 after 17, and that is still 8 runs in front of where the Diamonds were at the same stage. Yeah, so if you're with us and wondering when we're on next, then I'll be back here on Friday with Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. We'll have ball-by-ball coverage of the men's county championship match between Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Yorkshire, of course, wanting to get on the board with a win, having suffered that disappointing defeat at Lord's last weekend. A couple of draws preceding that. Favourites for the Division 2 county championship title.
Sophia Turner starts a new over from the Howard stand end. Nicely guided towards backward point. There's a chance of a run out here. Good throw coming in from Abby Glenn, and a dive from the Storm batter there, Fran Wilson. Not sure whether the dive was necessarily needed, but she wanted to make sure, quite rightly. And the throw was just to the left of the stumps. She would have probably been safe without the dive, but doing the right thing and making absolutely certain. Sophia Turner comes in again. Again, that's another really good line and length. Holly Armitage, the skipper, has pushed mid-on back now up onto the boundary in front of the Howard stand. So covering the boundary options of these Storm batters. Got 3 out on the boundary on the leg side. Sophia Turner comes in with a slower ball, almost deceiving Fran Wilson there, and looked like she was winding up for a big shot, and in the end just had to check that and just make sure she kept it out. Really
good delivery that from the back of the hand. You could see her flick it out the back over the top.
She comes again, outside off stump, nicely struck through the offside, through for another single. And such is the quality of this wicket, ball coming onto the bat, that the Storm players are able to just wait and just push that through the offside comfortably for one more. 90 for 2. And we're in the 18th over now, and it's Sophie Luff, the captain, who will be getting in right behind that one. But Sophia Turner has bowled a really nice line and length here. This is one ball remaining of a second over. We're about to see another aeroplane coming over, so will they wait for this one? Let's wait and see. They have for some and not others, but they're not waiting for this one. Sophia Turner bowls, that's driven, and they have to say that is a super shot from Sophie Luff. Beats the despairing dive at mid-off, and that has gone through for all the way up to the Howard stand for 4. Well, that's a really, really well-timed shot.
Yeah, cracking shot, and just you can tell Sophia Turner, as she walks away, is gutted with that, producing a 4 ball off the final ball of the over. It was just a little bit too full and enabled her to get through the drive, but it was a very well executed shot. And only slightly off the mark with the ball. It's a difficult game for bowlers, isn't it, with the white ball, and that just shows you exactly why. On a good pitch, there is little margin for error. So, Luff on to 9, and now after 18 overs, 94 for 2. So they're 12 runs in front of where the Diamonds were at the same stage, and have lost a wicket fewer. Abby Glenn back on at the Kirkstall Lane end, 4 overs for 15 so far. Milady is back in the room. Jane, I'll step aside and let you do a bit with Jane this time. So I'm not hogging the microphone. Good. Well, I was going to say good delivery from Abby first up. Looks like it might have faded down the leg side and been a wide, but maybe must have just hit the boot or the bottom end of the pad. Bring Jane in after I've finished this 19th over. So 94 for 2. And the Storm just very slightly ahead of the game, but a wicket or two will change things quite dramatically, as this one has been cut by Wilson, misfielded just inside the circle, and from what should have been a dot ball. They've ended up getting back for 2, maybe still dwelling Sophia Turner on that 4 off the last ball of her previous over. But she's fielded well in there today. She's just not quite got down quickly enough. Know the feeling. 180 still required here by the Storm, so it's still a big ask, as Abby Glenn's latest delivery is full and driven up to Lizzie Scott at mid-off, who does a bit of football. Well, after the disappointment of last week we spoke about with Jane earlier today, there's certainly a really good atmosphere out there among the girls, having a bit of fun. There's been a fair few smiles while I've been out there in the field, so certainly still enjoying the cricket. As Abby Glenn is in, it's turned to mid-wicket there, and another dot. 2 remaining in the over. Can Abby Glenn get out of this over in good shape? She's only going at just over 3 and over at the moment, and again that would be good enough if everybody can match that sort of effort in terms of their economy rates. In past umpire Watts, it's full. Oh, there we go, there's the 4 ball, unfortunately. 2 full and flicked away. Nicely played as well. Effortless flick by Fran Wilson over the top of the infield and out towards the practice net for 4 runs. So there'll be disappointment there for Abby Glenn, having kept it pretty tight for the first 4. Second 50 took 55 balls, following on from 58 balls for the first 50 to 100 up after 18.5 for the Storm. And Wilson flicking that final ball of the 19th over away, squarish on the leg side then. 101 for 2 after 19 overs. Comparing directly that with the Diamonds, well, they were in a spot of bother, weren't they, at this stage? They just lost the 4th wicket, were 85 for 4, but then we saw that change of momentum in the second half of the innings, so there's still all that way to go, and for me, I'd always rather have the runs on the board, Graham.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Still a huge challenge for the Storm here, no question about that. We're seeing some really great cricket on a good wicket, and the Storm at the moment are putting on a pretty good response, but still a long way to go. Just like to say welcome back to Jane. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
Just get your thoughts on proceedings so far in the Storm reply in a moment. There's that one this time is short and pulled away through the leg side for another boundary, this time to Fran Wilson. And well, anything short on this pitch, Jane, is being punished, isn't it?
It is, and they've got their 2 most experienced players at the wicket at the moment in Fran Wilson and captain Sophie Luff, and I think they will just hang on in there and just wait for those bad balls, because they know that that's probably all they need to do. The run rate is 5.55 and they're going 5.48, so it's all very close at the moment.
Yep, Sophia Turner comes in again. That one is wide outside the off stump on this occasion, and the umpire at the far end confirms that that is wide. Just a consultation taking place out in the middle at the moment before Sophia Turner turns at the far end on a mark, running in from the Howard stand end towards us. Right arm over past the umpire, well pitched up this time. It's dug out by Wilson, goes out into the offside for no run.
Yeah, quite a crucial stage of the game really, because if Diamonds were to pick up another wicket now, that would seriously start to put pressure on the players coming in. But if they don't pick up a wicket, then these 2 will just keep knocking it around.
Good line and length this time. Forward defence from Wilson, pushed up to towards that short mid-on or wideish mid-wicket, however you prefer it. And there's no run. So Yorkshire, Northern Diamonds keeping things tight. And there's no run. Turner comes in again past the umpire. Pitched up, driven, And well stopped with the right hand, this time by Turner. And again, ensuring that the Storm are unable to add to their score. 106 for 2. We're in the 20th over of this reply, chasing that 275. That really impressive 275 from the Northern Diamonds. Turner's in, slower ball out the back of the hand again, really well flighted, but Wilson's managed to get that one away, square of the wicket on the offside, and they're through for a comfortable single. How was the exhibition?
Yeah, I mean, there was quite a few people in there. There must have been 40 or 50 people in there, so it was really nice to say how important it is to have the exhibition there, and the history of women's cricket in Yorkshire and the timeline now being in the long room, and the members can now see it. So the members don't need to ask me whether there was cricket before, they can now see it, and it's going to be an exhibition that's there for the rest of the season.
Ah, superb, that's brilliant. So yeah, anybody who wants to come down to Headingley can see that on match days. And that is the end of the over. So we were just wondering about your blazer, Jane.
Yes.
That you said, you mentioned earlier that it doubled up as your Yorkshire blazer.
It did,
and
yes.
your England blazer.
So
how did it work with the badge?
So the blues were the same colour. I had a separate pocket,
Ah.
a whole pocket that I just used to sew over the top when I was playing
Brilliant.
for Yorkshire. It was an England blazer, but it had a spare pocket that had my Yorkshire badge on because it was the same colours.
Brilliant.
And we see Holly Armitage's dad walking around. He does more steps in a game than everybody else put together.
Well, he must have been a proud man today.
He was, yes.
Start of a new over, great delivery outside off stump, just a little bit of shape on that one from Abby Glenn. Well taken by Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps. Just a little bit of, maybe a little bit of shape away in the air. Beating the outside edge through to the keeper. No addition to the score. As Abby Glenn again runs in away from us from the Kirkstall line end. Pitched up outside the off stump again. It finds the middle of the bat. Defensive little push out into the offside, and they go through for another single. Yet what a magnificent innings from Holly, wasn't it?
Brilliant, wasn't it? I did come across Mr. Armitage. He was sitting down, and he normally walks round, and he says, I've been told I've got to stay here, because she was on 88, I think, at the time. So he literally stayed there till she got 100. And then she got caught out, didn't she? 103.
Yeah. Played some wonderful shots, and also just manoeuvred the ball around the ground so well as well, finding the gap.
Dead ball.
Yeah.
The fielder was racing in from deep cover into the circle.
Yeah. I think it was Bess Heath, wasn't it? Who was, I'm not sure whether that was a late change in field, or whether Bess realised late that she should have been in saving the single rather than out on the fence.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because they've only got 3 players out, so if a fielder runs in really quickly, I don't think there's anything against that, but I think they've
what are the umpires saying here?
given 5 runs. Was that a penalty?
5-run penalty. Yeah, that is a big penalty.
Wow.
So what would that be given for? Is that given for?
Well, it'd be against the spirit of the game, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there was no doubt that Bess was running in, sprinting in, as Abby was running into bowl. The umpire there, Chris Watts, just making sure the scorers are fully aware that is a penalty of 5 runs. And well, I think there's a few.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before, so I'm not sure I could comment on it. But
no, there's a few heads shaking out there at the moment, and a few puzzled looks as well. Well, the Diamonds have been punished there for sure. As Abby Glenn comes in again, great line and length. Dodgy now just commenting that Abby's having a good game as well.
She is, isn't she? Yeah. She had a really good her maiden 50 not out, and then she took a great catch out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and now she's turning her arm over quite well.
As she runs in again from the Kirkstone lane end, but that's down the leg side. That is a bit wayward in line, and well, I don't think Lauren really had much of a chance to get to that one, and it races away.
Yeah, they need to try and forget the 5 penalty runs here. I think, you know, if they leak too many runs at this stage, it can change the game. So they've just got to concentrate and just go back to good line and lengths, keep pressure on the bat, and make sure that the pressure's all on the batters rather than on the fielding side. They still need 160, 158, so it's still a fair total to get.
It is. It's a really big ask. But that's outside the off stump from Glenn, and that's going to be put away really nicely. We were talking about the quality of the pitch and the fact that the ball's coming onto the bat, and there again we just see Sophie Luff just leaning into that really and drilling it away square of the wicket on the offside for 4 more.
Well, I think this wicket is potentially the one that's going to be used for the Australia game at the back end of the season, September. If you look, it's fairly central, which is where they tend to put the international games.
Yep, and they go through for 1 this time, and they'll stick at 1. The ball's in the hands, and it's just 1 added to the score.
It's a fairly expensive over and still 1 ball to go, so Abby just needs to keep the ball line and length, nothing fancy, don't drop it too short, and don't give them anything too full to hit.
Abby's in again, and that is down the leg side. There's a big appeal. Lauren takes it really smartly down the leg side, the umpire having nothing of that, and that is the end of the over. 21 gone, 123 for 2. Yeah, the 5 penalty runs. It's amazing how things like that can just mess with your head when you're out there in the field, isn't
I think they would have messed with my head as well if I'd been out there. So I'm not going to be critical of the girls, but when you're not as involved, i.e. you're not on the field of play, you think girls just forget it. But it's very difficult to forget because they potentially haven't seen anything like that before either. So yeah, a difficult one to deal with, and I think we were like, oh, I think they're giving 5 penalty runs and wondering what was going on. So it'll be interesting to hear what the reason was. I suspect it was, well, you can't call it ungentlemanly conduct, can you? No. But against the spirit of the game.
Yeah. Can't imagine it was anything deliberate or trying to deceive them.
No, I suspect she forgot that she should have been in on the circle edge, so did a race in.
Yeah. So, new over. Turner comes in, played out onto the leg side. Now they've gone through for 1. They're looking for 2. Are they? Oh, smart piece of work out in the field by Lizzie Scott. She was quickly round there, had to be, and a good pick up and a good throw coming in, preventing them from taking a second.
Yeah, they're very quick between the wickets, both Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson. So the fielders need to be on their toes and they need to attack the ball so to prevent them from going for that second run.
Good game of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's really exciting. Could go either way at this stage.
Turner outside the off stump, this one pushed out onto the offside. Phoebe Turner with the fielding.
And interestingly, Holly's not turned to Erin Burns yet, and I think Katie Levick's only bowled 2 overs. So she's got 2 experienced spinners to come in to bowl yet.
Turner's in again. That again will be just pushed away through the cover area. They go through for a comfortable single. Yeah, that was the phase of the game before I came today that I was really looking forward to watching. You know, Levick at one end and Burns at the other. Yeah,
on Saturday Burns bowled extremely well. I think she bowled 10 overs for 10 runs, or it wasn't very many, you know, and it was like, wow, that's keeping it tight.
Turner in again. Again, it's outside off, but it's nicely steered away by Luff. She's done well to get something on that. Will it go for 4? No, it's a good bit of work in the field. Yeah, great throw coming in as well. The Diamonds working really well in tandem there. But nicely steered through there by Luff. She's just starting to see the ball a bit clearer now, Sophie Luff, you feel. Starting to manoeuvre the ball around the ground through the gaps. But it was a good chase coming in from Katie Levick to prevent the 4. 127 for 2. 22nd over. This time that's a dot ball as that's pushed out into the offside. Yeah, it's a great century from Holly, but also some great batting at the other end towards the end
good support,
of
wasn't it?
Innings. Yeah,
particularly from Abby Glenn when she came in, and Phoebe Turner had a good little knock as well.
Yeah, from 89 for 5 to get 275 was a brilliant effort, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that is the end of another over. So when are we likely to see the 2 spinners coming into the attack? I suspect it might not be too long now. Glenn with 6 overs, Scott with 5.
Here we go, Erin Burns coming on.
Here it is, yeah.
She bowls in a cap, so
Does she?
If you're waiting for somebody to take their cap off to see who's bowling, she's not going to do that. She's definitely a I wear my cap to bowl girl.
Just as well we've got the numbers on the shirts, isn't it? Looking forward to this. And earlier on in the day we saw Amanda Jade Wellington bowling some terrific leg spin actually as well, didn't we? 3 wickets during that spell, and that was the spell, the period of the game, the innings that almost undid the Diamonds, but they managed to come through that spell.
Yeah, I thought they did very well to not give any more wickets away in that spell, because had they done that then the pressure would really have been on, but Holly manoeuvred the ball and just kept it very safe, hit most things on the floor in the earlier part of her innings, and then latterly went a bit more aerial, but to score 103 when your team's 89 for 5 and you haven't got very many at that stage is all credit to Holly to do that.
So the Storm, I've got the runs required down to under 150 now, but it's Erin Burns coming in with her off spin. So much knowledge, so much experience. Great addition to the side, Erin, this season. Jane?
Yeah, she's a good all-rounder. You know, she's great in the field, great in the dressing room, as well as a very good bowler. Oh! And there you go. There's the wicket.
Brilliant timing. Great delivery. Oh, the flight on the ball was terrific, wasn't it? And I think the flight just deceived the Storm batter there on this occasion.
It must have just turned past Fran Wilson, because it took leg stump in the end.
Yeah.
She came down the wicket and must have turned enough to just clip leg stump.
Yep. Terrific piece of bowling. It was well pitched up, it was well flighted, and it's amazing how often you see it, isn't it, that spin comes into the attack and the game just starts to change.
The thing with spin is that the batter has to put all the pressure, has to put all the pace on the ball, whereas often with the quickies you can nudge and nurdle it around. Oh wow, that went through the gate. It didn't go past, it literally turned past through her, so it went between bat and pad and took leg stump.
Great ball and great wicket for the Diamonds. Yeah, we're just seeing this again on a replay. Actually, there's some quite big turn there,
yeah, big
isn't
turn
there? Wow.
And she'll be delighted, because I think she wants to impact for the team, and any player wants to impact for the team, especially when you're a fairly new player and fairly early on in the season. And that'll be just what she wants. Second ball that she's bowled. First ball was a dot, second ball a wicket.
Brilliant start then for Erin as she comes in again. Ooh, touch of uncertainty about the defensive shot there from
Danny Gibson.
Danny Gibson, yeah. Lovely flight, this right arm off spin. Relatively short run up to the crease. Erin, she comes in now, but That's driven. Oh, and it's just spilled on the boundary. Well, she made it into a catch, really, Phoebe Turner, didn't she? It was far from easy. Really, really difficult chance. And she looks as though she's picked up a knock there. It probably will go down as a chance, but she did so well to even get near it. But Erin Burns there just missing out on a potential second wicket. That one's turned again. It's turned a lot down the leg side. That one has gone all the way through for 4 wides on this occasion. Just deceiving everybody, that one. 134 for 3. So we've got Luff in there still on 17. She's been in there for 34 minutes, faced 18 balls for those 17. And Danny Gibson is with her at the moment, and she waits for Erin Burns now. An eventful first over, that is for sure. That one's a little bit shorter. That's cross-battered, hit down the ground. Fielded by Phoebe Turner again, and throw comes in 1 bounce. Picked up by Burns. So a wicket, a drop catch. Lots and lots going on here. I wonder if we might see Katie Levitt come on at the other end as well. We will see as Burns comes in again. Outside off stump, little dab outside the off stump behind square on the offside, but that area is really well patrolled by the Diamonds, and there's no addition to the score, so that's 23 bowled now.
And Katie Levick is coming on at the Howard stand end.
Yeah, great to see them bowl in tandem. Looking forward to this. As a batter coming in, I can think of nothing worse than facing leg spin at one end and a really good off spinner at the other.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real experience of the bowling side at the moment, because they've been around a little bit, these two young ladies, and they know the pressure of the game is on now, and if they can just tighten it up, they know that they'll be able to just twist it a little bit more in the favour of the Diamonds.
So Katie's bowled 2 overs so far, 2 overs for 13, and she will come back on from the Howard stand end. And we've got the spinners bowling in tandem, and she'll be bowling to Danny Gibson. Past the umpire she comes now. Oh, that looks close. It's well, there is an appeal. It's hit Gibson on the pad. But the umpire's not having anything of that one.
No,
outside
missing
leg
leg.
side, wasn't it? Yeah. More in hope than anything. That's a little bit outside off stump, and with the turn of the ball, it's wide enough for Gibson to just give herself a little bit of room and push it out into the offside, and they go through for 1. So what's the field placing like for Katie? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the circle on the offside. 2 on the on. Sweeper on the offside as well, and on the leg side we've got 2 on the edge. That's well pitched up. Luff having to wait and push that out into the offside. Fielding is done by Callis. Katie Levick quickly back to her mark, using her feet there. Luff this time. Good use of the feet as well. Pushed up towards mid-off, quickly scampering away for a single.
Yeah, I think they're going to be looking for those quick singles, so the fielders really do need to just attack the ball where possible.
This one's pitched outside the off stump, and again that will just be flat battered really through that cover region for a single.
Yeah, they complement each other quite well, these two batters, because Sophie Luff is very much straight down the ground and vertical bat, and Danny Gibson so far has played mainly cross-battered shots.
Nice flight on the ball from Katie there, driven up the ground by Sophie Luff, the Storm skipper, and they go through for a single. So that's the end of the over. 24 bowled, 139 for 3. We mentioned Ster Callis. She's heading off to Abu Dhabi, isn't she, later in the week?
Yeah, with the Dutch team, the Netherlands team. So we'll be missing her, I think, for 3 games, I think it is. 3 matches.
A couple of the squad members away with Scotland as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Multinational.
Absolutely. So Erin Burns then to continue. The Diamonds looking to continue with this great start to the season, having won comfortably really well on Saturday, looking to make it 2 from 2 today. About to reach the halfway point in this storm reply as Erin Burns comes in, and Luff this time just eases that one through the offside for another single. 139 for 3. I suspect the Storm will be quite pleased with where they are at the halfway point.
Well, they're roughly halfway to the runs, aren't they? And we're roughly halfway the number of overs bowled, so it's pretty even for everybody at the moment.
A lot relying on these two, you feel, though, Jane, as well, for the Storm.
Yes.
And how they can see their way through this next period of the game. Here's Burns again. Plenty of flight!
Oh,
brilliant. Well, the flight of the ball totally deceiving Sophie Luff there. Talk about giving the ball some air. And Sophie Luff just could not resist having a go at that one, trying to pull it from outside off stump through the leg side. And it was a well pitched up ball as well. And hits the base of the off stump, I think.
It's Gibson that's out. I think the scoreboard's wrong over there. So, yeah, it's Gibson with that cross bat again, you see. She's gone cross-battered.
Yeah.
And the ball's just turned against her and bowled her.
Well, quite an introduction into the attack for Erin Burns. A wicket in her first over, a wicket in her second.
And whilst I don't think it'll come into play, it's the first time that DLS has gone in favour of Diamonds. Absolutely. With that wicket.
Yep. Hopefully we won't need it.
I don't think it'll come into play, but when you're on the field, it just gives you that inkling and it gives you a lift to think we're ahead of the game now. Because all the way through, up until this stage, then Storm have been ahead. So they would have been looking at it going, oh, we're okay, we're way ahead. But now it's just flipped. DLS has gone to 143 and the score is 139.
Yeah, it's just one of those other important markers, isn't it, that just gives everybody a lift out there, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, there's no difference to where we were a minute ago, but mentally, you just relieve the pressure a bit the minute you see that happen, because you think we're ahead of the game.
Yeah.
And the pressure's on them now. And the way that Erin Burns is bowling, I mean, she's only in her second over and she's got 2 wickets so far, so you've got to feel that that will continue. And they're taking a drinks break because they were so close to the halfway mark.
Yeah.
And I'll pass back to Jonathan at this stage.
Well, thank you so much, Jane, for joining us again.
And lovely to be here with everybody.
Thank you very much to Jane for her words of wisdom and wise words, talking us through a couple of wickets there during that spell of commentary, with Erin Burns coming in to the attack and taking 2 quick wickets. She's now bowled 1.2 overs and 2 for 8. Katie Levick also bowling at the moment as well, 3 overs none for 17. But you would have said maybe 10 minutes ago that this was potentially an evenly poised game, but with those 2 wickets by Burns, you'd have to say that this game now is beginning to swing the way of the Diamonds. At 139 for 4 in this, the 25th over of the game. And as Jane said, the players out there in the middle taking drinks. And we've had an eventful 15-20 minutes or so, JD, since you were last in the chair. A couple of wickets falling, 5 penalty runs. And possibly the game just starting to swing more in the favour of the Diamonds.
And then some of the greatest filling in the history of radio, I think, there as well.
Thank you.
While I was having a chat with Jane and you were on your own.
Right. Thank you very much.
I've always said you've been a great filler. You are you're top of the range there. Yeah, no, you're right. It's been an eventful period, and just exactly as you were saying, I mean, the air, there was almost snow on that delivery that just bowled Gibson out from Erin Burns. She really is happy to float the ball up there, and we all know whatever level of the game you play, if somebody does give it some air, if it gets above that eye line, it's difficult not to get too excited, isn't it, with the bat in your hand, and you think, oh yeah, this is going out of the park.
Hard to resist, isn't it?
Well bowled, Erin Burns, 2 for 8 from 8 deliveries so far. What an impact she's had.
She really has, and she's not really bowled a bad ball so far as she runs away from us now. And again, that's a really lovely line and length. It brings the new batter Nat Wraith forward. The Storm wicket keeper, she's on the front foot there, but not overly convincingly so. As Burns comes in again, that's again just cut just behind square on the offside. A great tumbling stop again. How important is that fielding position in 50 over cricket, just behind square? Always used to be the case that your best fielder would automatically go there. Not sure if that is still the case actually in the modern day, but some great work there. That's just slightly down the leg side, but what an introduction into the attack then for Erin Burns. And I guess when you recruit, when you sign a player from overseas, you want somebody who can come into your team and, you know, have a game-changing effect on games, don't you? And she's done exactly that today.
Yeah, you want somebody who's capable of winning a match for you or having significant effects on matches, and you want them to be able to do that. If you're going to be bothering to bring them over from overseas, you want them to be doing that on a regular basis. We know that people can't do it all the time. That's the world of sport, but yeah, somebody who's going to come in and have a significant impact to your benefit, and that's an excellent first couple of overs from her. Can Katie Levick, the all-time women's leading wicket taker, add to her tally? Not with that delivery, because that's been pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. Now then, we've got the scoreboard stuck, have we? There was some debate, wasn't there, as to whether it was Sophie Luff or Danielle Gibson who was out there. I noticed between you and Jane, and Sophie Luff is still there, and it was Gibson who's out, but she's still showing on the scoreboard, so the scoreboard operators haven't managed to piece that together just yet, as we had another dot and now a single carved out into the offside by Nat Wraith, who is the new batter. So not entirely sure what the score is right at this moment in time, because the board is stuck by the looks of things. And in comes Katie Levick. There's an appeal for LBW. She didn't really get anywhere there. Didn't Luff at the crease. She has played well down the ground, as Jane was saying. Katie Levick in again. Luff uses her feet this time and once again plays down the ground to long on. Safety first, keeping the ball on the deck. And the board continues to be stuck after 24.5 overs. I think it's one of these things, if they get the wrong person, then there's a bit of backtracking has to be done. I've had this conversation before during men's matches when things have stalled. Now there we go, 143 for 4, and Luff is on 22, and Wraith now on to 2 with the single up to long on. So 26 overs complete. At the same stage, the Diamonds were 118 for 5, 144 for 4. I think that represents an appreciable amount in front at the same stage for the Storm. So there, at this moment in time, you'd have to make them favourites if you were laying the odds on this game. But they've still got a bit of scoreboard pressure on their side of the Diamond, and they've got this trick up their sleeves in terms of the capped Erin Burns, who's about to bowl again from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Absolutely. Capped in more ways than one, and that one is just glanced down to fine leg for a single. Capped in more ways than one because she is bowling in a cap, as Jane mentioned earlier. course, she's also being capped by Australia as well, down under.
Yeah, anybody who gets in that Australian side, we know what a top draw side it's been for some time. Even if you only get a sniff of you can make a squad, you're a good player. If you get a couple of caps, then you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it takes a big effort to break through into that team as Erin Burns comes in again. It's pushed out onto the offside, and they scamper through again for a quick single. One more added to the score then. 3 on the offside in the circle, 3 on the on for Erin Burns. That one is turning. She's certainly making the ball turn, and they're going to come back for 2 here. Yep, there was 2. Good running between the wickets. Nat Wraith there doing really well to run the first one quickly, which is what it's all about, and made it into 2 as a result of that. Halfway through Erin Burns' 3rd over then. 2 wickets already to her name, pushed out onto the offside. And there is no run this time. There's certainly no deterioration in the pitch, so the pitch is good for a run chase as Burns comes in with that lovely flight of hers, and it's all about waiting for the ball to come onto the bat, which the Storm do there, and that's hit square of the wicket for a single out on the offside. Yeah, when, as you say, Dodgy, when those balls are getting so much flight, it's a really test of your nerve as a batter, and that's a delightful delivery. It's just in that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump where, shall I leave it, shall I have a dabble and play? And it was the latter on this occasion. Beats the outside edge and goes through to Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps, and well, no wicket this time, but 3 overs, 2 for 14 is not a bad return for Erin Burns at all at this moment in time. So Western Storm 149 for 4, and a lot riding on Sophie Luff, their captain, you would think, who is out there on 23, not out at the moment. It probably needs an innings of Holly Armitage proportions from her to win the game.
Here's Katie Levick bowling to Nat Wraith, who's stroked that one out into the deep on the offside, and they're going to pick up 1 run as a result. Levick in again from the Howard stand end, and at this time Luff, who keeps saying has played well down the ground, not quite as well wide of off stump as that one was, and was cut into the deck and fielded there quite comfortably. Levick in again, and Luff strokes it out this time into the covers and will pick up another run. 151 for 4. Comfortably in front of the clock at this moment in time. Here's Levick again, but she's got that one down too far down the leg side for comfort, and has been wided on this occasion. And Lev once more, that's better delivery, and Wraith just pushing back into the onside, and there is no run. Levick again, this time driven down the ground. She can't manage to reel that in off her own bowling, and will concede 1 as a result to Nat Wraith, who moves on to 8. Partnership now for this 5th wicket so far, worth 13. They can afford a few overs where they just run it around, given the comfort on the scoreboard. And again, she's just straying down the leg side here, and Luff has managed to work it round the corner off her pad for a leg bye. Final ball of the over. So Katie Levick, 5 overs for 25 so far. Hasn't yet managed to add to the 4 wickets that she took on Saturday in this year's competition, but there's still time to do that. And pretty much going at even with the run rate here on the board, the Western Storm. They're going at 5.5. They need 5.55 from this point. 22 overs remaining and 122 more runs to win.
Just watching with some fascination as well, JD, some of the brilliant camera work that we can see out there from the camera team at Headingley. Some brilliant shots being produced, as always, as Erin Burns starts a new over and they go through for a single. Sorry, it's a dot ball. They prevent the single and it remains at 154 for 4. Burns comes in again then. Well played by Luff, who just gives herself some room, pushes that out through the offside, and it is a single this time. One bounce throw comes into Lauren Winfield Hill. Burns with that flight, not quite flighted actually as much as we saw in the first couple of overs, a little bit flatter in trajectory now than she has been, but nonetheless fairly miserly in terms of runs conceded for her. With the cap on, as we've been saying, as she comes in past the umpire now. Luff just trying to use her feet, I think, there to come down the pitch slightly to put the bowler under some pressure, and it means that the field goes back, mid-on goes back to long on as Burns comes in. Ooh. Down the pitch, Luff comes again, and Burns just angling that in towards that leg stump. Luff's hit on the front pad, and really well bowled. I think saw Sophie Luff coming down the pitch there, Erin Burns, and already this is the last ball of the over, and that's pushed out onto the offside. So I think you have to say that that's a really good over, nice and tight, giving absolutely nothing away. And Burns has now bowled her 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 16. So the overseas bowlers for both these teams have had an impact on the game. Erin with 2 for 16 for the Storm, and Amanda Jade Wellington with 3 wickets with her leg spin for the Storm during the Diamonds innings. So we've seen some good quality spin bowling so far today.
So 156 for 4 as Katie Levick bowls here to Nat Wraith, who's got that away out to mid-wicket, takes on the arm of Lizzie Scott, and they'll get back for 2. At the same point, or at the 29 over point, 131 for 5. So still 25 runs and a wicket in hand over where the Diamonds were at the same stage, and it's down to the Diamonds to pick up some more wickets here, but they still have 120 runs, make that 119 to play with, because Lev has just got that one wrong down the leg side and has been wided. If she comes again from the Howard stand end, loops this one up. It was going the same way, but this time Wraith latches onto it and flicks it out square on the leg side to Lizzie Scott for another run. Luff back on strike, uses her feet. Now this could be out. It is out. Katie Levick strikes for the first time in this Western Storm innings, and Sophie Luff, who around whom quite a lot of this Western Storm response was looking like it had to be built, has gone for 25. It is 160 for the loss of 5 wickets now, and this is the sort of point where things may start to tip. With all those runs on the board, still 116 more, to 116 more to win. And she used her feet quite nicely, but just didn't quite get all of it. And it was Abby Glenn, I think, who was on the edge of the circle, taking another catch during the innings. A comfortable one at that. 160 for 5 then, after 29.3.
Well, this phase of the game had just had a feel of a cat and mouse feel about it. Certainly the last over from Burns, you saw the batters trying to use their feet, trying to give themselves some room, realising that the bowling's tight, they need to try and continue to keep this momentum with the run rate. And there, with Katie's bowling from the far end, we saw Luff just trying to get on with things really, I think, and keep the scoreboard ticking over. That scoreboard pressure continuing to have an impact on the Storm there, with the two spin bowlers putting pressure very much so onto the shoulders of the Storm batsmen. Katie she'll be really pleased with that, I think, won't she? Because she's not quite found her best today, line and lengthwise, but as ever, you know, chipping in with wickets as she so often does.
Niamh Holland then, new batter for the Storm, who runs that down to short third and comfortably fielded. So 25 from 37 deliveries and 2 fours included in that Sophie Luff knock. The skipper has gone. Court Glen bowled Levick, who is bowling here once again to Niamh Holland, who can't get that away past the infield on the offside. Sophia Turner in to field from point. The scoreboard looks to have stuck again. Oh, one of them does. As Levick is in once more. Oh, she's unlucky there, as Niamh Holland has got an edge on it past Lauren Winfield Hill. Went away fine through slip, and they got back for 2, but a wicket taking over. And could that be, when we reflect on this match, the point at which scales began to tip the way of the Diamonds, or was it just a little blip as far as the Western Storm are concerned? We'll see. The Diamonds were 141 for 5 at the same stage, and still the Storm very much in a healthier position at 162 for 5.
Well, we'll see what depth there is to the Storm batting now, that is for sure, because the Diamonds had the benefit of Holly Armitage at the crease for much of that Diamonds innings, and that knock was very much the basis of this big Diamond score today. As Burns comes in again, the Storm don't have the benefit of anybody who's at the crease with a big score, so it's really relying on the lower order to come up with the goods here. Burns there's driven through the covers for a single, and I think it's Bess Heath out there on the edge doing the fielding, and the sunshine is showing itself again here at Headingley this afternoon as Burns comes in, and that one's just edged away down towards third man. Now, whether that was a deliberate opening of the face of the bat to run it down there, or a genuine edge, I'm not certain. We might be able to pick that up from the replay, but again, really nice line from Erin Burns. Not sure whether we'll see a replay of that. We will wait and see. But they've gone through for a couple. So Holland on strike. That one's tickled down the leg side. They're going to run one there. Well, that's a really well taken single. Not too much in that, outside that leg stump. Just clips the pad. Leg by signalled by umpire Watts. And they've gone through for 1. So Burns is in again then. Really nice forward defensive shot coming in from Wraith, pushing that one back up the pitch to the bowler. But Burns again continuing with this miserly approach of keeping things really tight, but they do manage to get a single there. Wraith adds 1 to her score, but Burns now with 4.5 overs and conceding just 20 runs, so to be going at 4 and over in a game like this, high scoring game. That one's hit through the leg side just wide of mid wicket, and they scamper through for a single. For just for a moment it looked as though there might be an opportunity of a catch there, but it's wide of the Diamonds fielder, and they go through for a single. But again, another fine over by Burns, 2 for 21 off 5, and in what you would say is a high scoring game to be going at 4 and over, when the overall rate for both teams is 5 and above, is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, as Katie Levick prepares then to bowl here to Niamh Holland. Taps the bat down and waits and flicks into the onside. Oh, she's been put down, I think. Callis is in there at short, straight mid-wicket. Did she get her hands underneath it? Was it one of those that bounced at the point? She was trying to get her hands underneath it. I think it was the former, probably, but still difficult to tell on the replay because I don't think we got a full shot of Ster at the point the ball was about landing in the hands. Either way, Holland survives it. Another dot ball follows, and then a wide down the leg side just to compound that frustration for Katie Levick. It's going to be a wide which has the addition of a couple of byes as well. Umpire just waiting for the signal back from the scorers. So 171 for 5. Still 4 legit deliveries remaining in this over. Here comes Levick again. And Holland goes back foot and punches back to Katie in her follow through.
29 extras, JD, so they're just mounting up a little bit now.
Yeah. And she's in again. Good delivery. That's Holland going back foot, and again just having to stroke that back up the other end. 2 to come in the over. Can she get out of this over? Well, 1 for 34 from 6.4 for Katie Levick, who draws another back foot punch from Holland, but straight to short extra cover. Holly Armitage is in there, and she's just sending long on all the way back just to cover that. Final ball of the over. Levick is in, and respect by Holland. So good over in the end from Katie. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. She's got her own economy rate down just below 5 and over. 5.34 is the current run rate, and the required rate's just nudged up again, 5.83. Still plenty of time left, but now only 5 wickets in hand, so there's got to be a little bit of care exercise between this pair. They've got to value their wickets highly. Nat Wraith on 14 and Niamh Holland on 5. 171 for 5 after 32 at the same stage. The Diamonds were 156 for 5.
Here's Erin Burns again then with her 6th over. That's a little bit short. We've not seen too much of that, and that's played through the offside for a single. And the hardy souls who are here watching, who have braved the cold today, are now reaching for the sunscreen. The bright sunshine bathing Headingley at the moment. So good to see. As again, just a little bit shortish in length. Burns this time again, and another single. As we've mentioned before, absolutely no demons in this track whatsoever. Batsmen, batters been able to play their shots with a degree of confidence. That's it in the air and over the top. 2 bouncers and over the rope for 4. Well, I guess that the Storm do need to kind of turn this pressure around on Burns, don't they, and put her under some pressure. And they've done exactly that there. That's a good strike over the top for 4. 177 for 5. Burns comes in. It's played through the offside again. Well, they've got the measure of Erin in this over. As the throw comes back in, 1 bounce to Lauren Winfield Hill, and they go through for 1 more. That was a great shot over the top. Wraith 20 not out. Holland is 6. Oh, good turn. Just a little bit short in length, but some big turn there for Erin Burns with this off spin from the Kirkstall lane end. 1 ball remaining of the over. She gets through them quickly, that is for sure. Pitched on leg stop, pushed out into the onside, and that is the end of another over. So a touch more expensive, but you've got to say it's been a great spell so far. 6 overs, 2 for 28 for Erin Burns then. 178 for 5 and we've now got the runs required down to under 100 for the Western Storm, and that required rate is at 5.76, so still a really interesting game. Diamonds still needing a couple of wickets to feel more confident, and you feel as though the Storm needing a partnership.
Yep, and Levick bowling here. There's an appeal for a stumping. The first time I think we've seen Lauren Winfield Hill able to whip off the bails, but not out. The decision. 178 for 5 then. Wraith on strike, and straight down the ground she hits this full length delivery from Katie Levick. Accepts just the one, didn't really trying to put any pressure on the field at the 33 over mark. There were just the 12 runs in front, so it is starting to come back into view, if you like, in terms of the direct comparison here. As Holland flicks off the legs through the onside, and Lizzie Scott fires that back in on the bounce to the gloves of Lauren Winfield Hill. Great to see some sunshine here at Headingley. Hope it's the same for the fellas this weekend as well. 4 days. Yorkshire versus Derbyshire, of course, starting on Friday, the 26th. As that is cut by Wraith out to point and fielded by Sophia Turner, and there is no run. Yeah, 4 days from here, from on Friday onwards for 4 days. I'll get the words out right in a minute. As Levick is in, she's getting through her overs too quickly for me to get the teeth in properly. Wraith strokes that out into the offside for a single. I'll get the teeth in and we'll wait for the passing air traffic. So starting on Friday, 4 days, Yorkshire versus Derbyshire men, 2nd division of the county championship. I think we got there now. We'll have that on BBC Radio Leeds and the BBC Sport website and app. He'll join us for that, as Holland has flat batted that one out to the cover sweeper for another single. Run rate just edging up towards 6 come the end of that 34th over then. 182 for 5, so just the 4 runs coming from it. And again, just for that comparison, well, slightly ahead by comparison to what they were after the last over. 182 for 5 plays 168 for 6 at that stage. In addition to that, we will be at Scarborough next week for the game between the Diamonds and the Blaze, a 10:30 start in this same competition, the RHF Trophy. Graham and myself having a trip out to the seaside. Then we'll be back here again on the Friday the 3rd of May for 4 more days of men's cricket. That'll be Yorkshire against Glamorgan.
Erin Byrne starts a new over. Oh, good fielding out there at extra cover. And it was Holly Armitage, wasn't it, doing the work there. Got down really well to that one, Holly, as Erin Burns comes in again. Though that beautiful flight that we've seen from her all afternoon so far. It's pushed away through the offside again for a single. They are picking up the singles at a reasonably good rate, the Storm, which is keeping that required run rate under 6, but it's likely that they will start needing a boundary or 2 during each over. That's hit firmly up towards mid-off, where Lizzie Scott does well to get right behind that one and prevent that going further towards the boundary. So it's just a single again as Holland waits. She's on 9 again. Ball that turns from outside the off stump. They go through for another single. So as I say, they're working the ball around really nicely. 6 and over keeps them up with the rate, doesn't it? As Burns comes in again now, but that one is not timed this time. That was because the ball seemed to just jag back in off the pitch. A touch there, bit of turn for Erin Burns, and well, these are the quickest overs of the day, I think, from Erin. She's already onto the last delivery of the over. That's played out towards backward point again with a fine piece of work by the Diamonds in the field. They go through for another single, and so quickly that's the end of another Erin Burns over. So she's bowled without change, Erin Burns, now from the Kirkstall Lane end. She's bowled at 7 overs, 2 for 32. And Levick's bowled 8 at the other end in 2 spells. First spell 2 overs, this second spell she has bowled for 6. 1 for 38 for Katie at that end. 186 for 5, and that required rate now is exactly 6 and over required, and the Storm need 90 to win the game. So it looks as though there's a change at the Howard stand end, and we're about to see Phoebe Turner, I think it is, who's coming into the attack to replace Katie Levick.
With Nat Wraith on strike, and in comes Phoebe Turner running towards us. Endicott bowled previously this Kirkstall Lane end. Good first delivery, which was too close to the stumps to cut. We've already seen one of the Diamond batters. It was Erin Burns trying to cut one too close to her body and was bowled by Amanda Jade Wellington. The comparison up to 35. Well, the Diamonds were 171 for 6, so 15 and a wicket behind where the Storm currently, or were at the end of the same stage. Another single though now takes them on to 187. That was Wraith out into the deep on the offside. 187 for 5. Can the Diamonds find the wickets they need to make it 2 out of 2 here, or will the Storm get their first win of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint campaign? That was cut quite firmly there by Niamh Holland, fielded by Sophia Turner, who's just backward of point.
For the Storm to do it, JD, you start to think that somebody needs to get 50 or 60 to win it.
And for the first time we're seeing the run rate creep up over 1 a ball, so always that danger time and that scoreboard pressure we talked about early on in the piece. Holland dropping that latest Turner delivery out into the offside for Holly Armitage to come in and field. And no run. 27 runs this unbroken 6-wicket partnership is worth. And this time Holland has managed to step away and create enough space outside off stump to steer that down to Stir Callis, who's coming in from the 3rd man boundary. 1 run. Wraith back on strike. 25 from 31 deliveries so far, just the 1 boundary. That's the thing that they've struggled this pair with, is finding the boundaries. Just 1 between them. As a bit of a waft to that ball short of length by Turner, and Wraith can't get bat on ball, so that was a really tight over and a good change as it turns out. 188 for 5, just the 2 runs coming from the over, still 14 ahead of where the Diamonds were at the same stage, but that extra thing of scoreboard pressure, 6.29 suddenly the run rate required becomes, and 88 needed off 14.
I don't think that missed by all that much. I was just looking for a replay but didn't see one, but I don't think the last ball missed the stumps by all that much at all. It was a really good over, and Erin Burns will continue with her 8th over of the innings, and again that'll just be pushed up towards mid-on, fielded by the bowler actually, so there's no addition to the score. And there's a bit of a squeeze on now, isn't there, with the Storm just struggling to find the boundary. It's amazing what 1 tight over can do, isn't it? Some tight overs from Erin Burns at one end and then a really tight over at the other, and the pressure just starts to crank up a little bit. This time Holland uses her feet to come down the pitch, but Erin Burns is, with all her experience and all her years of experience, was aware of that, just dropped that one a little bit shorter, and again that's punched into the offside. They've done well to scramble a quick single there. There was a slight misfield, but the Diamonds fielder did well to stop the ball. I think it was Holly Armitage there who did well to get down to that one, as Erin Burns comes in again. little bit of a use of the feet, a little bit of just giving themselves a little bit of room there for Nat Wraith outside the off stump. And they have scampered through again for another single. Might have been Holland, I'm not sure actually, the ball before. But again, Burns has raced through her over. That's 8 overs completed now. 2 for 33 for Erin Burns. So, I mean, your analysis tracker over by over is going to be interesting now, JD, isn't it? Because it feels like the last 3 or 4 overs, there's been a real squeeze on the Storm batters.
Well, they're still in front of the Storm by 11 at the same stage, and now 2 fewer wickets than the Diamonds had. They'd lost the 7th by this stage, but of course they had that excellent 8th wicket partnership still to come. 70. So here is Phoebe Turner again, 2 for 25 from 6.1 now. That first delivery struck by Wraith went no further than mid-on.
Yeah, the downfall's going to be the lack of boundaries, isn't it? Wraith has been in there 34 balls and hit 1 boundary.
Yeah, none off 21 for Holland, who is at the non-striking end as Wraith. Ooh. Well, she took on the field. The throw came in. Unfortunately, if it was going to be close, we're not sure if it was or not, but it was couldn't be reeled in by Phoebe Turner with the catch, which suggests the batter would have got home, because often when fielders fumble it's because they're so rushed that they're desperate to get the bails off and forget to take the ball. Oh, chances here as well, as Holland steps back and tries to pull that, but pulls it straight, and it was looping up in the air for a while towards the hands of Phoebe Turner. Drops just short. But yeah, very much boundaries hard to come by. I said 21 balls, didn't I, for Holland? It's 29 balls now. It was 21 minutes she's been out there. Halfway through the over, wide of off stump. It's been chased and edged, but quite legitimately really, down to third man by Holland for a single.
Looked like a real effort ball from Phoebe Turner, that, didn't it?
Just dragged it a bit, didn't she, really?
Yeah. Still only a single conceded, though.
Here she comes again. Oh, Boulder! She's got that one right. Off stump goes back, middle stump also splayed, and Wraith has gone bowled by Phoebe Turner for 27. A third wicket for Phoebe in this excellent couple of spells she's bowled now. 3 for 27. And there you go, a bit of scoreboard pressure, the lack of boundaries, those having been dried up, and it just cranks it up, despite the fact that 84 doesn't seem that many, and they've been in front throughout. The Diamonds beginning to turn the screw. 192 for 6.
And really well deserved as well for Phoebe Turner. She's bowled in this spell extremely well. Just what the Diamonds needed. Some really good tight bowling. And she's come into the attack at the Howard stand end and bowled really, really tight. She's forced the batters into taking the odd chance with singles, because as you say, the boundaries have dried up. And although the story of the match for the Diamonds in the final analysis, if they win, will be Holly Armitage's century, Phoebe Turner's also made quite an impact on the game as well, as we've said before in this innings, with both bat and ball now. So she is having a terrific game for the Diamonds this afternoon. 3 for 27 from 6.5. It's swinging the way of the Diamonds at the moment.
Yeah, always. We've kind of had that in mind, I think, throughout, with what we've been saying really about the scoreboard pressure, and another wicket, just the scoreboard pressure feels like you've got an extra few runs on the board, doesn't it, in itself really. So Amanda Jade Wellington, who bowled really well for the Storm, has now pressed into action with the bat, and she has run it down to third man, first ball, for a single to get off the mark. End of the 38th over, so 72 deliveries remaining to get 83 runs. Means it's just about 7 and over, just under that. Duckworth Lewis gives you an idea that the Diamonds are now in front of the game. They've just moved into that position in recent overs. 208 Duckworth Lewis suggests that the Storm should be at this stage, but the reality is that they are 193 for 6, and that means they are 10 in front of where the Diamonds were at the same stage and have lost a wicket fewer. So you could still quite comfortably argue that they're in front of the game. Kind of not feeling like that the way it's going out there, is it?
No, completely agree. I think that's a really good summing up. It feels as though the Diamonds are on top, but it's far from over yet. 12 overs remaining in the innings then, as Erin Burns comes in, and she's one of the reasons why life has become so difficult for the Storm, because she's given them very, very little at all. I think another thing about Burns is how quickly she bowls these overs as well, which puts pressure on the batters. I think the Storm will also look at the fact that, you know, we've seen contributions from just about everyone except Danny Gibson. They've all got into the 20s or 30s, but nobody has gone on to make a big score so far, so somebody needs to do that and do it quickly. That was where the Diamonds benefited with that sensational 100 from Holly Armitage earlier in the day.
Just a leg side wide there, Graham, just past that leg stump, very tight, wasn't it?
Not far at all. Erin Burns in again. Taken off middle stump, pushed out towards mid wicket. Great sliding stop coming in.
And that's a point really as well on the extras front. You've already mentioned it. You know, if the Diamonds can really tighten up on that front in this last 11 and a half overs and give as little away as possible, that's also going to help.
It really is. Another one from Burns on leg stump. Bowling to a field really well here. Field set really well, and when a bowler can bowl to it like that as well, you've got the right combination. Look at that again, brilliant. Ball on midland leg, pushed out towards mid wicket. Here's Burns again, a bit more outside off stump. That's more with luck than management, I think. Pushed out onto the leg side just behind square, and they've gone through for a single. And again, in the blink of an eye really, Erin Burns completes her 9th over. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. So it's about the quality of the bowling in these limited overs games, but it's also about the quality of the field placing, and the Diamonds have done it really well for the most part this afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to bring up a couple of markers. I've been marking things over by over so far, as you know, and the Storm have been in front virtually throughout in this innings. So at 39 overs, 196 for 6 compares with 184 for 7 as Phoebe Turner bowls there to Neve Holland, who turned that into the leg side but couldn't get it away. But let's get to the 43 over stage, at which point the Diamonds had kicked on to 218 for 7, and that's probably going to be about a direct comparison. Now she's unlucky there is Neve Holland, because she's absolutely mullered that, stood back and hammered it back down the pitch, but the wickets were the best fielder that Yorkshire have had today, because that was flying, and the stumps getting in the way. That was definitely going to be 4 runs, because no way either fielders at mid-on and mid-off were going to get back for it. So Phoebe Turner can be thankful that Holland played it so straight. She's now just turned one round the corner. Lizzie Scott in with safe hands in the field and keeps them to 1. Run rate required now 7.52 per over.
When you need a boundary as a batter, and you hit a ball as well as that, and it hits middle stump full on at the other end, it's worth a shake of the head.
Oh, good delivery this time from Turner, and Wellington just trying to run that one down through the cordon would be. Missed out. Yeah, and talking of searching for boundaries, she's not had one yet in 36 deliveries, Niamh Holland. So she is definitely struggling for one. Been out there half an hour. Wellington, good piece of fielding there. She cut that quite firmly, and really good effort from Sophia Turner. A backward point with a diving stop. She couldn't quite prevent the single, but I think what you've got to say there is she prevented the boundary, saved 3, because that was going to travel too quickly for Sturkallis, who's down at third man. Last ball of the 40th over then. Holland on strike, still in search of that first boundary. And she's not going to get it from this delivery either, because she struck that well. But Sophia Turner, well, I know in club cricket, and we've played plenty of that, Graham, the fielding point, and sometimes the league would give you anything up to 6 points for a fielding award. She's not been perfect, Sophia Turner, but she's been very, very good. And she's got a few points from me in terms of the fielding today, because she's saved quite a number of runs roundabout point or backward thereof. So end of the 40th, 199 for 6. Plays 191 for 7 at the same stage, the Diamonds. So that's the first time it's been, I think I'm right in saying, below 10 runs in front for the Storm, apart from maybe 1 over I mentioned earlier, for quite some time. And 7.7 and over needed now. When you look at that, when you're out there in the middle and you look at that on the board.
So Erin Burns will start another over then to complete her set. Last over. 2 for 37 from 9 before this. Another dot ball. Been a great spell. Terrific to watch as well. Use of the feet from Holland. Oh, there's a danger here for the Storm, and the Diamonds were quick to pounce on it on the leg side. The throw came in. I'm not sure if the underarm throw from Turner went along the ground rather than into the hands.
Yeah, direct hit from that underarm throw, and I think she would have gone. There you go, that's scoreboard pressure, isn't it? Having to take the risk.
Yeah, that was a risk as well, wasn't it? Burns is here again then. That's outside off stump. Now there's going to be a chase round the edge for Bess Heath, I think it is. But my word, she's quickly round there, and a good throw coming in as well.
Yeah, excellent effort. And talking of taking the risk to Sophia Turner, when you're out there in the middle, you know you've got to get runs, but there are fielders who you've picked out who've been doing well, and you're thinking, I don't want to hit it to her, because A, she's going to stop it, and B, if I take her on, she might have me out.
I'm trying to think of the great backward point fielders in international cricket. I'm trying to think of the South African.
Jonty Rhodes.
Jonty Rhodes, thank you.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, it was. How many runs did he save? And we've seen the same today. That's swept round the corner, down to short fine leg. They go through for one more. But again, these elusive boundaries are evading them at the moment.
Once had a game of air hockey with him at Scarborough. Yeah, South Africa were over on tour, and they were rained off and found the team in one of those amusement arcades.
Brilliant. That's played out onto the offside behind point for one more. I took it that you beat him, of course.
Oh,
without doubt.
You can't remember the result.
Touch of misspent youth there, Dodgy, for you.
Yeah, trying to remember the result back. I'm sure I'll have beaten him. Yeah,
You will have beaten
I'm sure I'd have been quicker than he was.
He would have been quick enough, yeah, exactly. 203 for 6, and yeah, when you start seeing that required rate up at 8.11, it becomes more of a challenge. 73 needed then, but it's still there. It's still possible, isn't it?
And I was saying that when we get to that 42-43 over period, so we're an over away from there. At the same stage, the Diamonds were 195 for 7, so still the Storm 8 in front of that, and with a wicket fewer down, but with the scoreboard pressure preying on minds. Phoebe Turner is in and bowling. That's been lofted very nicely indeed by Amanda Jade Wellington, and she's got it over the top of the infield. That's a lovely shot and very much needed as far as the Storm were concerned. That's the first boundary we've seen for what feels like an eternity that's come off the bat, and her first boundary from 9 deliveries. 207 for 6. That'll help. And the required rate just down slightly to 7.81 as she flicks this latest Turner delivery square on the leg side. Now the danger time for the Diamonds of course could come late on, depending on who can bowl well at the death. And Phoebe Turner, she's only got 10 deliveries left in her spell. Abby Glenn has 4 overs remaining, but she's been going at 5.5 and over, as that is punched back down the pitch to Turner. No run. Lizzie Scott 6.4 and over, 5 overs for 32. Katie Levick 1 for 38 from 8 overs, going at under 5. And Sophia Turner 4 overs for 21, 5.25. All of those economy rates are fine. If they maintain that, then the Diamonds win the match, by comparison to what is needed at this stage, as Holland again can't power it away past Erin Burns, who's up there at mid-on. 209 for 6, 2 left in the 42nd. And Wellington back on strike, 10 off 10 so far. Turner in, nicely played. She's clearly got ability with the bat as well as the ball. Amanda Jade Wellington, she's laid the bat on that beautifully down to Ster Callis, going in from third man. Another run. 2
ways of looking at this, JD, isn't there? That, you know, if they can keep chipping away the Storm, keep these wickets in the tent, then it gets down to 2 overs to go, needing 16.
Yeah.
You'd fancy it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Holland flicking this one square on the leg side. Lizzie Scott fielding 1 run, but it's still not a bad over from Phoebe Turner. The boundary was the disappointment about it. I'm sure she's feeling that too, but you've got to say it was a cracking shot and deserved it. And 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 39 is still a good return when you look at it in the context of this match. So 211 for 6 after 42, and here we go. This is what I was saying about that's the time, because that's when the Diamonds kicked on. So now the Storm are just 1 run ahead of where the Diamonds were at the same stage, and just 1 wicket fewer to have fallen. Katie Levick's going to come on at this Kirkstall Lane end, 2 for 41 off at 10 overs for Erin Burns we're seeing on the board, which was an excellent effort from her. Can Lev back up with another wicket here, because you feel like maybe 1 more and you might be asking too many questions of the lower order to go at 8+ and over.
Partnership up to 19 between these two. Holland facing, and she is on 20. Levick comes in, not well timed by Holland. Good start to the over from Katie. 65 more runs to win, and we're in the 43rd over as Levick comes in. Then change of ends for her, 1 bounce, fielded at extra cover. Well, 2 great deliveries to start the over, and with the pace taken off the ball with the leg spinner, it forces the batters to play the shots. They've done that there, pulled through the leg side, but again some fine work by Turner again in the field, right behind that, and potentially preventing a boundary, although there are fielders out there on the edge on the leg side. Just a bit shorter there, Katie Levick, but what a good over this has been so far, halfway through it. And there's the reverse sweep, and there's no contact on the ball, straight through to Lauren Winfield Hill. Wow, fabulous stuff. Quick change to the field. Wants Bess Heath a bit squarer on the edge, or about 3 or 4 yards in on the edge. Just a slight adjustment to the position of most of the fielders on the offside. This time Levick tempts Wellington down the pitch, who has to defend it out into the offside. Well, what a time to produce an over like this. Katie Levick giving absolutely nothing away, and that's pushed onto the leg side. They will get through for one this time, but Levick's over, I beg your pardon, is an absolute beauty. Terrific over, the brakes completely on, and they could do nothing much there with Katie Levick, because her line and length, as she changed things around in terms of a line and a length as well, made life so difficult for the Storm. And that is the end of the 43rd then. They are 213 for 6.
Yeah, and for the first time in forever, as the song goes. Yes, I did take children to watch that film. 218 for 7, the Diamonds were at the same stage, so they are now, were 5 ahead of where the Storm are at the same time. I know ultimately it counts for nothing, because it's all about where you are at the end, but after all that time of being behind, they've managed to pull it back round with some good stuff with the ball, particularly in the middle to back half of this contest. And Phoebe Turner for her final over of the day, over number 44. First ball is a welcome dot. It's the Leeds University match, by the way, taking place this evening over on the rugby ground, as that is flicked into the leg side by Wellington, and they again have to settle for staying put and a dot. Women's international T20 fixture taking place here as well, Sunday the 19th of May, England versus Pakistan. As in comes Turner, and that has been hammered away over the infield. I say hammered, it's only just in the end trickled over the boundary, but it'll do. Doesn't matter how far it crosses the boundary by. If it's bounced, you still get 4, and that was the case there with Amanda Jade Wellington. So she's managed to find a boundary on a couple of occasions. 16 now from 17 balls. 217 for 6. 3 to come in the 44th over. Turner in again, and that helped on its way back with a square on the leg side. Well done Lizzie Scott, though. She was lickety split in there quickly to field that and get it back in, and has kept them to 1.
Well, if the Storm are going to do this or go close, then it looks as though Wellington might be the batter to take them there. She seems to be able to work the ball around the ground pretty well.
Here comes Turner again, and Holland has got that one away out to Erin Burns. Having to run round from mid-on, but again just the one run. 1 ball remaining in the 44th.
Great spell from Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, can she finish it in style? The dot would certainly do. The wicket even better. In she comes once again down the leg side. It's been flicked away down towards Katie Levick beneath our commentary position, and she'll finish the over, conceding a single there to Wellington, who moves on to 18. Holland on 22, so 220 for 6 after 44, and that direct comparison again is favourable for the Diamonds. They were 224 for 7 at the same time.
So not much in it at the moment. Not much in it at all when you consider that over by over analysis. 6 overs remaining, 56 more runs to win, and they have got wickets in hand. 220 for 6 the Storm, as the Diamonds look to try and make it 2 wins from 2 at the start of this 2024 season. And it's going to be Katie Levick who will bowl, her final over now. So both Phoebe Turner and Katie Levick have been bowled out here. Here's Levick bowls, use of the feet, really good use of the feet by Wellington. One bounce just inside the rope, and that goes for a boundary for 4. Looked like 6 for a moment or two there, but just dropping short of the rope. But off the first ball of the Katie Levick over, it's a great time to strike such a good blow back over the bowler's head, and suddenly Wellington is on 22 off 20 balls. Now it's the reverse sweep. There's an appeal, but it hits the body of Wellington on this occasion, and no real interest in that from the umpire. And so Wellington will wait again for Levick, who's quickly back to her mark and comes in. It's a cross-battered slog across the line, this time from Wellington, but she's making a move. Amanda Jade Wellington is making a bit of a move here. 2 boundaries from the first 3 balls of the over, and Wellington just again showing that she is a really dangerous player. 26 off 22 balls. As Levick comes in again, this time it's pushed out into the offside behind point. They're going to run through for 1. There's a throw to the bowler's end, but they're comfortably home despite the throw by Lizzie Scott, which was a good one, and they're comfortably through for that single. So that's what, 9 off the over so far. 9 off 4, 229 for 6. This time Levick comes in, and Holland has played that behind square really, really well, giving herself some room outside the off stump, just a paddle really down the leg side. And well, Katie for once is beaten there, because the batter there, Niamh Holland, just moving outside that off stump and just using the pace on the ball really just to manoeuvre it away down the leg side behind square, which is a big vacant area for the leg spinner. And that is another boundary to add to the score. That's 3 from the over. Levick's in again, driven out towards that cover region, and they'll go through for another single. Well, that's been an eventful over. Well, it's been a great over as far as the Storm were concerned. They needed it. They needed the boundaries. They've been short of them in recent overs, and suddenly after a productive over like that, that will have helped the Storm no end. That's the end of Katie Levick's spell. 10 overs, 1 for 54, but 3 boundaries coming off the over has suddenly given the Storm a lift, and it's asking a few questions of the Diamonds now. Just when they needed an injection of quick runs, they've got it there. I think it was 3 fours and 2 singles off the over. So Holland has gone on to 27, and Wellington's 27 as well. But Wellington's got her 27 from 23 deliveries with 4 boundaries.
Yeah, just 1 boundary for Holland. Still though, would you believe the Diamonds ahead at the same stage, because they also had a productive 45th over, so they're 1 ahead of where the Storm are, or they were 1 ahead of where the Storm are at this moment in time. That's that tight. It's developing into a bit of a classic of its own kind, this, isn't it? So Abby Glenn, who has thus far bowled 6 overs for 33 without taking a wicket, got her first Diamonds 50 earlier in the afternoon, so buoyed by that, she just conceded a single first delivery there to Holland, and it looks as though realistically Amanda Jade Wellington is going to be the boundary striker of the pair of them, and I accept that Holland has just got her first, but she's got underneath this one as Wellington. Leah Dobson coming in to cover that from the cover boundary, and they get just the 1 run. 236 for 6, 40 needed by the Western Storm. Glenn in again, hit down the ground once more by Holland. She's rushing through the first one to see if she can get back for a second, but that temptation quelled by Erin Burns, who came in from deep on the boundary. I mentioned earlier that the South East Stars had thrashed Ablaze by 8 wickets with 159 balls remaining, a 5-pointer for them. Thunder look like they're going to beat the Sunrisers, although it's not a completely done deal. As in comes Glenn, and well, she's not quite got hold of this how she wanted, Wellington, and Holland was in a hurry for a single, but her partner wasn't. Runs required are now up to 9 and over. 2 balls left in the 46th. Give you that Thunder score in a moment. But in comes Glenn. Got her! She's got Wellington out. That is a huge wicket as far as this game goes, because she looked like the boundary striker and scoreboard pressure counts. And Wellington has been bowled by Abby Glenn, her first wicket of the match. What a day it's been for her. 28 runs in 27 minutes and 26 deliveries for Amanda Jade Wellington. She played really well out there, including hitting 4 boundaries. But at this moment in time, she'll be a very disappointed lady leaving the field of play. And she's gone, as I say, for 28. And Molly Robbins. Well, what a task facing Molly Robbins as she walks out now, with Niamh Holland out there already, who's been in there for the best part of an hour. 29 runs to her name. What can Robbins do?
It looked as though she might have been trying to hit a straight ball through the leg side there, JD, I think.
It's just pressure, isn't it? Just trying to... You see the gaps out there, and you start to play for things that are not quite there. It's really hard to do. It's, it just it happens in pretty much every game of cricket that you ever see, doesn't it? Where somebody's got more than one thing on their mind, and I know it's easy to say. You've got to just play the ball on its merits and concentrate on what you're given and all of that. Very easy to say it, but you do try and manipulate things because you know what you need on the scoreboard. And it's back to that pressure thing again. Keep banging on about it, don't we? But it's true. As Robbins receives her first delivery from Glenn and pushes it up into the onside for a single. So at the end of the 46th, 238, if I can write it down correctly, for the loss of 7 wickets. And at the same stage, the Diamonds, 239 for the loss of 7 wickets. That close.
Really tight, and the wicket of Wellington couldn't have been better timed, really. But as you alluded to just a couple of overs to go, what a terrific game of cricket this has been. The standard has been superb to watch. There's some great performances. Holly Armitage's 100 was wonderful to see, and we've seen a pretty determined chase by the Storm here. And with 4 overs remaining, the game is still on a bit of a knife edge. Could go either way. And we're about to see, I think, Sophia Turner coming back into the attack now from the Kirkstall Lane end. 4 overs, no wickets for 21 so far then. Comes in now to bowl to Robbins, the new batsman, who comfortably just clips that through the leg side. Field well placed again by the Diamonds, and they go through for just 1 added to the score. But what it does do is it gets Niamh Holland back on the strike, who has been determined and careful and considered so far, but she maybe just needs to find something now. Oh, and she tries to do it there, and that is a straight ball that's hit middle and off, and Holland has gone, and you've talked about it a lot, but the pressure of the scoreboard doing the trick there, just trying to hit a straight ball through the leg side, through towards mid-wicket, playing a shot that really wasn't on. And Turner, you know, when you consider she's been a while out of the attack, Sophia Turner, she has bowled a terrific delivery there, right on the money. Right on the money.
Yeah, it pitches around about middle stump. If anything, it might have slightly left Niamh Holland. Certainly straightened on her. It was the length, wasn't it? It lured her into it. She got the front leg out of the way and tried to whack it away. She has been struggling for boundaries and maybe was feeling a bit of pressure about herself, let alone the scoreboard at that stage. But we're just, those who've got the stream on, they can see it again. It's been bowled middle and off. And yeah, she just, well, missed a straight one really. But it's a really good effort from her too. 29 Niamh Holland made from 53 deliveries and included just that one boundary, so it was a bit of a struggle in terms of crossing the boundary rope for her. And now 239 for 8. The tide pretty firmly swinging in the favour of the Diamonds. It's not a done deal yet. 37 off 22.
Turner again, coming in to the new batsman, and it's pushed out onto the leg side, and there is no run. I'm assuming this is Lauren Filer. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to update. It is indeed Filer who plays that first ball out onto the leg side. 239 for 8 then, as Turner runs away from us. And that's it in the air. Will it carry? No, it won't. It's just going to drop almost between the two Diamonds fielders there. One of them was Erin Burns running in, and there was one of the Diamonds fielders running across from mid-off towards the mid-on position at the edge of the circle where the ball fell. And I think that was Abby Glenn. They've gone through for a single. That's hit across the line in the air, and it's not quite going to reach the boundary. Throw comes in now. They'll go through for 2. It's well fielded by Lizzie Scott, who's patrolling the outfield over there on that cover boundary on the eastern side of the ground. While the Storm need runs, they need them pretty quickly. The required rate's now creeping up towards 11. 1 ball remaining of the 47th over. They still need 34 to win the game. Turner's in then. Driven all the way along the ground. It's a great shot, but it's well fielded on the edge of the circle, and that might have hit, well, it almost certainly has hit the Diamonds fielder on the knee, I think.
Yeah, Holly Armitage, it's one of those, it's horrible that, isn't it? When it flies along the deck and you catch it on the kneecap. That'll be, I think she's going to need to get some ice on that one, Holly, or else tomorrow could be painful. It'll be painful enough as it is anyway. So 242 for 8 at the end of the 47th compares to 247 for 9 the Diamonds. So in terms of runs on the board, they're 5 behind, 1 wicket fewer. But of course we know what happened with the Diamonds. They did manage to get right through until the end of the 50th. 18 balls for 34 runs to be scored by either or both. Molly Robbins, Lauren Filer, and it's the latter who's on strike here, facing Abby Glenn. Filer gets it away in front of square on the leg side. They're really going to have to take some risks now, you think, with the running between the wickets if they don't quite make it to the boundary. The field dispatched as far as it can be, with the 4 outside the circle and everybody else who are inside the circle on the edge of the ring. Here's Glenn again. Oh, boulder, and that has hurt Lauren Winfield, because I think it's hit her, maybe has flown off the top of the stumps. Either that or the bail might have hit her, maybe in the face. I hope she's okay. And that's an excellent delivery from Glenn once again. 2 for 38 for her now, and she's bowled Molly Robbins for 4, and it is now feeling like the Diamonds are going to close this one out. We just see it again. Yep, it's just clipped the top of the bails, I think, round about middle and off, and has hit Lauren Winfield Hill either in the jaw, the face, the chest, something like that. She was certainly taking evasive action, and it's going to be Chloe Skelton, last woman standing for the Western Storm. 243 for 9.
Yep, and just when they needed it, the Diamonds have got the wickets, haven't they? When the pressure was on, they've taken wickets at the right time. And you have to say now that with just this 1 wicket remaining, that the Diamonds are in pole position, and the Storm will look back really at their card. And if you look at the top of the card going down, they've had a 31, 49, 36, 37. Gibson with 8, but then 36. So they've had batters who've got themselves in and just haven't gone on really to make a big score. So that actually, you know, when you think of it in those terms, that Holly Armitage 100 today has been the big difference between the two teams.
Yeah, brilliant knock as Glenn comes in again. Can she finish the job? Not with this delivery. Cut by Chloe Skelton, first up for a single. Apologies, by the way, folks, if you're listening audio only rather than watching on the stream, because I know that you lost us for a little while. Pleased to say that I understand you're back with us for the conclusion of this one. Just 15 deliveries remaining for the Storm, with 1 wicket left to get 32 runs, and that's been flicked away backward of square leg to Lizzie Scott by Lauren Filer, who moves on to 3. 245 for 9, and wickets are tumbling with that scoreboard pressure at the latter end of this contest. As Graham was just saying, we saw a fantastic knock by skipper Holly Armitage earlier on in the day, and that really has set up this, what we think is going to be a victory, as Skelton plays one down the ground for a single. Singles certainly won't do here. 13.85 now the run rate has climbed up to. And Filer back on strike. Final ball of the 48th over. 252 for 9 the Diamonds were at the end of the 48th. Unless this one goes for 6, they're going to be the same. And Lauren Filer, she had a swing and a miss at that one, and that is the end of the 48th over. Then 246 for 9, 30 needed from 12 balls. It is a good one to win. It's not impossible. This is cricket, and one of the reasons we love it is strange things happen sometimes. Last pair at the crease, we've already seen elsewhere today for the Blaze, the last pair put on 77. Can they come up with an extraordinary feat of 30 off the last 12? Abby Glenn, meanwhile, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41. She's probably going to finish, you feel, from the Howard stand end, but at this Kirkstall Lane end for the final over of the day from down here, it's going to be Sophia Turner, 1 for 25 off 5 to complete.
Yep, so here we go then. 12 balls remaining, that's down the leg side. There is bat or glove on that, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Well, that's just the start to the over that the Storm were looking for. Well, that just cranks up the nerves a little bit, doesn't it, when you concede a boundary off the first ball of the penultimate over. And Skelton getting that one away. She'll be disappointed with that, Turner, but nonetheless, fine leg up in the circle. 26 needed off 11 balls now. That's outside off stump. Better to deliver it, but it's flat battered over the top of the infield on the offside. They go through for 1, and it's Lizzie Scott who comes in again, as she's done so often in this innings, just patrolling that boundary on the eastern side of the ground, and they go through for 2. So they've got what, 6 off 2 balls so far in this 49th over.
4 far so far, 4.
Something like that. 24 needed off 10 balls. They can't afford any dots, the Storm, you wouldn't think, from here. Turner comes in. That's played away through the onside. They won't be too unhappy with that. The Diamonds, they go through for a single to prevent any further boundaries. 23 required off 9. Filer on strike now, who's on 3. Sophia Turner will turn again and run away from us. Down the leg side, oh my word, it's down the leg side, and that's going all the way through for 4 wides.
Oh dear, you've got to maintain your discipline here, haven't you, with the ball? Just bowl legitimate deliveries first and foremost, and if they're good enough to hit them, then fine, but you don't want to give anything away at all, and that is a big giveaway.
Keeper standing up. Looked as though Filer went to play a ramp shot. Maybe the line was adjusted because of that, but Lauren Winfield Hill couldn't get a hand on that behind the stumps. Now then, that's pitched up on the leg side. It's pulled away through the onside. 1 bounce and 4. A despairing dive out here on the what you would say is probably the cow corner boundary, but it's really well struck. Leah Dobson just couldn't quite get there. It's another 4, this time to Filer. And suddenly, from nowhere, the Storm are starting to believe again. They need 14 off 8 deliveries, and the pressure begins to mount on the Diamonds. 1 good delivery will do it. 262 for 9, the Storm. Well, a dramatic over this is turning out to be. Where does she bowl it now? Sophia Turner. Here she comes. And that's it in the air down the ground. Will that be a catch? No, it's fallen between the 2 fielders again. Would you believe it? Erin Burns coming in from long on, and it just drops between them, and that's the 2nd time that's happened in the last couple of overs. They go through for 1. So close to the wicket that the Diamonds so desperately need in this penultimate over. 1 ball remaining. It's outside the off stump, and it's driven through the offside again. Lizzie Scott is there though, and Lizzie Scott is behind it, right down, picks up and throws. 1 bounce into the keeper. An anxious look towards the scoreboard for the Storm batters, and they will see that what they need, in a way, unexpectedly, because you fancy that the Diamonds might just wrap things up, but no, it's going to go to the last over, and the Storm will need 12 from it to win.
Yeah, expensive over, the most expensive over of the Western Storm innings there, bowled by Sophia Turner in the final over from this Kirkstall Lane end. And so that has given the Storm a sniff, and in fact on those comparisons they've been behind for a little while. They're back in front, 4 more on the board than the Diamonds had at the same stage. Abby Glenn to Chloe Skelton, who's got that away to extra cover for a single. Lauren Filer, although Skelton's got more on the board and has hit a boundary. Just looking at the power in a couple of Lauren Filer's shots in the previous over, it felt like she might have a bit more oomph if you're looking for boundaries, but we'll see. 5 balls to go, 11 runs needed to win by the Storm, so 10 will tie it. And she's down the pitch, and has she gone? She has. That's it, done and dusted. The Diamonds have won it. Abby Glenn bowled it, Lauren Filer missed it, but Lauren Winfield Hill did not. She's whipped off the bails, and the final Storm wicket has been taken. They've been bowled out eventually for 265 in 49 overs and 2 balls. And Lauren Filer stumped Winfield Hill, bowled Glenn for 8 from as many deliveries, including 1 boundary. And my oh my, it got just a little bit too close for comfort in the closing stages, Graham Colley. But after all that effort with the bat earlier on in the day, getting themselves out of a hole, the Diamonds have made it 2 from 2 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and I think you'd have to say on balance it was a deserved success.
Yep, and that is the start to the 2024 campaign that the Diamonds were looking for. They'll be delighted with that. 2 wins from 2, as you say, and they've had to win in 2 different ways, haven't they? Because there are 9 wicket victory on Saturday, but today has been a real battle, a real scrap in what has been a real high quality cricket match. played in great conditions on a good pitch. The Diamonds have had to work really, really hard, and when the storm threatened, the Diamonds just had enough to win the game. And you always felt that the win was likely to be in the bag, but the storm would just not go away. They kept plugging away. They asked questions of the Diamonds, but the Diamonds have shown today that they've got the mettle for the tough games. They've got the staying power when the pressure's on, and they've come away with another great win. 2 from 2. You cannot argue with their start to the season, and to win in circumstances like these, when they've been really tested under so much pressure, it will give them so much confidence for the rest of the campaign.
Yep. By the way, Chloe Skelton not out 11 from 7 deliveries, including 1 for Lauren Filer. 8 from 8 balls, including 1 for. The Diamonds win it then by 10 runs. And the bowling figures: Abby Glenn finishes with 8.2 overs, no maidens, 3 for 42. Lizzie Scott, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 32. Phoebe Turner, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 46. Katie Levick, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54. Sophia Turner, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. And Erin Burns, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41. Again, just about everybody chipping in with a wicket there. And we reflect on the match with that tremendous 100 from Holly Armitage leading the way, and Abby Glenn, how vital was her 53 not out, a first half century for the Diamonds, and both Phoebe Turner and Lauren Winfield Hill's 32 apiece. The 275 for 9 in 50 overs always looked like a tall order. Western Storm, you've got to give them loads of credit. They were beaten in the first match by the Sunrisers, but they have fought all the way to the line here, and despite being in front of the clock for much of the way, well, ultimately it's disappointment for them. But if they carry on playing in that form, then they're going to be winning more games than they lose in this competition this season. The Diamonds, they move on to 9 points and remain in second place, or move into second place behind the South East Stars, of course, who won earlier in the day, and that means that they're just behind them on net run rate. Thunder, well, they're on 5 points from 1 win and 1 defeat. The Vipers, the same for them, and the Sparks and the Sunrisers also on 5 points. So it's been a good start to the campaign for the Diamonds, no doubt about that, and we hope you've enjoyed our coverage for today. We'll be back with more Diamonds coverage next Wednesday in the match at Scarborough, when they're taking on the Blaze, and prior to that we'll be on the Yorkshire County Cricket Club stream, of course, as well as the BBC Sport website and app, from Friday through until Monday for 4 days of men's cricket, Yorkshire versus Derbyshire in Division 2 of the County Championship. Thanks for your company. Thanks to Jane Powell for joining us a couple of times on the comms today as well. Thanks to you, Graham Colley, and thanks to you all for watching and listening. I've been Jonathan Doidge. We've been BBC Radio Leeds. Do please give us a follow on BBC WYS as well on the X forum, and make a note of that email for future reference, bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. We'll say goodbye for now from a successful day at Headingley. The Diamonds have won it by 10 runs.